thought we'd play one of those hit singles from the 80s that we had. And this one's I really do feel close to this song, but I'll tell you, you've never heard it till you hear Eddie Vedder sing it, so I thought maybe Eddie'd come out.
From a dream. Oh, I never known nothing quite like this. Don't it feel like tonight might never be again? Maybe we know better and try and pretend. Honey, no one could have ever told me about this. I said, yeah, 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 yeah. The waiting is the hardest part. Every day you see one more card. You take it on faith, you take it to the heart. The waiting is the hardest part. Yeah, I might have chased a couple women around. Oh, the year got me was down. Yeah, and there were those who made me feel good, but never as good as I'm feeling right now. Baby, you're the only one that how to make me wanna live like I wanna live now. I said, yeah, 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 yeah. And waiting is the hardest part. Every day you get one more part. You take it on faith, you take it to the heart. The waiting is the hardest part. You take it on faith, you take it to the heart. The waiting is the hardest part. Yeah, the waiting is the hardest part.
Woo! Good morning, my friends. Dude, it is closing arguments day, my friends. Uh, it's a beautiful thing. So we got it ready. We're gonna be here. I am very grateful to the very few of you who are in here. But seriously, I am, especially after yesterday, man. Like, that was pretty fucking amazing, dude. Liz 88, thank you so much for gifting a membership, your daily membership, as always. Thank you. Few but mighty indeed, petty paralegal. Few but mighty indeed. Yeah, man. Yeah, after yesterday, yeah, it's wild, man. Like, you guys hung in there with me, man. Just waiting for StreamYard to get their shit together. Uh, but you guys hung in there, man, and that meant the world to me. It really did. Like, um that was a game changer for me. Honestly, it was exactly what I needed. Um, because this can get discouraging sometimes, man, you know? Uh, and you know, when you believe in what you're doing so much, and then you feel like, what am I doing wrong? Am I doing something wrong? You know? And then you realize, no, man, it's just other shit going on, you know? I don't need to worry about that. Um, just got to focus on the people I got here, and it's the best thing that I ever thought to do. So thank you guys for that inspiration yesterday. It means the world to me. Um, Liz, yes. God be with you today, and your family. We are all there with her and your parents and your cousins, and your brother. We are all here. Yeah, man. Like, I do this. I do this thing to, like, manage my depression, and I started to get fucking down on myself, and being laid up with my knee and not being able to really exercise, it has a lot to do with that. So it makes it just a lot more difficult to manage, and then it's a lot easier to get inside your own head, just you know. And I love that I could be this honest with you guys. You know what I mean? Um, and so, like, one of those things that I do is I really focus on things to be grateful for. And then I was kind of losing that, if I'm being completely honest. I was uh I was kind of losing that. Um and and I don't want to lose that. And you guys, like, reminded me of that in your own really, really cool fucking way. Like, it was really dope. I slept like a baby last night. I almost didn't even want to get up. I slept really good. I did wake up at like 4 in the morning. I just do that. I wake up for no reason at like 4 in the morning, and then I start shit posting on Instagram. It's just what I do. But yeah, yeah, it's really amazing. You guys are really amazing. I'm really, truly, in the truest sense of the word, grateful for you guys, really. And I'm really excited about hearing Alan Jackson, because I'm pretty sure it's Alan Jackson. Um, what I've been told is, since Alan Jackson wasn't there yesterday, he was more than likely preparing closing statements. I heard rumors that it would be David Yannetti this entire time, but so it's either going to be David Yannetti or it's going to be Alan Jackson. Actually, I didn't even hear any rumors. Like, see, that's your brain. See how that fucking fucks with you? I had hoped that it would be David Yannetti, or at least I predicted that it would be David Yannetti. But So, but I guess it makes sense that it would be Alan Jackson. He knocked it out of the park with the opening. I think he had the jury in his hands from the opening statements. And so, and I as I understand it, they'll have 75 minutes for closing arguments, which is longer than 60. And we'll see. We'll see how well this goes, but I can't see it going any worse. I can't see it going any worse or better really than the opening arguments. The opening arguments were cut and dry. When you have the truth on your side, when you have the truth on your side, it's, and then when you have the truth on your side and you're passionate about this truth, I really believe that you can't lose. You know, I just don't see how you can lose. No matter how much you cheat, you know, what would, no matter how much you know what I mean? Like, no matter how much the other party cheats, you know, and tries to undercut you, it's not so much outsmarting the other party, the opposing force. It's being truly passionate about your fight. And what could be something to be more passionate about than the truth? If you're a virtuous person, and I believe everyone on Karen Reed's defense team and everyone in her family to be virtuous people. So I'm really excited to see what's going to take place here, and I'm really excited to see how long jury's going to take to deliberate, because in theory I just don't see how they're going to deliberate very long. But we thought the same thing last year with the last trial, so who knows? Oh yeah, let me show you guys something.
I've seen the worst in humanity, particularly in Norfolk County, but I've seen the best in mankind like this.
Beautiful.
I've seen the worst in humanity, particularly in Norfolk County, but I've seen the best in mankind like this.
I mean, Bill is just amazing. Exactly. Oh my gosh.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
How dare you?
Teresa Kundix, thank you so much. The truth does not need a cover up. Facts. Let's go. Free Karen Reed, justice for John O'Keefe. Absolutely, 100%. Everybody's dad should be a Bill Reed, man. Everybody's dad should be a Bill Reed. Man, you know, I'll tell you, and I'm not saying this to be like, you know, boo-hoo, poor me or nothing. Like, you know, you deal with the cards that you're dealt. You know what I mean? You play the cards that you're dealt, and you do the best you can. and it's, no different than anybody else's story. Brad Blankenship, thank you. In the words of Stuart Smalley from SNL, you're good enough, you're smart enough, and doggone it, people like you. Thank you, buddy. Yeah, like, so my father was 57 years old when I was born. Okay. He was 57 years old, and he was he passed of a brain tumor when he was 58. So I never really knew my father. My father died when I was like a year old. And my and so, my brother, he's a couple of years older than me. He has some vague memories, as he says, but I have absolutely no memory of my father whatsoever. And the difference of having a really good father figure in your life is extremely beneficial. Now, it's not necessary to growing up right. You know what I mean? It's not necessary, but it's extremely beneficial. And when you have a man like Bill Reed, who is just, like, it all stems, like, in theory. I don't really know these folks. I've gotten to know them a little bit over the last year and a half, but my experience with them, hearing Bill and Janet talk about their, relationship, like when they met, and, Janet was talking to me about that stuff. Like, Janet was telling me this whole story of how they quit smoking cigarettes together, and this was just like when Nathan was a baby, and it was just cool to listen to those things. And like, Bill and Janet have always, like, it gave me this impression that they've always done things just as a unit, as a team, uh and Bill is a very outspoken guy. He just doesn't really seem it. The thing is, it's just that Bill saves, the impression that I get from a guy like Bill is he saves his words for what matters. He doesn't just talk.
You are unmuted.
And the Reed family clearly is a product of the example that Bill and Janet set for them. It's fascinating to see.
Now we'll be here. I need my mouse too.
My mouth. Somebody's got my mouth. What about my mouth?
All right, so why don't I see counsel over here at sidebar? I've got my
Oh, shocker. Let's start at sidebar. We're starting with the sidebar. What a shocker. Amazing. What's up, LV cops? Scott, kindergarten cop, my man. Good to see you. And I saw Dina in here earlier. What's up, Dina? Jeannie Lynn, thank you so much. You're the greatest, brother. Keep up the God's work. He loves you. Yeah, man. So my point being is, like, you can see the benefit from having a man like Bill Reed as the head of this family. You know what I mean? You could just see the benefit. You could see this in Nathan's character. You could see this in Karen's. You could see this in Kelly's. It's fascinating. There's Esty, and there they are right there. And just to think what they've been going through this entire time, the fact that those two people are sitting there lacking any confidence whatsoever in a not guilty verdict is a travesty. The fact that there's any worry on either one of those wonderful folks' minds right now is a travesty. considering the fact that all of the evidence is stacked in their favor, and it was stacked in their favor the last trial, and this jury was clearly tampered with. When a juror admits on a live stream to the world that they were told to ignore the defense's exculpatory evidence because and consider them to be distractors, that is jury tampering. I don't give a fuck if somebody in the jury is doing it. If the foreman is saying that, that shouldn't be the foreman. Because if there's anybody's evidence that you need to really pay attention to, it's the defense's. Because the burden of proof is on the prosecution. Therefore, they have to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. The defense's job is to create that doubt. And the jury's job is to determine whether or not the evidence presented by the defense creates doubt. They are to be open to they are to be welcoming to the idea that there is reasonable doubt. That is how the justice system is designed to work. So, the fact that this wasn't a not guilty verdict all the way down the line, the fact that Judge Beverly Cannoni did not give the jury full instructions, and the jury actually voted on 3 separate counts, but the foreman did not do anything to fight for this on behalf of the other jurors who were bringing this up. That is clearly jury tampering. I don't give a fuck what you say. That's somebody in a high role as the jury foreman basically sabotaging the jury. If the jury is instructed to do the opposite of what a juror's duty is, that's a tainted jury. Don't give a fuck what you say. That's a tainted jury. That's a good question. I don't see Turtle. Where is that beautiful not guilty motherfucker? He's probably hanging out with the folks outside. I was watching Auntie Deb. Auntie Deb's out there, man. Auntie Deb, I was watching while I was getting ready this morning. I was watching Auntie Deb stream, and it was funny. Auntie Deb's always funny. Auntie Deb was just out there shitting on everybody. Just like in a loving way, you know what I mean? Like as if I was to do it, you know? So he's like, somebody had a puppy and he was like, oh yeah, that's what puppies love. Puppies just love crowds. This is exactly what a puppy loves. He was just bitching about the crowd. It was just really funny. Yeah, I don't see Turtle in the press area. I see Sue O'Connell. I see DePepe, I think. Is that DePepe right there in the middle? Is that Ted Daniel in the back on the right? Bukaki? Is he supposed to be in there? Oh, Jess. Okay, that's Jess back there. That's Jess in the back there. Jess Machado. I love her. She's fantastic. Man, and she really kicks ass too, man. I'm so glad she went independent. Like, that's what we need. We need, like, really good journalists who see the bullshit, get sick and tired of what their producers are telling them what to do and say, and then go independent, go on their own, take their chances, roll the dice, go full fucking Gary V. So I wonder what this is going to be about, man. Mike B for the 413. What's up, homie? No McAlberts in the O'Keefe section this time either. I did notice Carl Dougal. Additionally, Jess did amazing with Aiden's trial. You just gave me an apostrophe. I think you mean an epiphany. Hold on. I'll come back to this one. Mike B. No McAlbert's in the O'Keefe section this time. That's interesting that you say that. Now, I wonder if that weighed in on the decision to not call any of the McAlberts except for Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe's not intimidating, but if they had called Brian Albert up to the stand, Brian Albert is bone chilling. His presence is bone chilling. He's a scary motherfucker. Just his fucking mere presence is scary. So I wonder if part of the reason why they didn't even call him to the stand is because if he were to sit in the courtroom, the only reason he would be bone chilling is if you heard him talk and heard him lie so effortlessly. So if he were to sit in the O'Keefe section looking at the jury, it wouldn't fucking make a difference. It wouldn't make a dent. They wouldn't give a fuck. That wouldn't make any difference to them. But if they heard him testify, they'd see how scary he fucking is. You know what I mean? So, yeah, it seems to me that might have even weighed in on not calling Brian Albert to the stand. Hell, that might have been even the sole reason to not call Brian Albert to the stand, for all we know. And then there's hold on. Linda Darling. Just Tice shall prevail. Justice, yeah. The damn super chat. YouTube needs to fix that shit, dude. The damn super chat. It takes me, when I try to send another creator a super chat, dude, it takes me 10 minutes to type it up because of this shit. So much love to all you guys who go through this tedious process of typing your message in the super chats. Yeah, that's shitty. Like when creators don't read them. I just thought of that. Just like, man, that's fucked up. Because I get like when the chat's moving so fast, you can't really get to them. But you got to do like a recap show for just the super chats or something, man. Because these people go through a hell of a lot to send their money, dude. It's a pain in the ass. Justice shall prevail. Karen Reed is factually innocent. Supporting from Baltimore, Maryland. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Man, this is I'm anxious, bro. You know, I'm excited. This is crazy. Because the fact is that I mean, the defense just fucking killed it in this case, dude. This is amazing. The only murder committed by Karen Reed was inflicted by her defense team. That's the only goddamn murder that Karen Reed's guilty of. Guilty as charged. Grant, Law, and Crime are on the list, but not there. Well, Grant can't be there because Jess is on there. Jess is there. That leaves 2 alternate spots for ABC and Just Machado show, which means I will not make it into the rotation. Dude, this is a long motherfucking sidebar, dude. And Karen's not even in it. She's just working with Mr. Woke. Yeah, what they're doing is they're getting the goddamn shoe evidence ready, folks. Mark my words. I will have satisfaction by the end of this trial when it comes to these shoe shenanigans. They were at Black Shoes. Black Souls Matter. Lucy Liu and company, thank you so much. I'm not alleged evidence. Otherwise, lies unchecked becomes the truth. And that's how innocent people are sent to prison for crimes they did not commit. Facts. And that gets it.
Oh, here we go. Yeah.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
How dare you?
Is he really? Yeah, Sean got a little too intense, man. Here we go. Late yesterday, Yannetti filed a motion about selecting alternates. Naturally, Bev denied it. Maybe the defense is attempting to argue at sidebar. Facts. Okay, that's a good point. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Popped, right, Charlie?
Oh, you popped. You're
Here it is. Here it is. Stop.
This is getting.
Oh, come on. Oh, here comes the jury. The jury's coming in. Okay. Heather M., welcome to Logic. How do you know Bev just walked out? Bev ain't walk out. The jury's coming in. Everybody just breathe. Everybody just breathe. Just calm down. Just relax. Just imagine. Imagine you're just relaxing on a. You're just relaxing right now. On a couch. But that couch is real big. The couch is real big and soft. It's like one big titty with no nipple. Soft as a titty. Just relaxing on a titty couch. Imagine you got a titty couch. So a housewarming party. People come over and they say, "Hey man, is that a titty couch?" And you say, "Hell yeah. You better believe that's a motherfucking titty couch." Believe that shit. Titty couches. Soft as a titty. Soft as a knocker. Is everybody more relaxed now? Is everybody more chill? You guys, did you guys calm down? Everybody's heart still racing? Titty couches, bro. You just got to think about titty couches. That's all you got to do. Ball sack couch. They already have those. They're called fucking bean bags after you've had them for 2 years. They're called beanbag chairs after you've had them for 2 fucking years, dude. They're ball sack couches. That's exactly what they are. People come over. Hey, pull up a scrotum. Have a seat. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. This is what I do when I'm anxious. What is going on? Let's go. Like, you know, Aiden is Aiden's one of the most impatient people I've ever met. You know, he's sitting there going, "What the fuck is going on here? Let's go. What's the fucking holdup?" Probably not, but I imagine that anyway. 5-minute recess. Get the fuck out of here with that. Who's been talking about dicks for 2 months now? What are you talking about, Scott? Who's been talking about dicks for 2 months now? Is that what's going on over at Melanie's chat? We ain't over here talking about dicks. Oh, Proctor. Oh, yeah. It's a good point. Proctor. Oh, I love these. I love these. Get a job, Unc. Why would I do that? Why the fuck would I do that? Dummy. The knee is, I mean, it's not like pure torment and pain all the time like it was, I don't know, 2 weeks ago. It's just like it's getting better. It's just not getting better fast enough. And like, it's not so much the pain, it's the not doing stuff that I want to do to make sure that it heals right. And it's very trying when it comes to patience. I like watching movies. I like binge watching shows. But the irony of that is, like, when I would do that all the time, like just spend all my free time doing that, it's because I was drinking. I would just sit around drinking and watching movies and not doing just shit. And I don't want to live like that no more. You know what I mean? And so, like, now I'm just sitting around. I refuse to drink while I'm sitting around. Like, fuck that. And so it's frustrating. Like, I want to get back to my normal routine. And you know, it's just, yeah, it's just frustrating due to the inconvenience. That's all it is. But I'm fine and I'll be okay. I don't like to complain. Yeah, it's stupid. I should have just climbed over. Like, when I think about that fence, like, I could have just put my leg over the other end and just climbed fucking down, dude, just as easy as I climbed up to jump it. And um, you know, but coulda, shoulda, woulda. I'm here now. It is what it is. What are you gonna do? I guess I'll read a couple of Venmos. Uh Lisa says, I really dig your channel. My screen name is the Sober Hipster, and just wanted to say thanks for all you do. Very sweet. And Dina, she says, Will, you are missed down here. We wish you were here. Clara, my favorite. Love you, Dina. Oh man, no problem. Thanks for watching, Sean. Appreciate it. I miss Bill Daniels and her crazy. I don't, but I know what you mean. Thank you, we the people. I know what you mean. Like, yeah, I hope that all of that craziness is behind us all. I hope there's no more incidents with the McAlberts, no more confrontations between them and Turtle Boy. There's no need for it. Um, it's just that, like, I was asking Meredith yesterday because, like, I don't know, like, if those charges are dropped, can he just I mean, because he's gonna this is his bread and butter. This isn't gonna be the last case that he ever covers. And I'm sure he's gonna find out some dirty shit in some other case. And I want to make sure that he can, do his job without having to worry about going to fucking jail. You know what I mean? But hopefully, man, what would be ideal for Turtle Boy is that somebody fucking, maybe he just fucking gets enough of a following where all he has to do is just cover shit. you know, and do fucking podcasts and write and do streams, and you know, and maybe that'll be it. You know what I mean? Maybe that's all he'll have to do, and that's good. Because the fact is the man's done enough. You know, the man's done enough. Yeah, it's just, you know, it'd be nice to find out that, you know, people can do what Turtle Boy did and not have to worry about going to fucking jail for it. You know? Dude, listen, I know we're sitting here going, dude, what the fuck? But I like to try to think of things from other people's perspectives as best as I can. I try to imagine things from their perspective anyway, because I don't know what's going on. But I feel like if I had to guess, you know, the defense is just making sure that there's no fuckery. You know what I mean? They're probably just ensuring a lack of fuckery in what's about to happen. This is what it all comes down to now. So it's very important that it runs smoothly. Okay, Bev took a 5-minute break, according to Sue O'Connell. Thank you, Nicole B. Yes, Sean McCarthy. Actually, if you scroll down my profile, I put the link up. But there's also a link in the description. But I'll share it here. So yeah, we have a new merch distributor, so you shouldn't have any problem with this distributor. But we've never used them before, so I'd like
All
feedback.
persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and before the country. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning, jurors. Good morning. So I have started far too many mornings by saying to you folks, I apologize for the inconvenience, having you wait around so long. I appreciate your patience. I didn't want to do that today, but I had to do that today. Everybody has worked so hard on this trial, the jurors, the lawyers, the witnesses, that everything has to be right before you hear it. So I needed to do that this morning. I apologize. I do have to ask you those.
What the fuck
questions.
is that?
Were you all able to follow my instructions?
You guys hear that?
And refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we were here yesterday? Everyone said yes or not affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or not affirmatively.
Okay, so that's not me.
To see, hear, or
I mean,
read
it's
anything
cool
about
music.
this
It sounds
case
like Queens of the
is
Stone Age, but that's not me.
So as you know, it's time for closing arguments. And when I was a trial lawyer, I never liked it when just before closing arguments, just before I stood up, the judge would say, jurors, remember, closing arguments are not evidence. But it's true. Closing arguments are not evidence. The lawyers aren't witnesses. And because they're not evidence, I need you to put away your notebooks because you can't keep notes on them.
What the fuck is that? Why is that
The
happening?
reason it used to bother me is because I sensed that it made it sound like they're less important than anything else in the trial, and they're not. They're certainly a very important part of the case. We've all noticed that you've paid very close attention to this case, and we know that you'll do the same to the closing. A couple of things I want to say, and you'll hear more
That's
about
Channel
this in
5,
greater
bro.
detail when I give you the charge. First is, you folks are the fact finders. So it's what you find from the testimony, your memory of the testimony. This has been a long trial, but your memory of the testimony, not the lawyers and not mine. So if the lawyers arrive, say anything that doesn't square with your memory, it's your memory that serves. Secondly, there are very important constitutional rights that I hope that you understand.
It's on both. Why is that happening?
Lawyer an hour and 15. I'm not going to stop them.
Hold on. Okay, that's coming from me. That's coming from me, and I don't know how it's coming from me. Give me 1 second. I have no idea. Hopefully nothing else. Okay, the song played out. All right, cool. If more music starts, I apologize. I don't know where the fuck that came from. Sounded like Queens of the Stone Age, but no Queens of the Stone Age song I know. But okay, let's just get through it.
But to stare directly at injustice and say, not here, not now, not on our watch. That's what you're being asked to do. Stare down injustice. I want to start with a simple truth. You folks, not us, nobody else in the courtroom, you folks are the last line of defense. The last line of defense between an innocent woman and a system that has tried to break her, that falsely accused her, that tried mightily to bury the truth.
Yeah.
This case was corrupted from the start. It was corrupted by biases and conflicts and personal loyalties that you heard about. And most fatally, it was corrupted by a lead investigator whose misconduct infected every single part of this case from the top to the bottom. In our opening comments to you a few weeks ago, we told you what to watch for. We warned you what to watch for. We begged you what to watch for. Watch for the physical evidence. Pay attention to the medical facts. Pay attention to the science and the physics. But also pay attention to the integrity, the very essence, the integrity of the investigation. Woo! But you also saw something during the course of the trial that none of us might have expected, something that should sadden us, something that maybe would anger us. On full display, you saw the lengths to which some police officers will go to protect their own at the expense of the rest of us, at the expense of Karen Read, an innocent woman. Before we examine the evidence in the case, which we will do, we need to understand the very foundation of the entire system of justice in which we operate. It's the bedrock on which this entire system is built. Reasonable doubt.
Yes.
This isn't just a technicality, and it's not a slogan. It's a constitutional shield that protects the innocent and prevents the government from punishing without proof. The Commonwealth has the high burden to prove every single element of every single charge beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. As I said, those powerful words are not just some legal jargon. They're your mandate, they're your obligation, they're your community's protection against injustice.
Driving home that reasonable doubt. I love it.
In our system of justice, Karen Read sits here today, presumed innocent, cloaked in the presumption of innocence. That presumption is not fragile. It doesn't just disappear because there's a charge or a badge or a theory. That presumption stands firm unless and until the Commonwealth clears that high bar, the highest bar the law provides, proof beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. That means at the end of this case, at the end of the trial, you think about one or more of the charges, you think, you know what, maybe that's true. It might be true. Then you vote not guilty. If you think it's possibly true or probably true, your vote must be not guilty. If someone among you thinks
I love this.
it's likely true or even very likely to be true, your vote is not guilty.
That's right. I love it.
It's because none of those standards, maybe, might be, possibly, probably, likely, very likely, none of those meets the extraordinary burden of beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. A moral certainty means a level of confidence so strong, so incredibly unshakable that you could go home, you would go home, look your loved ones in the eye and say, I am certain. Not probably, not likely. I'm morally certain, and my certainty remains unshakable. The law defines moral certainty as the highest level of certainty known in all human affairs.
Wow.
Think about that. You must be that certain about the entirety, not part of, the entirety of the Commonwealth's case. As we discuss this case, you'll see that the Commonwealth comes nowhere near, nowhere close to reaching that extreme burden of proof.
This is great.
Ladies and gentlemen, on January 28th, 2022, it was a Friday night. John O'Keefe and Karen Reed made plans to meet up with friends, go out for drinks. You saw through video evidence and eyewitnesses that they were affectionate, they were loving, they were in good spirits throughout that evening. They started off at C.F. McCarthy's, which you've heard about, and eventually made their way over to the Waterfall Bar and Grill. When they got there, the Albert family, they were already there, and they were already drinking. The Albert family, it's been established as a very well-known family in Canton. They've got quite the reputation. Brian Albert was at the Waterfall, a longtime Boston police officer. His wife, Nicole Albert, was there. She was with him. His brother, Chris Albert, who was a Canton board selectman, he was there. His wife, Julie Albert, their daughter, Caitlin, and his sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, whom you met, and her husband, Matthew McCabe, whom you did not meet. They were all there drinking before John and before Karen ever arrived. But also present at the Waterfall that night was Brian Albert's friend, Brian Higgins. We know that he had a romantic design on Karen. That becomes an incredibly important fact as we discuss the facts of this case.
That's right.
As the bar was closing around midnight, the Alberts invited everybody back to their house. They wanted to keep the night going. But the evidence revealed something interesting, that the invitation to John O'Keefe appears to have been for a different reason, an alternate reason. Think about the video of Brian Higgins and what Michael Proctor in his investigation completely and utterly ignored. Higgins was agitated after a day of drinking, agitated that it was John and not Karen, John with Karen, not him. Recall that ominous text that he sent to Karen with her and John standing just feet away.
Well,
he got no response. And then we see this.
get him, AJ. Yes. Get him, AJ. Fuck yeah.
That's what Brian Higgins was confronted with following his well text. What of all things starts going through Brian Higgins' mind? Where does his mind go? What is he thinking about after seeing this, after witnessing this? He shows you. And if Michael Proctor had been the least bit interested, this video would have shown him too. Take a look.
This is fucking beautiful. AJ has already won this case just by explaining reasonable doubt. And now this. Come here. Come here. Now. You can't touch me. Let me get you. I'm gonna be you're gonna be the receiver, okay? I'm gonna be the one. I'm gonna be on top. I'm gonna be on top.
Sparring, practicing,
Grab ass.
fighting techniques. Where was Brian Higgins' mind? What was he thinking about? And then what happens? Before you look at the next video, think about what you're going to see. This next video is after he sees John kiss Karen on the forehead, after he sends that aggressive text to Karen with her standing just feet away. Watch closely, and this is what you're going to see. This is what Michael Proctor and his investigation completely ignored. Higgins is very clearly upset. He's agitated. Chris Albert tries to control him, tries to talk to him, calm him down perhaps. Chris forcefully grabs Higgins' arm.
This is the
You'll
wrong
see that in
part,
the video
man.
that you're about to watch.
Oh, okay.
It appears that Chris is trying to
Scared me,
calm him
man.
down from something. Brian Albert's standing right there with the other two men, but Brian Higgins is having none of it. He appears to be hyper-focused on one person and one person only,
Just gotta
John O'Keefe.
save-
In an instant, Higgins angrily jerks his arm away from Chris. Higgins rubs his brow, and he directly gestures at John. A gesture that looks a lot like, let's step outside. Let's go outside. But John looks at him, takes a swig of beer, completely ignores him. Take a look.
Yeah, how about this for fucking clips, motherfuckers? Yeah. Yeah. This case is locked. Look at John. John's like, okay, tough guy.
Michael Proctor, the lead investigator in this case, had all this footage, but he did nothing. He had access to the exact same thing that you saw. Why did he do nothing? A few minutes later,
Because he's a punk
Higgins then
bitch.
texts John directly. You coming here? 3 question marks. It's now 12:20 a.m. These guys are not good friends. They barely spoke or even acknowledged each other when they walked into the bar together, other than a quick greeting. So why was Higgins coaxing John over to 34 Fairview? You coming here after this? And why not text Karen? Because at that moment, he wasn't interested in Karen. He was interested in John O'Keefe.
Right.
This is about 5 minutes before John gets out of the SUV and walks toward the house. About 5 minutes before Karen sees him alive for the last time. So what happened inside that house, or that basement, or that garage? What evidence was there for the investigators to look into? What did they ignore? Laceration over John's right eyelid, black eyes, a large dog at the home, an obvious dog bite on John O'Keefe's right arm, a head injury from falling backward onto a hard surface, alleged surface, a text from Higgins, one of the last people to ever communicate with John O'Keefe. You coming here? Those words now echo in the wake of John's death. But Michael Proctor, he didn't listen. When John didn't come back outside, Karen, very oblivious to what had happened, thinking she was just left alone in the car out in the cold in the middle of the night, she got frustrated and she drove home. She arrived back at home and her Wi-Fi connected to her car or phone connected to John's Wi-Fi at 12:36 a.m. It's an important time, 12:36 a.m. She left John voicemail after voicemail after voicemail. He was unresponsive. He didn't pick up a single call. He didn't respond to a single text. The longer he didn't respond, the more upset she got. Her voicemails reflect that frustration after the fact. That's the frustration that you hear in her angry voicemails. She uses harsh words and foul language. She's obviously upset. She's obviously irritated
This is
because
amazing.
he didn't come back out of the house
This is
and he
amazing.
wasn't responding. But Karen did not know what you know. She didn't know what the investigators should have known. She didn't know what was happening with Higgins and Albert and with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. When he didn't come home, At about 5 a.m., Karen went looking for him in a panic. As you know, her worst fears were realized when she found John beaten, battered, bloody, and left in the snow in Brian Albert's front lawn. At 6 a.m., when Karen found John, you heard about the scene. It was described in detail. It was chaos. To use Mr. Brennan's word in his opening statement, it was bedlam. The screams for help by Karen, the yelling and the hollering, ambulances, emergency lights, fire engines, ladder trucks, paramedics, patrol vehicles, patrol officers, all of them swarming all over the lawn,
And where's
just
Brian Albert?
under Brian Albert's bedroom window. And of course, as you learned during the course of this trial, Brian Albert, a sworn peace officer, a first responder trained in being a first responder, never came out of the house. Never went outside to help a fallen fellow officer who was laying on his own property. Never came out. And you learned through the undisputed evidence that the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, for his part, never went into the house. The Commonwealth has struggled to try to prove that John O'Keefe ended up in Brian Albert's front lawn because he was struck by a vehicle. They have failed. They cannot and they will not ever be able to prove that John was struck by a vehicle beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, because the science does not lie, the medical evidence does not lie, the physics do not lie. Their investigation was flawed from the start because their investigator was corrupted from the start by bias, personal loyalties. Folks, they cannot prove a collision. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car. There was no collision. Woo! So let's start there. I want to take a minute to discuss the actual science, the actual physics, and the actual medical evidence that was presented in this case. The science, it's an old saying, is known as the silent witness. It doesn't lie, it doesn't forget, and notably, it doesn't take sides.
Yeah.
If there was no collision, what are we doing here?
There we go.
In order for there to be a collision, there has to have been an impact site. The vehicle had to have struck John.
There it is.
Period. I want to remind you of some of the most important testimony in the entire case, and it comes from the Commonwealth's own medical expert, Dr. Irini Scortibello, the Commonwealth's medical examiner, someone governed by law to make these decisions. We know that a person struck by a vehicle suffers massive trauma, broken bones, fractures, soft tissue damage, torn ligaments, contusions, soft tissue injury, severe tissue injury, crushing blows.
This is amazing.
None of that was present with John. None of it. Not anywhere on his body, including his right arm. Not one bruise. Nothing. The fact is, the injuries are not from a vehicle impact. Not his head injury, not those scratch and bite wounds. Not a single medical expert. Think about this. Not a single medical expert called by the defense or called by the Commonwealth has testified that John was hit by a car. Not one. Think about the irony. Not one.
Woo!
That's not just
This is
significant.
amazing.
It's literally the most important point in the entire trial. Listen again to Dr. Scortibello's words. Question. You did not include in your autopsy in any fashion any discussion of whether Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were consistent with a motor vehicle accident, did you? Answer. No, I did not. She told you, quote, I did not see any evidence of an impact site, end quote. She was talking about John's body. The Commonwealth's own medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, performed the autopsy. She did it personally. She's the only one to have personally examined John's body, and she found no evidence of an impact site on his entire body. That in and of itself is reasonable doubt. You don't need anything more. The Commonwealth's case is done. It's cooked. Their own expert said there is no evidence of a collision, no evidence of an impact.
That's
If
it.
you want to know what an impact looks like, take a look at this. This is what a body looks like after being struck by a car at 25 miles an hour. And this is what a car looks like after hitting a person at 25 miles an hour. These are exhibits from Dr. Welcher, the Commonwealth's expert. John didn't even have a bruise. Make no mistake, Dr. Scortibello was presented with the Commonwealth's theory of the case, the same case that you've been presented with, and she refused to conclude that John's death was a homicide. She flatly refused to conclude that there was a collision. And you know who agrees with that? That silent witness, the science, the physics, the data.
Nice.
Dr. Wolf and Dr.
Nicely
Rinchler, you just met them recently. They explained they were not initially hired by the defense. They were asked by another agency to conduct their analysis. They looked at the evidence from both sides, not taking a side for the defense or the Commonwealth, completely independent. They looked at the damage to the SUV on the one side of the coin. They looked at the injuries to John O'Keefe on the other side of the coin. Both PhDs, both engineers determined there was no collision. I'm not saying it. The science says it. That SUV's taillight was not damaged by striking an arm, and John was not struck by a 6,000-pound SUV. Period. Full stop. Dr. Dan Wolf did the testing on the taillight. Actual testing, not some ridiculous blue paint kindergarten project. He did lab testing. He did field testing. He did data testing. Actual impact force analyses. In every single test at every single speed, the taillight damage was inconsistent with striking an arm. In every test, the taillight damage was inconsistent with damaging the shirt, the sweatshirt. Remember that severe internal damage to Karen Reed's taillight. Not just the outer lens. The internal diffusers were completely smashed, completely shattered. ARCA testing established that all the internal components of every single test taillight, especially the diffusers, remained completely intact. Conversely, on Karen's taillight, the diffusers were almost completely gone. Folks, understand something. If any part of that diffuser portion of the taillight is broken, there is no light. It doesn't illuminate at all. It's just black. Let's take a look at a couple of photos. At 5:07 a.m. at One Meadows, that's the photograph on the left. What do you notice about the right taillight? It's completely illuminated. Later, at 4:12 in the afternoon, photograph on the right, it's lit up. How can that be? How can that be if the Commonwealth claims that those diffusers, the portion that lights up the light, were already scattered all over 34 Fairview? That's their theory.
Right.
But don't believe your lying eyes. The taillight's completely lit up. That would be impossible. Dr. Andrew Rinchler, a PhD, a biomechanist, explained that at those speeds, the other side of that coin, John's arm would be basically destroyed. Contusions, swelling, torn ligaments, hyperextensions, dislocation of joints and bones,
Thank you, Betty.
fractured, broken, and shattered.
Love you too.
But as you know, John's arm was pristine, save those dog and claw bites. He didn't even have a bruise. Think about this. Think about that photo of those x-rays as you deliberate. You can manipulate a taillight fragment. That's not that hard. You can't manipulate a bruise. If they claim the car was going fast enough to shatter the taillight and shatter the diffusers, then it was also going fast enough to destroy and shatter John's arm, and it simply did not. How do they square that? They don't, and they can't. So they spent nearly $400,000 of taxpayer money to hire someone to dress up and look like John and paint his arm blue, which told you exactly nothing. The ARCA testing, conversely, also established that it is impossible for John's sweatshirt sleeve to be damaged by an impact with the taillight. The Commonwealth's theory is that the sleeve of John's hoodie sweatshirt was damaged by flying shards of taillight slicing through the shirt and through John's arm. I have 3 questions. Number 1, John's arm had about 36 abrasions. How did 36 shards of acrylic go through 9 tiny little puncture holes? How'd that happen?
Woo!
Somebody needs to answer that.
That math don't math, dog.
Number 2, why are there no slices or cuts in the hoodie? All the defects are punctures. Punctures that you might get from, say, I don't know, canine teeth. And number 3, if the shards cut bloody gouges into John's arm, that's their theory. Why is there no blood, no skin, no tissue on a single shard of taillight that they claim came in contact with John's arm?
That is an interesting
The
question.
Commonwealth cannot answer a single one of those questions because John's arm was not impacted by the taillight. It doesn't make sense simply because it didn't happen.
Exactly.
Compare and contrast the ARCA experts and their actual testing to Judd Welcher. He came to you in the Commonwealth's case in chief, and he told you that for the better part of $500,000, he'd come in and testify that John was tall enough to touch the taillight with his elbow. That's it. And even in that basic demonstration, he had to lean in to manipulate it to get the results that he wanted. Dr. Welcher then claimed that the reason he didn't do the reconstruction, the actual testing, think about what he said. There isn't enough evidence to determine what happened. I beg your pardon? What happens when there isn't enough evidence in his words? You vote not guilty. That's what happens.
That's exactly what you do.
That's out of his mouth.
Yep.
Not
Yep.
mine.
Yep.
The Commonwealth also used the same company, Aperture, to try to establish a time of a collision that never occurred. The Commonwealth called Shannon Burgess, the supposed expert from Aperture. There is a cardinal sin for experts,
even hear
folks.
these
A
guys
cardinal
saying
sin. It's called confirmation bias.
laughing.
It's when you decide to change your opinion to fit a theory. The most important takeaway from Shannon Burgess' testimony was how brazen, how shameless he was in trying to change the data to try to suit the Commonwealth. Remember Mr. Brennan's opening statement. He made some promises to you. He said, this case is about the data. He stressed it over and over again.
Sure did.
They've had 3.5 years to get this right. The Commonwealth has had this case for 3.5 years to get it right. So his top expert, Dr. Welcher, prepares a report. And that report says that John O'Keefe was struck by Karen Reed's SUV at 12:31:38. Note that time, 12:31:38. He was struck, he was immediately incapacitated, he was immediately unconscious. So says Judd Welcher and the Commonwealth's theory. But there was a huge, huge problem with that. And somewhere in the middle of trial, somebody must have realized it. They must have realized that the very data they produced unequivocally establishes that they are wrong about a collision. It could not have happened. Why? Because John was interacting with his phone after 12:31:38.
Wow.
Remember, the collision immediately incapacitating. How could he be interacting with his phone afterward? He was on his phone, opening his phone, checking his phone, reading texts on his phone, and locking his phone, all of it after 12:31:38, which is the time Welcher clocked for the moment of the impact.
Woo!
And he was taking steps and walking with that phone after 12:31:38 also. That's what their own data showed, and it devastated their case, and it devastated that false theory. There must have been panic, I'm guessing, in the room. What do we do now? The data shows John wasn't struck by the car. What do we do? Enter Shannon Burgess. Question: can you believe him? Can you believe Mr. Burgess? He came up with a brand new story right in the middle of trial. You might ask yourself, would an expert actually say something he knows not to be true? Would an expert actually say something he knows is not supported by fact? Would an expert shade the truth? You don't have to look any further than Shannon Burgess's CV to answer that question. That was a shame. Even with the pull and push and stretch and manipulation of the time data that Mr. Burgess came in here and told you about, it still shows that John O'Keefe was very much alive and walking around after they claim he was hit and incapacitated. Think about that. Matt DeSogra looked at Burgess's report and told you that in 30 out of 30 scenarios of the possible time skews that Shannon Burgess identified. He came in the middle of trial and identified all these other time skews that he called it. In every single scenario, John was alive and walking after they said he was hit. And that's a problem for them because there was no collision. Just look at Mr. Whiffen's data, Ian Whiffen. John O'Keefe took 31 steps at a steady rate, about 83 feet. And then think about this, in a westerly direction. That would be right toward the house. Remember, it's 78 feet to that garage door. That's not a coincidence. The Commonwealth's witnesses, or the Commonwealth's witness, Mr. Ian Whiffen himself conceded that he has reasonable doubts about the accuracy of John's location data. You remember that question and answer on cross-examination by Mr. Alessi. Do you have doubts? I do. Are those doubts reasonable? They are. And remember, it's still the Commonwealth's burden. If their own cell phone expert has a reasonable doubt about John's location, so should you. John O'Keefe was inside, and the phone battery temperature further proves it. This is not speculation. This is science, and it's irrefutable. It tells us that he was not laying outside in the cold. He was inside somewhere a little bit warmer.
Wow.
Ian Whiffen told you that when the iPhone is exposed to freezing temperatures, think about these numbers. When the iPhone is exposed to freezing temperatures, it will drop from 81 to 21 degrees in 15 minutes. 15 minutes. That's a 60-degree drop in 15 minutes. Now look at John's phone. It was laying, according to the Commonwealth, it was laying directly on frozen ground. He arrived at 34 Fairview and his phone dropped only 20 degrees over the course of an hour. Then inexplicably, it stayed steady, never dropping below 50 degrees for the next 4.5 hours. Never dropping below 50 degrees for the next 4.5 hours, basically through the entire night. He was not outside.
That's
He was
it.
someplace warmer, like a basement or a garage. Dr. LaPosada confirmed that John O'Keefe did not have hypothermia. No telltale signs, no telltale Wisniewski spots, no frostbite on any extremity. He did not die of hypothermia because he wasn't outside. Dr. Isaac Wolf, Dan Wolf, Elizabeth LaPosada, Judson Welsher, Andrew Rinchler, all agreed. Every expert agreed. This is how John O'Keefe died. A rearward fall from a standing position. What could make you fall straight back like that? Let's just think about that for a second. What could make you fall from a standing position as Judd Welcher just showed us? Standing up, falling straight back. Add a laceration to the right eye consistent with a fist or a punch, and you've got your answer.
There it is.
He certainly didn't sustain that wound on the back of his head by falling backwards onto a lawn. Dr. LaPosada told you that the patterned injury on the back of John's head could only be produced by hitting a hard, ridged, or ledged surface, like a concrete stair or step. What's just through that garage door? Michael Proctor never stepped down in that garage to find out. What a shame. And look at the arm. Just look at John's arm. You don't need the top experts in the country, but you had them. You don't need the top medical minds on the planet on this issue, but you had them. These are dog bites and scratches. These are animal wounds. Not one witness has been called in their trial. Not one. 8 weeks and counting. Not one witness who actually disputes that John O'Keefe's arm injuries are from a dog. The Commonwealth could not find a single medical expert, a single medical witness who would come in here and tell you those are inconsistent with a dog bite or a scratch.
Woo!
And it's equally clear
So good.
that there was no collision. Dr. LaPosada told you in probably the clearest voice in the entire trial. You remember her testimony. He didn't get hit by a car, in her words. He just didn't get hit by a car. You remember the question that was posed by Mr. Brennan, did you consider the speed of the vehicle? And she said, speed didn't matter because he didn't get hit by a car. She repeated it 3 times because it's true, not just because she says so, but because the medical evidence proves it. The medical science proves it. There was no collision.
Patience, darling.
Dr. Rentschler told you unequivocally and just as firmly he didn't get hit by a car. The Commonwealth has not met their burden. They cannot meet their burden. The Commonwealth hasn't called a single medical professional, not one, to testify that John's wounds came from being hit by a car. Not Dr. Scortibello, not Dr. Isaac Wolf. Contrast that with the caliber and the quality of the experts who came in here to tell you what is obvious to anyone with common sense. Those wounds on his right arm are from a dog. This was not an oversight by the Commonwealth. It's just that there is no one out there. No matter how big a check you write, there's not a medical expert who's going to disagree with that. The fact is, this is the central fact in the case. The only fact that matters is literally uncontested by every medical expert. Uncontested, undisputed. There is no evidence that John was hit by a car. None. How much more reasonable doubt could there be? This case should be over right now. Done.
Yeah.
Because there was no collision. So given all that, how did Karen Reed end up sitting here?
Yeah.
Why is she even here? Why is she in that chair? Why is she in this courtroom? There is a reason for that. And it's a reason they don't want to tell you, and it's a reality they don't want to admit to. The reason we're here is because the system, the very system that was meant to protect her, that was meant to protect all of us, that system has failed badly. So now let's discuss the facts that were and were not presented by the Commonwealth in this case. Over the next few minutes, I want to talk about the utter failure of the police to investigate this properly and to investigate this fully.
Fucking beautiful.
And what you're going to see is that Michael Proctor, the lead investigator for the Commonwealth, did nothing to actually and properly investigate this case. Let's start with the house. That's the most logical place to start. I think you'd agree. Brian Albert's house, where John's body was discovered lifeless in the lawn. A man, a police officer, is found dead on the front lawn, and no one secures the scene. No tape, no preservation of evidence, no crime scene log, no search warrants, no consent searches, no photographs of the house interior. They didn't treat the house as a crime scene, and shamefully, they didn't even treat the yard as a crime scene. The lame excuse offered by retired Lieutenant Gallagher, it was really cold and windy, and I didn't know if there was a crime that had been committed. What? You didn't know that a crime had potentially been committed? You have a man laying dead in the yard, and here are the undisputed facts that those officers were confronted with. Black eyes. Obviously, black eyes are consistent with a fight. Bloody nose, also consistent with a fight. Bleeding from the face, consistent with a physical altercation. A cut over the right eye, consistent with a punch. No coat in the freezing cold, not dressed for outside, dressed for inside, and one shoe on. I wonder where the other shoe could be. I don't know, maybe in the house 30 feet away.
Uh-oh.
And then you find a broken and shattered drinking glass next to him, the type of glass that you might find, I don't know, let me think about this, in a kitchen in a house.
He's making it move.
30 feet away.
AJ's making it move.
And John's phone was tucked neatly under his back shoulder. Lieutenant Gallagher actually claimed he did not know it was a potential crime that needed investigating. The neighbor across the street, Detective Lieutenant Kelleher, had a ring camera that was pointed at the exact direction where John O'Keefe would have been hit, and nobody bothered to secure it. Nobody bothered to secure it. Nobody even bothered to look at it. Of course, this was a potential crime scene. Of course it was. Let's not forget, this was Brian Albert's house, and that comes with privileges. Quote, is the homeowner going to catch any shit? Nope. He's a Boston cop too, end quote. That quote starts to make a little more sense now, doesn't it? Michael Proctor wrote those words just hours after John's body was found. He sent this in a private chat, in a private text he never, ever believed would ever be revealed. He sent that text in a series of messages that now belong to you.
That's it.
You weren't given the opportunity to hear from Michael Proctor, but you can read his thoughts for yourself. And I urge you, go read them. They're in Exhibit 209, in case you're wondering. But here are the highlights. Proctor starts the conversation, quote, all the powers that be, one answers ASAP. He's getting pressure, obviously, to get this done. His friend then asks what Proctor's probably thinking at the time, quote, I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops.
Wow.
Something stinks. And Proctor responds, yeah, to the something stinks.
That's right.
And then he goes on, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Think about that. Hours into this investigation, there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. She's a whack job cunt. Yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass bitch. She's got a leaky balloon knot,
Fucking
leaks poo.
shit.
Zero chance she skates. She's fucked.
Fuck Proctor. Piece of shit.
And up to this point, Michael Proctor had done zero investigation. Nothing. Save talk to a grand total of 3 people, all of whom were named Albert or McCabe. That's it. And this was his mindset. This is the same lead investigator who sent the group chats that you heard about with Sergeant Butnick. Late night, sitting at his office, rifling through Karen's phone, bragging about looking for naked pictures of her. That text wasn't sent to his buddies or his friends.
I was sent to cops.
That text was sent to his supervisors at the Massachusetts State Police, for God's sake.
Yeah, dude. Get him.
And what was their response? Sergeant Buchanan liked this conduct with a big old thumbs up. He encouraged it.
Oh my God. This is
Ladies
so
and gentlemen,
damning.
a lead investigator is every investigator is supposed to be objective, an objective fact finder. No bias, no agenda. Michael Proctor went far beyond just insulting Karen Read. He dehumanized this woman. He betrayed her as a human being.
That's right.
He was fired for this blatant bias.
Fucking
If the
right.
Massachusetts State Police can't trust him, how can you trust him with this investigation
Woo!
and with your verdict
Woo!
and with Karen Read's life? The lead investigator in a murder trial was never called to testify. Think about that. That should stop you in your tracks.
Right there. That should
Wouldn't
tell
you want to
everything.
hear from Michael Proctor? Wouldn't you want to hear from the lead investigator in the case? Don't you have questions? The Commonwealth did not present their own lead investigator to the jury, the very jury who is charged with judging the investigation. Michael Proctor clearly is radioactive, and the Commonwealth stayed away from him. Michael Proctor is no longer a Massachusetts State Police officer. He wasn't transferred. He didn't go on sabbatical. He didn't retire. He didn't resign. He was fired.
Fired.
He was terminated for cause. The Massachusetts State Police investigated him, found him guilty of dishonorable conduct, not just for those text messages, folks, for sharing confidential information with witnesses and for bias. Not just any bias, bias in this case. Fired.
That's it, man. That's all you need to know.
This is the man who touched every single piece of important evidence in this case. All the evidence that was brought before you in this trial went through his hands one way or another. The shirts, the shards. Remember that when Mr. Brennan gets up and gives his closing argument. The shirts, the shards, all in Michael Proctor's possession. Mr. Brennan and the Commonwealth, I think, have pinned their hopes on some microscopic pieces of, or close to microscopic pieces of plastic. that were claimed to have been scraped from the hoodie several months after the fact.
Several months.
What he failed to ask every single every single witness, is who had access to that shirt and who had access to those taillight fragments. And the answer is it was Michael Proctor. Not for days, not for weeks, for months on end, for months unaccounted for.
That's it.
Before they were submitted to the crime lab, before they were ever scraped. Just go look at the chain of custody documents. You've got them. Why didn't Michael Proctor give those clothes to Maureen Hartnett with the crime lab when she was at Canton PD just days after the fact to receive those Solo cups? Remember that? Just a few days later, she was there. She drove up. She did the driving to take the Solo cups in the grocery bag, which has a ridiculous aspect to it in and of itself as well. Why not just give her the shirts as well? Give her the taillight fragments if any were found at that point. Why hold on to them? What could possibly be a reason? Why wait until March to book those into evidence? Now let's talk about some of the other problems with the Commonwealth's evidence. As I indicated, there was no blood, no skin, no tissue, no DNA found on a single piece or shard of the taillight that the Commonwealth claims cut and sliced into John O'Keefe's arm. Where is that trace evidence? Where is that biological evidence? The DNA. Where is it?
No
They've got
DNA.
nothing.
No DNA.
Not a single piece that the Commonwealth wants you to believe cut up John's arm. How is that possible? It's not possible. The only way it's possible is if those shards never touched his arm. Because it was a dog. Oh, and the one sample of DNA that they did find, by the way, was found on the outer smooth part of the housing. Not any shard. It was the outer smooth part of the housing. Nothing that they claim actually came in contact with John O'Keefe. Number two, that sample had DNA of two other men, two other unidentified males. That tells you that that DNA had nothing to do with a car strike. That DNA would be expected to be, John's DNA would be expected to be all over that car. Inside, outside, he had access to that car for months and months and months. He was in and out of it all the time. Show me some blood, then we'll talk.
Right.
They can't, and they won't because it doesn't exist. That SUV never hit John.
Fucking right it didn't.
The hair found on the bumper. The Commonwealth really stretched its own credibility on this one. That magic little hair on the SUV supposedly survived a 37-mile drive in 47-mile-an-hour winds. But that little magic hair just clung there, just hung on. That same hair that moved in between photos in the Sallyport. Remember that? There were two photos taken, and it was either the breath of the photographer or just the movement of walking by the hair. It literally moved between the two photographs. But that hair is supposed to have hung on in a 37-mile drive in a blizzard.
Okay.
The only thing that hair proves that the Commonwealth is embarrassingly grasping at straws. That hair has nothing to do with anything. But it doesn't stop there. There was another revelation at trial, a big one, a huge one, and it came from a very unlikely source. Christina Hanley, a quiet, reserved criminalist who told you something the Commonwealth likely did not want revealed because it's devastating to their case. Absolutely devastating. And it's this. The glass on the bumper didn't match the cocktail glass.
Wow.
None of it. Remember, February 11th,
Planted.
Michael Proctor, without any other person with him, no witness, no supervisor, no other person with him, claims to have found a single piece of glass at the scene. February 11th, single piece of glass, Michael Proctor. Keep that in mind. Interestingly, the glass on the bumper that didn't match the cocktail glass, one piece did match one other thing. The Proctor glass. Those two go together. The only two things that go together from that bumper are the Proctor glass. We know that there's no glass in the taillight. We know that nothing else was shattered on the vehicle. Therefore, that glass had to be placed there. Didn't come from a crash. Didn't come from a cocktail glass. So how did it get sprinkled on the back of the bumper? Whose proverbial fingerprints are on that glass on the bumper? The only thing it matched was Michael Proctor. What about the Ford Edge and that snowplow driver, Brian Loughran? He observed that Ford Edge parked outside Brian Albert's house at 3:30 a.m. that vehicle was moved directly in front of where John's body was found sometime between 2:30 and 3:30 in the morning. The only person connected to a car of that make and model, Brian Albert. Michael Proctor did nothing to investigate that point. Did nothing to investigate whose Ford Edge was parked in a spot specifically to block the line of sight in the exact position where John's body would be later found by Karen Reed. No one, not Michael Proctor or anybody else, checked it for evidence. No one even asked any questions about it. That Ford Edge, Brian Albert's Ford Edge, completely ignored. Michael Proctor failed to interview obvious witnesses in this case. Why? Why didn't he want to speak to the snowplow driver, Brian Loughran? Why did he falsely claim that no one plowed the roadway that morning? When police dash cam video, you saw the dash cam, it shows plows going back and forth all morning. Why did he wait so long, years even, to interview Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel, individuals who were literally outside 34 Fairview at the exact same time John and Karen arrived at Brian Albert's house that night? Brian Loughran, had he been investigated or interviewed, would have told Michael Proctor that he drove past the lawn multiple times on January 29th, and there was no body on the lawn. He would have had a perfect view. Remember, the weatherman told you there was only enough snow at that time. I think he said, in a very charming phrase, only enough snow to track a cat. I think that was it. There was no body there. Heather Maxson and Ryan Nagel would have told him that they arrived at 34 Fairview shortly after Karen and John pulled up behind them, and they would have told Michael Proctor, at least Heather would have told Michael Proctor, that when she left 10 minutes later, she drove past the SUV and observed Karen Reed in the driver's side, dome light on, passenger seat empty. So where was John?
Inside
Wasn't
the house.
outside, wasn't sitting down, wasn't laying down.
Inside the house.
There's only one place he could be. We could all say it together if you could talk with me.
Inside
He was in the house.
The house.
But Michael Proctor did not want to have those answers. He did not want to have to disclose those answers. He didn't want the truth. The Commonwealth has presented a shred of evidence of when Karen Reed consumed her last drink that night. Think about that. It's critical information that the Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. They have to prove when her last drink was that night. They have to prove it. We don't have to prove or disprove anything. Every single witness who was asked and who had an opportunity to observe Karen that night said the same thing. She wasn't drunk. She wasn't stumbling. She wasn't slurring her words. She was, in the words of Ms. Kolakithis, completely normal. Even Jennifer McCabe grudgingly had to admit that fact. It's on video. Instead, they used Yuri Buchanan to try to come into court and count sips of alcohol, which he admittedly got wrong. According to Ian Whiffen, the Commonwealth's own expert, the location data, using location data on John's phone, showed Karen driving lawfully. She was driving safely. She was under the speed limit. She was slowing and stopping at stop signs, slowing around corners. And Ryan Nagel corroborated that when he saw her make that left-hand turn onto Fairview. The Commonwealth has an incredibly high burden to prove that Karen was driving under the influence. They have failed to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty, because it depends on when she had her last drink. What happened after she got home and she was upset with John for not coming back out of the house? That would answer that question. As you well know, no one searched the house for signs of a struggle. Not that night, not the next day. I'm talking about 34 Fairview. Not ever, not once. Not with a warrant, not with consent. They never went into the basement, the stairwells. They didn't look at the walls. They didn't look in the garage. Nothing was ever examined. Nothing was checked for blood. Nothing was checked for DNA. They didn't look for a ledged or ridged surface. Zero. You'll remember how surprised Jennifer McCabe was to recall that there was a garage door even on the house. Except this was her sister's house.
Right.
She's been going to that house since she was 5. She's seen that house. She's been in and out of that house hundreds of times, maybe thousands of times. She's been going to that house her entire life, and yet she acted surprised when I asked her about it. Remember Jennifer McCabe's answer when I asked her whether there was a door at the garage. I was asking her about the front door, the side door, and the garage door. And her answer was, oh, actually, there is a garage door right there. Investigators never opened that door. Let's change the scenario. What if it wasn't the house of a Boston cop? What if it wasn't the house of Brian Albert? We can be certain that investigators would have torn that house apart to get answers about why a fellow police officer was laying dead on the homeowner's lawn.
That's right.
You can betcha.
Betcha.
But because this was Brian Albert's house, a Boston cop, nope. And because he was a fellow cop, an insider, they didn't even open the door. That is not justice, folks. That's just pure favoritism. Each of these facts is more than a question mark. They're failures of duty. They're blank spots on a map where justice is supposed to live. And every single one is a reason why you cannot convict Karen Read. Reasonable doubt abounds. If the Commonwealth failed to investigate every reasonable alternative, how dare they come in here and ask you for a verdict? They didn't investigate the case fully, and yet they're asking you to take the easy road and do their job for them. These facts do not represent reasonable doubt. Nothing does. Every one of these facts that you're seeing that we're talking about represents reasonable doubt. Every one. The police and the prosecution are in a position to take people's liberty. It's the most dire and consequential act a civilized government can take against one of its citizens. Their obligation is not just to try to get it right. They have to convince you to the highest degree of certainty known in human affairs. They have to do it all, every bit of it, beyond any and all reasonable doubt. And they have not done that here. And how about the homeowner himself? The host, the first responder, the Boston cop, Brian Albert, who was sparring and practice fighting with Brian Higgins just minutes before John O'Keefe appeared at his house, 34 Fairview. Brian Albert, who was watching Chloe that night, the German Shepherd. Brian Albert, whose phone and his wife's phone were never secured. Brian Albert, who never came out of the house. But that doesn't mean he wasn't awake. It doesn't mean that he wasn't on his phone. Think about this. Jennifer McCabe claimed that her sister and Brian Albert both slept through this complete chaos right outside their bedroom window. But Jennifer McCabe's phone records tell a different story, and they tell the truth. She spoke with them for the better part of a minute, 38 seconds to be detailed about it, at 5:07 a.m. And then she lied about that call. Remember that? What was the reason for that call at 5:07? Was it panic? Was it a warning?
It was a warning.
We know that conversation took place at the precise time Karen left her house to go search for John, 5:07.
Jen McCabe is a fucking.
We could answer those questions if we just had access to their phones. Brian Albert, Brian Higgins. Michael Proctor wasn't interested in their phones. Not only did he not secure their phones, he never even asked. And what about Brian Albert's dog, Chloe? A dog with a history. A dog that is, quote, not good with strangers. Dr. Russell confirmed that John's patterned injuries were from a dog, just like the dog Brian Albert owned. And then Chloe just disappeared. Not there the next morning. None of the officers that you heard from said that there was a dog in the house. They didn't see her. She was just gone. And then ultimately gotten rid of altogether. Who gets rid of their family pet?
Shitbags.
Unless they had something to hide. Michael Proctor wasn't interested in that either. And recall the group chat with the Alberts and the McCabes. They were getting their story straight. Matt McCabe, whom the Commonwealth did not call in this trial, instructed the group in that group chat, you'll recall, tell him to say the guy never came in the house. Think about that exact quote. Tell him to say the guy never came in the house. And Brian Albert, the patriarch of the family, exactly, exclamation point. He blessed it. With the truth As we all know, you don't need to get your story straight. You don't need to tell someone what to say. It's just the truth. And what about the Google search? A Google search that Jennifer McCabe admitted having made. A Google search that was timestamped by Celebrite at 2:27 a.m. A Google search that read, Haas Long to die in cold.
There it is.
It is uncontested and undisputed that that search was deleted. If the 2:27 a.m. timestamp is not true, why does Jennifer McCabe have to lie about it? Why delete it? If the 2:27 a.m. timestamp is not true, why create a false story about Karen screaming Google hypothermia? That's just a fabrication. That's just a made-up fact. And by the way, if someone does tell you Google hypothermia, why would you Google how long it takes to die in cold? Wouldn't you just Google hypothermia? Jennifer McCabe enlisted Carrie Roberts to help
Especially in a chaotic
shift the
situation.
blame to Karen. Why go to that much effort unless you're trying to cover for something? Keep in mind the entire foundation of her claim that Karen said Google hypothermia is this fantasy about Karen screaming it at the location, at the scene. That's her entire excuse. But that story went completely off the rails when Carrie Roberts admitted that she perjured herself to back up Jennifer McCabe's false story. That was a dramatic moment in court. It's an admission of perjury, and you don't see that very often in a courtroom. That tells you everything you need to know about the character and quality of the prosecution's case and their witnesses, lying and perjury and admitting to it. A fundamental tenet of any investigation is to ensure that witnesses are independent and not influenced by other witnesses. You start by separating the witnesses. Michael Proctor did none of that in this case, and we see the results. Think back to Jennifer McCabe's own text messages with Carrie Roberts. About Carrie Roberts, not with Carrie Roberts, notably. What Carrie Roberts didn't know was at the time she was being interviewed by the police, Jennifer McCabe was in real time. She was bragging about having influenced Carrie's testimony or her statements to the Alberts and the McCabes. Quote, she's telling them everything, all the stuff. Remember that timeline that we talked about with Jennifer McCabe? That's what she was referring to. She's telling him everything that Jennifer McCabe had put in Carrie Roberts' timeline. The Commonwealth wants you to believe that Karen Read made a statement at the location, at the scene. I hit him. I'm sure you'll hear that from the prosecution in their final arguments. But their own witnesses contradict that. Jennifer McCabe admitted on cross-examination that her very first statement to law enforcement, confirmed that Karen didn't say anything. She asked, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? The physics and the science answer that question. Could you have hit him? No, you couldn't have. Sergeant Buchanan also testified that the only statements Karen Read made at the scene, according to his conversations with the first responders, was, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? It wasn't a confession. It was confusion. And Dr. Russell explained that confusion. She told you why Karen Read or anybody in that position might ask those questions. She was suffering from extreme grief reaction, which according to the evidence can last for years. Even her medical records confirm that diagnosis. It's common to ask those questions in grief. It's common to ask those types of questions in shock. You're trying to make sense out of the nonsensical in the moment. And the Commonwealth has tried to twist those words into a confession. There is no evidence that any officer at the scene ever heard Karen Read say, I hit him. Not a single police officer at the scene came in to support the Commonwealth's claim. It's not on video. It's not on audio. It's not in a single police report. It's not in a single EMT or EMS report. Nowhere. The fact is, Karen never said, I hit him. You saw the video. Multiple officers were right there. She simply never said it. What did Jennifer McCabe do and not do when she got to 34 Fairview? she would have you believe, I want to set the scene for you, that she's confronted out of the blue with John O'Keefe's lifeless body. Her friend, John O'Keefe. He's bruised and battered. He's bleeding. His eyelid is cut. His nose is bleeding. Karen is screaming at the top of her lungs. Carrie is screaming back to Karen, shut up! Both women begin crying. Both women are giving CPR. There's chaos everywhere. It's building in the yard, just feet from Brian Albert's house, Brian Albert's window. Jennifer calls her sister at 6:07. With all this chaos going on, no answer. Jennifer calls her sister at 6:08. With all this chaos and bedlam going on, still no answer. No lights come on in the house. In the midst of all this screaming and this chaos, Brian Albert doesn't come outside. Nicole Albert doesn't come outside during this maelstrom. And yet, Jennifer McCabe never goes inside to check on her sister.
Huh.
There's literally no signs of life inside the house. And Jennifer McCabe doesn't take a step inside that house to check on her family. Why is that? Does that make any sense? Everyone would sprint inside the house to make sure that there's no one in there that was hurt or injured or, God forbid, dead. Everyone would do that. But not Jennifer McCabe. The only way that makes sense is if Jennifer McCabe already knew that Brian and Nicole were just fine. That's the only reasonable explanation. And the only way she would know that they were fine is if she knew what happened. But Michael Proctor never explored this incredibly suspicious behavior. Don't you have questions? This would give anyone reasonable doubt. And don't you have questions also about Brian Higgins? Michael Proctor certainly didn't. Higgins had been sending flirtatious and romantic texts to John's girlfriend, Karen Reed. You'll remember I asked Sergeant Buchanan a simple question. Were those texts flirtatious in nature? He refused to answer that simple question. Do you remember that? Quote, I'm not comfortable putting a label on that, end quote. We read the texts. It's not a secret. Of course they were flirtatious. Of course they were romantic in nature. The reason he refused to answer that simple question is telling. It's because these flirtatious texts establish a motive for Brian Higgins. Sergeant Buchanan could not bring himself to tell the truth. His bias was on full display. He was covering for another cop. Investigators also ignored Higgins' suspicious late-night visit to the Canton Police Department. That was after a night of drinking, by the way. Why didn't they investigate this? What was so important that Higgins needed to go to the police station at that time, 1:30 in the morning, while drunk, by the way? Why weren't they interested in those facts? Remember, he's an ATF agent. He's a cop, a member of the Blue Wall, and best friends with Brian Albert. He would know that the CPD would be the first to get the call when someone reported John missing or injured. He would know what to look for, what to listen for, to determine if a report had been made and when and what the response was going to be. You saw the skulking through the hallways with his hood up, moving bags between cars, and of course, that late night mysterious phone call on his cell phone, a phone that you don't have and that you'll never see. All of that, and Michael Proctor never gave him a second look. All of that, and the Commonwealth, who's supposed to be after the truth, didn't call him to the stand. If you have any unanswered questions about Brian Higgins, that's reasonable doubt. The police didn't interview Brian Higgins on January 29th, 2022, but he was at the police station, as we've just seen. You heard evidence that Higgins and Chief of Police Kenny Berkowitz, also good friends, were in the Sallyport together with the SUV for a, quote, wildly long time. Kelly Dever, another Boston cop, told you that. She also told law enforcement agents that she found it, quote, weird that Higgins could have access to that very sensitive evidence, the SUV. Folks, there is never a situation in which a witness, a potential suspect even, should be given access to the evidence in a case. But that's exactly what happened here. Higgins was given unfettered access to that SUV and its taillight nearly immediately, according to Kelly Devers' statement to law enforcement.
That is fucked up.
And it was at that exact time, the exact moments that Higgins would be in that Sallyport, that the 42 minutes of the Sallyport video is just missing. It's just gone, vanished. Well, that's convenient. Now put in context the condition of that taillight when it was actually seized in Dighton. It was cracked, but not completely damaged. I ask you to compare and contrast Officer Kelly Dever, her attitude, her demeanor. That's all for you to judge. Her attitude, her demeanor, her truthfulness, her motives from the witness stand. Compare and contrast that to Sergeant Nick Barrows. Who's more believable? Officer Barrows is unattached to any of the players in this grand play directed by Michael Proctor. He's truly independent. And what did he tell you? Was the taillight, he was asked, was the taillight in this condition when Michael Proctor picked up that SUV at 412? His answer?
Oh,
absolutely not. Absolutely not. It was cracked, but not completely damaged, not smashed out like that. So how did the taillight get cracked? How did it end up in the condition where it was cracked, as Officer Barrows saw it, but not completely damaged?
How
You don't have to guess. There's a video. Just watch. That's how it got cracked. And Judson Welcher's own recreation confirms it. Look at the contact. That's from the Commonwealth's expert.
Right.
And that further is confirmed by the fact that there were no taillight pieces found in any of the initial searches conducted at the scene.
That's right.
2 searches, 50-foot area searched. Not a single fragment was found until after Michael Proctor had access to and control of that SUV and its taillight.
Absolutely.
What does that say about the character and quality of this case? It's revealing what happened here at trial. One of the most dramatic moments probably of the trial, Kelly Dever. How can you trust this investigation when you saw how far a police officer will go? You had a front row seat to the power of police manipulation and police corruption, a front row seat.
There
Kelly
it is,
Dever was
man.
interviewed by a separate law enforcement agency, not a friendly department, not Boston Police Department, not Michael Proctor's MSP, a different independent agency. She told those law enforcement agents in a formal interview that she saw Brian Higgins and Chief Kenneth Berkowitz alone in the Sallyport with the SUV. She was detailed, she was clear, she was unequivocal, she remembered the specifics, she recalled how it made her feel, quote, weird. She recalled how long Higgins spent, a quote, wildly long time, as she described. These are all incredible details to tell law enforcement. She couldn't have been clearer. She couldn't have been more specific. But then she's put on a witness list and she's subpoenaed by the defense. Oh boy. Then this rookie cop was called up to the police commissioner's office. The same commissioner that was the boss of Brian Albert. They have a meeting, a private meeting, and he says, wink, wink, nod, nod, we support you, Officer Dever. What else was said in that meeting? What else is reasonable to believe was said in that meeting? She claimed she couldn't remember. She claimed not to remember if he instructed her to do the right thing. But the commissioner of the Boston Police Department certainly said something to this rookie cop. And all of a sudden, that detailed, unambiguous, unequivocal statement to law enforcement became, what did she say? A false memory. Not I didn't say it. She admitted she said it. She admitted she detailed the entire story. She just said,
Right.
It's a false memory. What?
I love it.
So she's called to the
Ghetto.
commissioner's office to make sure that she would do the right thing. That's why she was called. And now we know what that means. In her words, my entire career depends on what I say here on the stand. I'll quote that again. Quote, my entire career depends on what I say here on the stand.
Wow.
You bet it does.
That's powerful.
That's how it works. And that's how we got here. At the end of the day, you have to ask yourself, can you trust the Commonwealth's case? Can you trust their witnesses? Can you trust their evidence? And here are a few of the highlights. A video that was played in a courtroom and sold as accurate. Turns out it was completely inverted, flipped backward, completely false. The test that formed the basis of their entire theory of the case. Watch closely as Dr. Welcher stands as a surrogate.
He leaned forward. Look at that. He's leaning forward. Boom. Moved his arm.
Is that a righteous test? Or is that a manipulation?
Absolutely
Dr.
manipulated.
Welcher tried to deceive and fool you by leaning into the car, manipulating the results of his own test. When the truth was revealed by Dr. Rentschler, the Commonwealth spent the next hour cross-examining him about how that test was meaningless. It actually didn't mean anything. Well, that's convenient now that we realize that it was a manipulated test, and it actually does mean nothing. It didn't represent the theory of the Commonwealth's case. That's what was suggested.
Right.
That test does not
Why do
represent
it?
the theory of the Commonwealth's case. Really? Then why was Dr. Welcher playing dress up in John O'Keefe's clothes,
Why
or
do it?
identical clothes to John O'Keefe, when he was holding a glass? Why was he holding the glass right behind the vehicle? And why was he standing with his right arm oriented to the right rear taillight if he wasn't trying to recreate the circumstance that is the Commonwealth's entire theory? The Commonwealth stood up here with a straight face and told you they weren't trying to suggest that that's how John was hit by the car. Of course they were trying to suggest that's their theory of the case. They only abandoned it 2 days ago when it was revealed by our experts that it's physically impossible. That silent witness, that science, that physics has become very pesky to the Commonwealth because there was no collision.
There it is.
Dr. Welcher also told you under oath that there were no x-rays taken of John's arm. He tried to deceive you into believing that John's arm might have been broken. I don't know. I didn't see any x-rays, so I can't tell you what the damage was inside the arm. Really? The Commonwealth has had those x-rays in their possession for 3 years. And again, it took the defense to bring out the truth. The x-rays do not fit the Commonwealth's theory, so you weren't shown. And Dr. Welcher wasn't going to admit it. And my goodness, then we get to the sweatshirt. That was a moment. Mr. Brennan stood here in front of you and dramatically held up John's sweatshirt. Not just to the witness, but to you.
Oh,
And
I
asked
love
Dr.
it.
Wolf about it multiple times.
I love it. Here we go.
Specifically, while it was in that plexiglass, asked Dr. Wolf about the multiple holes in the back of the sweatshirt.
Yes, sir.
He interrupted Dr. Wolf, and Dr. Wolf started to look at the sweatshirt and say, well, and he said, how about here? Here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole, here's a hole, dramatically tapping on that plexiglass. It was clear what the suggestion was, that the holes in the back of John's sweatshirt were from January 29th. That's the impression that was expected to be left with you. That's the impression that he wanted to leave with you. And that's false. The truth is, the Commonwealth created those holes. They aren't holes from road rash. They weren't made on January 29th. Those are cuttings from the Commonwealth's own crime lab, folks. That's what those holes are. And even with 3 prosecutors, all 3 of them, sitting right there in the room at the time, it had to be the defense to correct that record, to bring out the truth. If we hadn't done that, what impression would you folks have been left with? That's more than negligence.
That's corruption.
That's dangerous. It's dangerous. I'm going to guess that Mr. Brennan's not going to say much about this, about the fraud that was attempted on you. And if he doesn't, that speaks louder than any concocted excuse that the Commonwealth might come up with.
That's right.
It's shameful. It's shameful. We are after the truth in this courtroom. You're entitled to it. Demand it.
That's right. Get him, AJ.
Why would the Commonwealth stoop to a stunt like that? It's desperation. They know what you now know, what their experts know. There was no collision. So now we've reached the final moments of the trial, and you've seen the facts and you've seen the evidence, and we've just talked about dozens and dozens and dozens of facts that are reasonable doubt. Each one of them are reasonable doubts. These facts, these note cards that you're looking at, piled high, one on top of another, literally stacks and stacks of them covering the table. As you mentally sift through those cards, realize that every one of them is a massive hole in the Commonwealth's case. Every single one of the note cards represents a hole in the Commonwealth's case. If you're holding mentally even one of those cards, you're holding reasonable doubt, folks. You're holding a not guilty verdict. Reasonable doubt is not a sliding scale. It's a wall. If the Commonwealth cannot get over every one of these dozens of walls, you have to acquit Karen Read. The truth is, Karen Read is not guilty. Not because of technicalities, but because the facts, the law, the science, the physics, the data, they all say so. They demand it. The Commonwealth does not have a theory about how John was hit by the car. They haven't even shown you that it's possible that he was hit by a car. And the reason they haven't is because it's not possible that he was hit by a car.
Right.
There was no collision. Your job is not to do their job, their burden entirely. It's theirs. They have to prove this case and their theory beyond all reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And not only do they not have a theory, they can't prove one that doesn't exist. All you need to know is that the Commonwealth failed. They failed to provide you with a truthful representation. They failed to prove the essence of their case, that John was even hit by a car to begin with. They failed to prove any intent on the part of Karen Read because she has none. They failed to investigate the actual suspects in this case. They failed to present the lead investigator to you. They failed to justify the perjured testimony that you heard discussed in this case. They failed to hold accountable an officer who came in here and lied to you and claimed false memories so she could do the right thing to cover for a fellow cop or cops. They failed to maintain a fair and unbiased and honest investigation. They failed to present you with the truth. And this is what you get. An investigation that's riddled with errors and omissions and a rush to judgment and conflicted and corrupted from the start. Every part of it. That is the literal definition of reasonable doubt. How can they ask you to be morally certain based on this evidence? It's a tragedy. When the government fails so completely, so catastrophically, when there are dozens and dozens of points of reasonable doubt on the table, your duty, your oath is clear. Your sworn obligation under the law is to acquit Karen Read, not just because you can, because you must. Justice demands it. Do not let the Commonwealth get away with this. Don't let them get away with this. Do not endorse and sanction an investigation that is broken and corrupted top to bottom. But just as importantly, do not let Michael Proctor get away with it. And make no mistake about it, folks. If you convict Karen Read of anything, if you convict her of anything, science, the physics, the data, they lose. But tragically, Michael Proctor wins. Remember his texts. Something stinks. Yeah, but serious charges will be brought on the girl. She's fucked. Could you ever say to yourself, this is justice? The fact is there was no collision. A car did not kill John O'Keefe. So I ask you, let your voice be heard, not in whispers, but in truth. Let the community feel through your verdict that justice cannot be bent and that it will not be buried. Find Karen Reed not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Thank you.
Beautiful. Fucking masterful, dude. Fucking masterful. This fucking guy.
You suck.
John O'Keefe was 46 years old. 46 years old. He spent his life helping people. He's described as a good man, kind, generous, thoughtful. He was a Boston police officer. He worked to help the community. Everything you've heard about this man, he was a good man. He helped people. When his niece and nephew had nobody, he took them in. He took them in.
Is this? Are you gonna cry?
John O'Keefe seemed to be the type of person who would help anybody at any time. And on January 29th, 2022, John O'Keefe needed some help. He needed help from somebody else. You see, John O'Keefe had just been hit by Karen Reed in front of 34 Fairview Road, and he lay on the ground dying. And he needed help. Someone to reach out a hand, someone to knock on a door, someone to make a phone call to 911,
Right.
even anonymously.
Right.
Not take responsibility, just to help.
Yeah, why didn't Jen McCain
And there was
do
only
that?
one person in this entire planet who could help him that morning, to give him a chance. Maybe it was a 33% chance if he met the Isaac Wolf of the world. But to give him a chance. And that one person who could help him that morning was this defendant right here, Karen Reed. And she made a decision. In her Lexus with the shattered taillight, debris field all over the front yard, and John O'Keefe lying helpless like a child on the
What
front yard.
debris in the front
She made a
yard?
choice. She didn't call 911. She didn't run to his aid. She didn't knock on a door. She made a decision about herself. In her Lexus, she drove away. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. She was drunk. She hit him, and she left him to die. Before I go through and detail the evidence, let's talk a little bit about the evidence as a whole. She was drunk. She was drinking that night. She was drinking McCarthy's with John. She was drinking at the waterfall. Her blood was taken with samples of a retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. She was drunk. She hit him. The timeline in this case is beyond dispute. You can accuse, assault, characterize, malign, twist. The timeline doesn't change. It is data. Data is data. The black box the forensics from the SD card. We know exactly step by step where they were. We know in that window, she hits him because he never moves again. His healthcare data, the temperature on the battery of the cell phone, the physical evidence, the debris field, the DNA, the hair. And then she left him to die. He had a basal skull fracture, counter coup. You heard all about it when the back of your head hits the ground and the brain comes forward. Dr. Wolf told us the reason why they have level 1 trauma centers around the country is because people can survive this injury if they get help. That's why they have this care. That's why they have these hospitals. But you gotta get help. You gotta get help. And if you don't, you develop symptoms, ecchymosis, raccoon eyes, your brain swells, and you die. She was drunk. And that night was a recipe for disaster. But before we get to the drinking, in some ways, the fate of this night was sealed well before that night.
Fucking dude.
Because John O'Keefe and Karen Reed were in a toxic relationship. This relationship was crumbling. We hear lovey-dovey, and it was crumbling, and we know it. And we know it because a month before, his niece Kaylee talks about when they went to Aruba. It should have been a wonderful event. It was discord. It was fighting. It was aggravation. And when they got back, the discontent was palpable. Miss Reed reaches out to Brian Higgins, text messaging. John O'Keefe, the relationship is crumbling. And you heard a little bit about what that relationship was like. Kaylee, his niece, told you, when there was an argument, John would do what John does. He would walk away. She described to you one time, to get away from the scene, he walked into his bedroom. But the defendant wouldn't let it go, pounding on his door, having to get the last word, never letting go of the fight. Kind of mirrors what happens on January 29, 2022. And maybe outward appearance, they got along. Maybe sometimes quietly they got along. But behind closed doors, relationships have up and downs. We have a bird's eye view into the relationship on January 28, 2022, because we have the text messages, not so lovey-dovey. The relationship is almost over. The tensions are simmering beneath the surface. They are not getting along. She believes Mr. Keefe is already halfway out of the relationship and he's not into it anymore. You will read them, you saw them. This relationship was unstable and at its end. And so fast forward that night. That night, after this discord, after the arguing, they go out and what do? They drink. And they drink a lot. So Keefe drinks a lot and Karen Reed drinks a lot. You've seen the McCarthy videos.
Shut
You can
up.
call it 6, 7, 8, whatever you want to call it. You can see the shots into the mixed drinks. More shots into mixed drinks.
I've never
Counting
seen
yourself.
Karen drunk.
Over a half dozen mixed drinks in just a few hours. Sober? And then at the waterfall, a shot, a mixed drink. Now, it was brought up the waterfall that there was some type of discord between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. They knew each other. They were friends. Brian Higgins' conduct of speaking to Karen Reed is not honorable. It's not. But they were friendly. There was no adversarial relationship. There was no anger between them. What we heard is they barely greeted each other. Could we have slide 1, please? At the waterfall bar, when you see John O'Keefe come in, here's him barely greeting him. That's him and Mr. Higgins, barely greeting each other. Reality sometimes is different than argument. This is a celebratory mood. Take that down, please. Celebratory mood. A bunch of friends. They're playing around. They're hugging. They're grappling. This is a fighting technique for a murder 2 hours later,
They're grab
that's
assing,
the
bro.
story. They're practicing their moves to murder John O'Keefe.
So now he's playing defense against the
In the
defense.
celebratory mood,
Bad look.
you don't see any aggravation or animus between Brian Higgins and
He's
John
not
O'Keefe.
focused on any of his own evidence.
Inevitably, the next morning, Karen Reed is brought to the hospital and they take her blood. Now, the government doesn't have to prove that she was drunk. It is either that she's over the legal limit, 0.08, or she had enough alcohol to affect her ability to operate a motor vehicle safely, but you will know that she was far beyond the legal limit. After the retrograde analysis, almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Almost 2 to 3 times the legal limit. Now, it's been intimated, not come out and said, that maybe she went home and started drinking after she got home. No evidence, mind you, no evidence. And that somehow that is why she had a high blood alcohol level. It's not appropriate for me to comment on the credibility of another attorney's argument, so I won't do that. But Karen Reed will do that for her. So if we listen to slide 2, she'll tell you exactly what she thinks about that claim.
My alcohol intake's probably about 5 or 6 or 4. The drinks that they were pouring me at McCarthy's, which is where I consumed most of the alcohol, was the weakest vodka tonic. It tasted just like old soda water with lime.
Slide 3, please.
I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway. I wouldn't have gotten on the expressway at 12:15 on January 29th. I mean, it was quiet, the roads were very quiet, you can see on the videos. And I was going, when I've had a few drinks and I drive, I always drive extra slow. So I know my alerts aren't as sharp as they should be. But I shouldn't have been driving.
Thank you. Do you think she drank when she got home? When they leave the Waterfall Bar at 12:12, you see a video, you have it in evidence, there's a still photo of John O'Keefe holding a glass. Not from the Alberts home. He didn't sneak into the house in the cupboards and grab a glass. From the waterfall, you see him with a glass, and in it is a straw. Take a look at that picture. And now from 12:12 on, we virtually have a historian in the data that tells us exactly where he went, exactly step by step where he went. And how do we have that? Well, we know the defendant's car had like a black box, and Judd Welcher, Dr. Judd Welcher, took that data from the black box and downloaded it so you can see the movements and the triggering events. And then Shannon Burgess, well, you don't like what he says, don't attack the data, attack the man. He can be mocked for his LinkedIn profile or his unupdated CV. But what he did is he found a key critical piece of this case that did not exist before. He found it recently. And it was that SD card. The SD card that everybody missed, including the defense expert. Everybody missed it. So as much as you want to make fun of him, Shannon Welcher found the key so that we could have the time and date and location coordinated for an impenetrable timeline that can't be broken. That's what Shannon Burgess did. And so we know on the way from the waterfall to 34 Fairview, Ms. Reed is driving, drunk. Mr. O'Keefe is in the passenger side of the car, and they're heading their way to 34 Fairview, and they get lost. And now we have more data because John O'Keefe has a cell phone. And I said it in the beginning, it is a historian. It doesn't suffer from bias, it doesn't suffer from prejudice, it doesn't suffer from memory loss. It has data on it. And he puts on Waze, high location data, as Ian Whiffen would say. And it tells you second by second the speed, the location,
Nobody believes him.
the movement. That's what it does. And he has healthcare data on that phone. The healthcare data separately shows
That
his
says he
movement.
went upstairs.
And that is critical. It is critical because it not only shows his movement, it shows when he does not move. That healthcare data is critical. And it's not subject to bias. It's not in dispute. There's no other contrary evidence. It is data. On the way to 34 Fairview, alcohol fuels tension. We know that. And we know from those text messages the tension in that relationship. And then there's a trigger. There is a trigger on the way because they're lost. And when John O'Keefe calls Jen McCabe for directions, Jen McCabe says something that triggers what's going to happen next. Could I slide 4, please?
Very close to the outbursts. In fact, when Jen was navigating John to the outbursts when I was driving, she said it's near Ashley's house. Ashley and John had hooked up prior to John and I dating.
And so as they travel to 34 Fairview, under the duress of this crumbling relationship, fueled by intoxication, we have triggers. Now, we know on their way there, we know from the data, where they went, how they moved. If we look at slide 5, Ian Whiffen showed you a guide. You could enlarge that just a little, please. And it shows you with the healthcare data, it registers as flights climb, but it doesn't mean someone's climbing upstairs. What it means is there's an elevation, and he breaks down the data.
So he
the red,
floated.
the green,
Got it.
down to some stillness.
Is there an
In the
elevator
bottom
at
left,
34
that's
Fairview?
Fairview. You can see second by second the circles of their route, even the 3-point turn on Cedar Crest. That's what you see. At that point, they've left the bar. Remember, the battery temperature was 82 degrees. They're now in a car. It's now 77 degrees. Think
What's
about how
awesome is the
accurate
jury's not
the
even
battery
listening to
temperature
this
is,
shit.
that it reflects the difference between being in a bar and being in a car. They take a 3-point turn at Cedar Crest. And because of Shannon Burgess and because of Judd Welcher, we have the data and it's a triggering event. Remember, if there's an acceleration past 30%, it registers data on the car, and that's exactly what happens. There's a 3-point turn, and it all lines up with the cell phone after you synchronize the times. It's that simple. It's nothing complicated. There's nothing tricky. There's nothing devious about it. It's data. They do the 3-point turn, and you can match the cell phone clock with the Lexus clock, and when you do, you can reconcile the difference. There's been a lot of talk, a lot of argument, a lot of fights. Shannon Burgess says 21 to 29 seconds. Mr. DeSorga comes in. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to actually do anything. He wasn't given the invitation to test the data. He just looked at the report and made criticisms like a Monday morning quarterback. But even he, looking at the data, says, well, it's 3 seconds off or 2 seconds. Same window, same time. We can have all the arguments we want. They're there, they're together. The data matches up perfectly. Perfectly. And so they make their way down to 34 Fairview Road. They don't stop. They don't stop at the driveway. They don't stop. And John O'Keefe gets out of the car. They go to the flagpole, and we know for 2 reasons. One, the data.
Yeah.
And secondly, Mr. Nagel. And
Changing
Mason
data has a
at
has a
Cedar
way of
Crest,
doing that.
intersection before it goes down to the right. They meet. They let Karen Reed go first. They fall behind in the truck. Now, at this point, Mr. O'Keefe has about 8 more minutes before the beginning of the end of his life. And he's in that car. He's in that car for most of it. Because Miss Mason and Mr. Nagel don't see anybody get out of the truck. Nobody crosses the lawn. Nobody goes to a garage. Not just because they didn't see it. They didn't. Not because they didn't see it. Because the healthcare data on the phone shows that John O'Keefe is not moving. The car is stopped at the flagpole. The healthcare data stops. The battery stays at 77 degrees. The data is the data. You can't change it as much as you want to. It's data. And they sit at that flagpole.
You
for
did
minutes.
change it, though.
It's 12, 24, 33 when they get there. They're there past 12:30. Remember, Miss Mason and Miss Nagel said they're there about 5 minutes and then they go. It's not exact, but about 5 minutes, they said. So there's about 2 minutes left for John O'Keefe. And what are they doing in those 2 minutes? What are the last 2 minutes of his life that he can remember that would be open to him? They're arguing. They're arguing. They're arguing. And we know they're arguing because Miss Reed tells us through first responder Becker. She was sad. Remember, he sees her in the back of the ambulance and he's trying to calm her down. She was sad because her last moments were arguing. They're in an argument. That's why they're not going in the house. But John O'Keefe decides to get out of the car, and we know because the dome light goes on. That's what happens when you open a door. Whether he's bent down, he's standing outside, or on the other side, the dome light is on. And then you see the data. John O'Keefe begins to move. 12:31:56. It's the first time he has moved since they got to the flagpole, and it will be the last time he moves in his life. And he moves for 20 seconds. Ian Whiffen said that the satellites, they move, they reconnect, they pull information. He's no longer on high frequency data because waves are shut off. Now it's more random, it's low frequency. We would never suggest, and Mr. Whiffen did not claim, based on location data alone at that point, you can tell exactly where John O'Keefe is. What he said is it was readings all night. The bullet is always near the flagpole. That doesn't mean he was always near the flagpole. He could have moved. He could have moved in the circles and come back. Location data is consistent with him never leaving the flagpole. But that in itself is not enough. But there's more. There is more. There is the healthcare data. There is the temperature of the cell phone battery. And so he moves for 20 seconds. It turns west. It does not say he walks to the house. That's not what the data says. It doesn't say that he goes straight line and he walks over to the door. In fact, could he even get to the door in 75 feet? Could he get there? Because when the investigator for the defense testified, he measures from the driveway. He never stopped at the driveway. He never measures from the flagpole. He never measures from the flagpole to the garage door. So this fantasy that somehow he walked in the garage, even though there's no evidence, there's no witness, there's no data. 20 seconds of his life, and he moves. And healthcare data registers his steps. It could be pacing, it could be a straight line, it could be shaking the phone. We don't know. We don't know. We don't know everything. We don't know every little detail in every little second. We don't have to. That's not doubt. That's not reasonable doubt. We know for that 20 seconds, he's moving. And in that 20-second window, when he moves, he has his phone and he looks down, 12:32:09, he sees a text message from his friend, John McCabe. And he looks at the text message and he closes it. And then it happens. We know from the uncontroverted data from that black box, we know that Karen Reed, after he gets out of the car, drives away. She drives for at least 33 feet away from him. He's back near the flagpole. She's gone. It's over. Whatever argument is over. Whatever anger and flame,
was no
there's
argument,
been dispassion. She's moved on. He's separate from her. He's safe. And then she makes a decision. That's what this case is about. Then she makes a decision. She could have driven home.
And while she's making that
She could
decision,
have broken up with him.
John's standing in the road like a
She could have
knob,
talked about it the
right?
next day.
Come on, dude.
Or like knocking on the door, like Kaylee said, getting the last word. She doesn't drive away. She takes that 6,000-pound Lexus and she makes a decision. And the decision is that she steps on the gas after banging it into reverse.
Thank you, Petty Paralegal.
Before we talk about what happens next, I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges in this case. And I hate to digress, but it's important so we really understand what we're talking about here.
It's
I
important.
have
I
no
can
authority to
distract you
talk about the law in
effectively.
this case. The Honorable Judge Cannone will do that. But I want to talk to you a little bit about the charges. Don't rely on my interpretation of the law. It's the judge who has that special power. But I want to explain to you a couple of things so when you think about what happens next, you can really assess the
Yeah,
facts of this
explain to the
case.
jury about reasonable
Charges
doubt.
against Ms.
Do
Reed.
that.
She is charged with second-degree murder. It sounds ominous, it is. It's a serious charge, second-degree murder. When most people think murder, they think shooting or stabbing somebody. It's natural to think that. Second-degree murder is different. It's not first-degree murder. I told you at the beginning of this case, I told you that we were not going to suggest or try to prove that Miss Reed intended to kill John O'Keefe. That was never part of this case. We're not claiming that. I told you that we were not ever going to try to prove that she even intended to hit him. We never suggested we would try to prove that, and we're not trying to prove that she intended to hit him. We're not. What we are obligated to prove and what we have proven from the evidence in this case of second-degree murder is that she intended an act, and that is putting the car into reverse and heading back towards John O'Keefe. She intended that act. The question then becomes, did her conduct create a clear, plain, strong likelihood of death? Late at night, dark, beginning to snow, under the influence of alcohol, knowing where she stopped and left him after an argument, heading back in reverse to the exact spot or right near where she left him at over 24 miles per hour, accelerating at over 75%. You need to ask yourself, are you convinced if somebody does that, does that create a plain and strong likelihood of death? And if there's no doubt in your mind that she intended to hit that accelerator in reverse, and if that conduct will create a clear and plain likelihood of death, then she is guilty of that crime. Whatever the label is, she would be guilty of that crime. Now think about this. Let me give you an analogy. If somebody, maybe a teenager, someone young, impulsive, is on a bridge and they see cars going by and they have a boulder and they want to throw the boulder off, they're not looking to hurt anybody. They're not meaning to kill anybody, but they throw the boulder off the bridge because they want to see the car break, the thrill. And when they throw that boulder off the bridge and it comes down and lands on the car, and there's somebody, passenger, anybody in that car, and it then goes through the roof and kills the person in the car, did they intend to kill that person? No, they were trying to have a thrill throwing the rock. Did they have the malice to want that person dead? No, they didn't. But that would be an example of second-degree murder. When you take a boulder and throw it off a bridge, there's a plain and strong likelihood of death. When Karen Reed, in the midst of that tension and fight, after she drove away and was gone, disengaged, when she came back for the last word, in the darkness, the beginning of the snow, under the influence of alcohol, and decided to stop her Lexus, decided to put it in reverse, decided to accelerate 75% in the exact same direction of where she left him, and then hit him, and he died.
Jesus, Hank.
I suggest to you that is second-degree murder.
Jesus.
The other charge, operating under the influence of alcohol, manslaughter. It's different. It's a totally different and separate charge. Was she under the influence of alcohol? And then secondly,
I feel bad for the
did
Reed.
she operate her
They gotta be right there.
Lexus wantonly and recklessly in a way that would very likely result in serious injury? When you're under the influence of alcohol and you drive a 6,000-pound Lexus in the heat of the moment at the direction of where somebody is, whether you intend to hit them or not,
Jesus.
I submit to you that is wanton It is reckless. And any reasonable person would think it's very likely that serious injury would result. It's not a matter of intending to kill. It's not a matter of intending to hit. It is the conduct of the operation and the risk that is created. And so those two charges are two of the three. The three is leaving the scene knowingly, causing death. And we'll get to that. So now, sadly, we need to get back to 34 Fairview Road where we left.
Oh my God.
We know
That shit's
from the
coming.
tech stream data that she drove 33 feet at least, because it only picks up a 10-second window. And when it starts to pick up the data, we know she's driving at a speed. So it's more than 33 feet. We just don't know. And then when she comes back, she covers the 33 feet and 50 more. 80 feet. 80 feet. Over 80 feet. Now, nobody has ever suggested, even Dr. Welcher, when she collided with them. This data doesn't tell you collision. It's a 6,000-pound Lexus. It's a 216-pound man. It's not going to show a blip. It could have been in that 10-second window. It could have been 2 seconds after. It could have been 4 seconds after. But it's in that pocket of time, and we know it. We know it because when you reconcile the data with the phone, that 20 seconds is in the same window of that 10-second window coming back. So even if it's a couple seconds later, 4 seconds later, whatever Mr. DeSorbo wants, he stops moving. John O'Keefe stops moving forever. Forever. That's slide 6, please. You'll get to see this more closely, and you can probably see it where you're sitting, but there's important data. Data doesn't lie. And you will see acceleration, 75%. You will see speed, 24 miles per hour backwards. You will see distance, over 80 feet. That's what you're going to see in this data on that night. Anger, although not necessary in any of these charges, anger can be inferred for somebody to come back that hard, that fast, that reckless, that obvious, likely to create a plain and strong likelihood of death. That data tells a story that can't be changed, can't be attacked. ARCA?
Trace the signal.
They did some crash test dummies. You know what else they do? Tech stream data. There's nothing about that data that is uncertain. Nothing.
The
Take
data
that down,
doesn't
please.
prove shit. That's why.
When
Data doesn't. That
Ms.
phone
Reed
data doesn't
hits
prove shit.
John O'Keefe, hits John O'Keefe, collides with
The
John O'Keefe.
ARCA testimony disproves that
We don't know
data.
if he went in the air a foot. We don't know if it was how much of a clip it was. We don't know if he stumbled back, but we know there's a collision. There's no doubt there's a collision because her
Yeah,
taillight's
right.
all over the yard. It's all over the yard. And when he falls back and he hits the back of his head, his basal fracture, he's then lying there helpless. When Miss Reed leaves, she leaves behind tons of her taillight all over the yard. All over the yard. It's called the debris field. And you've seen videos. You can't replicate the exact contact. You can't because you would need where the person was hit, how fast the person was going, but you know what happened because when you look at the debris field, when a light is broken, it's no different than what was on the front yard. It's no different. She leaves him behind. She leaves her taillight behind. She goes home. And on her way home, you know she's still angry. You know she's still angry because she starts leaving him voicemails. Slide 7, please. Healthcare starts at 12/31/56. 12/32/04 to 12/32/12 is the data which is adjusted when you reconcile the clocks on the Lexus. 12/32/09 is when Mr. O'Keefe closes his phone after looking at Jen McCabe's text. 12/32/16 is his last steps. Mr. DeSorbo says that red range should move a little bit, 2 or 3 seconds. They can move it 4 seconds, 5 seconds. It doesn't matter. It's all in the same window. It doesn't change. We could have slide 10, please. Play that, please. Thank you. Each one of those pegs represents 10 feet. You can't place that car where it was in front of Fairview. You just can't. The data doesn't tell you that, but that tells you the movements of that car.
So what are we doing here, dude? What are we doing here then?
Now, as John O'Keefe sadly lays on the ground, abandoned, you're going to have to ask yourself a question for charge number 3, leaving scene, knowing somebody was injured and then died. You're going to have to ask yourself, is there evidence that Miss Reed knew that she had hit him? Don't need to prove it for murder 2. Don't need to prove it for OUI manslaughter. But for the 3rd charge, Commonwealth has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt she knew she hit him. We weren't there, but there was an eyewitness. There was a guide. And that eyewitness tells us that she knew. And that eyewitness is Karen Reed herself.
What's up, Mike?
She tells you that she knew. Could we have slide 8, please?
Come on, bro, with this bullshit.
Could I have hit him? Did I hit him?
How could that have been?
I don't know what that could have been. It was howling wind. I had YouTube blasting on the stereo. And I thought, did he somehow try to flag me down, which was the reaction I was hoping to garner as I slowly pulled away from the house.
Yeah,
Did
see,
he come up and maybe trip or bend over to pick up his cell phone?
if I was
and
Jackson, I would have addressed
and
this.
then he passed out drunk? I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him?
When she left Fairview and left John behind, she didn't think he was mortally wounded. But she knew she hit him. She knew she hit him. And so when she made her way back home, not only did she leave debris field all over the front lawn, but she took evidence with her too. Hair, DNA on the taillight, and she drove back to John's house.
DNA
And she
that
started
had
calling on the way
mail-
back, 12:33, just a minute and a half later. And then her messages show her anger. You see, this was John's fault. This was John's fault. And her phone calls tell you about the tone and the destruction of that relationship. 53 phone calls that night. 53 phone calls. Not one to 911. Not one to Jen McCabe, please go outside and try to help. Not one to a hospital. Not one to anybody but him. 53 calls.
Because she was
Slide
looking
12,
for him,
please.
dummy. He was missing, dickhead. That's what you do.
Can you play voicemail 1, please? The calls keep coming. Cell phone temperature, 72 degrees. He's been outside now, not moving, on that cold, hard ground with his cell phone under him. The warmth of his body.
You need to shut the fuck up.
Story. As this temperature plummets and that cell phone battery is compromised, so is John O'Keefe. And him and his cell phone alone on that yard. 66 degrees at 12:45. It is plummeting. Ian Whiffen's taking a phone and putting it in a freezer, not a same analogy. The idea that means that John O'Keefe was in the house, absurd. 66 turns to 61 is 12:53. 48 unanswered calls from the defendant. He's not in at a party. He's not wrestling with Brian Higgins. He's not in a fight. If he's in a fight, his cell phone would be moving. There would be healthcare data. There'd be steps. If he got into the house,
Not if he
in
had his
20
phone in
seconds.
his hand and dropped it in the fight,
and
dummy.
his cell phone is found under his body the next day. And how would he get back outside? There would be more steps because this phone is working. The data is the data. There's nothing wrong with it.
This
It's
is so
registering
weak.
everything. The temperature, the movement. He doesn't go in any house. He can't go in any house.
Explain the
His
injuries,
phone
dude.
never moves again. Voicemail number 3, please. Listen to this.
Microsoft.
I'm dealing with a fucking kid. Nobody knows what the fuck you are, you fucking pervert.
Yeah, sub to Microsoft,
hear that?
everybody. Make sure
Nobody
you sub to Microsoft.
knows where you are. It is 12:59. John O'Keefe has been on that lawn for about 27 minutes. She hasn't called anybody else, hasn't spoken, has no information. Nobody's called her. You'll see her phone records. And she says, nobody knows where you are? She knows. She knows. Nobody does know where he is. Except her. Except her. Why is she asking nobody knows who you are? She is starting to get panicked because she knows she hit him.
No, because she
I'm
has
not suggesting she meant to kill
time
him.
is going by and she
For him
hasn't
to die.
died yet.
She knows she hit him,
Oh
and
my
now he's
God.
not responding, and she's getting nervous, and she's getting
I'm
anxious.
sure he knows
And
they're
she's
being
leaving
manipulated.
call after call after call. He's not answering. He's not calling back. He's not even picking up the phone. And we know what's happening at this point. Panic, drunken denial, it's setting in. And so then we see the healthcare data from Miss Reed's phone. She doesn't move after a little after 1 o'clock. She could be sitting, she could have fallen asleep, but she doesn't move for a while. But she wakes up. She wakes up early the next morning. Take that down, please. And when she wakes up, she doesn't call Jen McCabe and say, "Where's John?" She doesn't call Brian Higgins, has his number, has been texting with him. "Hey, was John at a party with you? Did you see John tonight?" She knows exactly where she is, and she's frantic. So she wakes up Kaylee, that young girl at the time, and she says, she's panicked, she can't understand where she's saying, "Call Jen McCabe, call Jen McCabe." Why is she calling Jen McCabe? She calls Jen McCabe. You know what she doesn't say when she calls Jen McCabe? "When did he leave the house? What happened last night?" No. She calls and says, "I left him at the waterfall. I left him at the waterfall." See, now it's gone from panicked to self-preservation. "I left him at the waterfall." And Jen says, "Left him at the waterfall? We saw you in front of the house." Click. Hangs up. Hangs up. So then she calls someone that she doesn't know very well. She calls Kerry Roberts. But now she has to pivot because someone has seen her in the exact spot that John will be found soon. Whether she's the first one there or somebody else, John will be found. Maybe Lucky missed him. It's a snowstorm. You can't see. But someone's going to find him at some point. So she calls Kerry Roberts. It's no longer she left him at the waterfall. She pivots. And she calls, "Kerry, Kerry, Kerry. John's dead. I think he got hit by a plow." Why do you think she chose those words? Why did she choose those words? Because she knew that there was a collision with a large motor vehicle, and she had to substitute her 6,000-pound Lexus for another big vehicle. "I think he got hit by a plow." And so now we have the introduction of Jen McCabe and Kerry Roberts. Phone calls that they probably never, ever wanted. A worse nightmare to get a call like that for what's going to happen, what they're going to see, what they'll never be able to forget. But because the defendant is John O'Keefe's girlfriend, they wake up in the middle of the night in a blizzard out of their kindness, their loyalty, their devotion to John O'Keefe. And when she calls them and tells them that she wants them to come out, this soccer mom with a perfectly normal life gets drawn into this whole farce.
Mom.
And she answers that call. She gets out of bed. The
Right
spirit
about
and
that.
kindness she displays,
It is a farce.
put herself in that position because someone asked for help, because that's what good people do. Kerry Roberts didn't know Jen McCabe. They both knew John. They met each other once years before. Kerry Roberts, separately at that time, answers the call, gets out of bed, drives to go help because they have a common denominator, a common bond. John O'Keefe. And so you hear and see at 5:07, the defendant leaves Meadows. She leaves. And Kaylee is behind waiting. And you see her back up, and Judd Welch just showed you all of those demonstrations where you could see the unsettled snow in the back, and after the bump, you can see the pieces missing, no taillight. There's no taillight on the ground, all the white snow. There's no crack, there's no break. It's a nudge. It's a nudge. But the taillight has already been broken because when you look at the video, not one little piece, it's still framed, little angle with the light, the brakes are, you take a look, you'll be able to slow it down. You'll see the exact same piece is missing because it's back at Fairview. That's why it's missing. It's not there, it's back at Fairview. And then she leaves at 5:07. She gets to Jen McCabe's about, 5:35. 28 minutes. It's about a 10-minute ride. Where did she go in 28 minutes? Where did she go? We don't know. We don't have data for that. But we know when she gets to Jen McCabe's house, she is panicked, frantic, out of her mind, screaming, waking everybody up. Jen McCabe comes down, can't understand her, going out to the car to try to console her. Why is she so frantic? Why can't she speak? Why can't she say a word? Because John went out and had a drink and fell asleep on a couch? Because John would maybe be cheating on her? What is causing this extraordinary duress? Did she stop somewhere on the way by? Did she just see death? Kerry Roberts comes, take charge kind of person. She pulls him behind. She sees the broken taillight in Jen McCabe's driveway, and she decides she's going to commandeer this. We're going to the back to Meadows. You're going to follow me, leave the car, I'll drive. At this point, Jen and Kerry don't know each other. They've only met once. And they go back to Meadows. They obviously don't find John because he's back at 34 Fairview. And then they start their way towards 34 Fairview. They start driving towards 34 Fairview, and they're looking. And you heard from Kerry Roberts, Jen McCabe, they're looking out the window. They can't see a thing. The snow, the blizzard, the weather, the darkness, they can't see anything. And they're driving, and they decide they're going back to 34 Fairview. And this is remarkable. This is remarkable. When they start their way past towards 34 Fairview, they get close. And when they get close, they can see nothing. But the defendant screams, "Stop, let me out." And they look around and they say, "What? Let me out, let me out." She does not see John O'Keefe. She knows where he is. She knows exactly where he is. She knows where to find him. She knows where to expect to find them because she knows where she left him. She tells us. Slide 13, please.
Driving Jen's in the passenger seat. And I described this to everyone, so you probably heard this before, but John looked like a buffalo on the prairie. It was just a lawn and a heat that it wasn't a bush or a hydrant or a dog. It was a weird shaped lump at that time in those elements. And I was looking to find him on the side of the road. I was expecting I'd find him.
Thank you. A weird shaped lump in a blizzard, and you equate that to John O'Keefe? A weird shaped lump, not like a bush, and that is John O'Keefe. She tells us she knows where she left John O'Keefe. And so they go over to Mr. O'Keefe, Kerry and Karen. And she's upset, there's no doubt. I am not for a second trying to deprive her of the unrest and the trauma that is happening at this scene. Doesn't change what happened before, but I appreciate the trauma. And they're trying to help him. And guess what happens when they first move him around 603, 604? Ian Whiffen, data. The cell phone battery gets the cool air, presses on the battery, the cell phone battery drops. Healthcare data, he has not moved since that 22nd, hasn't moved. They start shaking him, you're gonna see, when you look at the records, that healthcare data starts to move. He's been there all night, all night. Nobody else. Her. And so when they try to help him, she says something that is remarkable. She says, there's a piece of glass stuck in his nose. And she plucks it out. And she says when she plucks it out, blood spurts out. We'll talk about that in a couple minutes. Remember that. Piece of glass, pulls it out, blood spurts out. That's what she says. As they try to help John, Jen is calling 911. They would like you to believe there's a conspiracy. That the glass that's found in Mr. O'Keefe's body is somehow from inside the Albert House. The glass, well, you will hear in the clips, if we don't play it, you'll have all the clips with you. She talks about the fact that he took her water. He took the glass. She says it. So the Albert House, they don't need to give a glass. He already has the glass with the straw that's later found on the street, by the way. That's what happens on an impact, things move. The glass comes with him.
Shut the
body.
fuck
The
up,
blue field
man.
moves past him.
Jesus, save it, dude.
Shoe, hat, straw.
Yeah, let's talk
Jen
about
McCabe
that
makes
shoe,
a
bro.
call to her sister, and they say because it registers 29 seconds, a Cellbrite record is not the same as a call detail record. There's no evidence. There was a conversation. No lights go on. There's no conspiracy. You can call somebody. It can ring. It can go to voicemail. They have no evidence, none, that there's a conversation between Jen McCabe, the person who was ripped out of her sleep to come help, and her sister for some grand conspiracy. And so what happens next is traumatic. Kerry Roberts and Jen McCabe see their best friend prone, lifeless, frozen on the ground. And they're living this torment because somebody brought them into this. When they're trying to help John, there is not one suggestion from anybody that John ever went into that house. There's no reason to go into that house because John was never in the house. Not one time does anybody say, what time did he leave? I thought he went in there. Not even a whisper of it because it never, ever happened. When they find their friend John, he's not 20 feet off the side of the road like Mr. Rentschler or Mr. Wolf thinks. He's right there by the side of the road, close by the curb. Could we have slide 14, please? You can see there's Kerry Roberts' vehicle, and then on the left.
Okay, smart ass. Let's see what this mystery's all about.
Where they're working. That is a clip, a stubble, and a fall. And remember, when John O'Keefe fell, there wasn't snow. It was just the beginning of a dusting. It was the cold, hard ground. Remember what Dr. Isaac Wolf told us about cold, hard ground? Causes this type of injury all the time. All the time.
Right. Where did the other glass come from?
If we could go to slide 16, please. Remember the
Give me a
glass
fucking
in the
break,
nose?
dude.
The glass in the nose.
The glass in the nose. Glass in the nose.
See on the bottom left, that's where
Give it a
the
ham
Canton
sandwich.
Police Department found the glass that he took from the car, from the waterfall. And then exhibit 195, matching glass. On February 3rd, the matching piece of glass was found on the street. The matching piece of glass, the glass that was found with Mr. O'Keefe, was found on the street. It didn't fall back.
Good day,
10
sir.
feet from the road. It
That's
broke,
one of my favorite
and
memes.
then it shattered and went to the street. I would suggest to you it broke at the time of the collision, and he carried the glass with him, leaving the evidence behind.
I said
Well,
good day.
To memorialize what happened to him that night. Remember the straw I asked you to take a look at that picture when you're leaving the waterfall at 12:12, the black straw in the drink on the street.
Drawer in the drink.
Collision, glass, nose, straw, back, hits his head.
Stupidest shit I've ever heard in my life, bro. Shut the fuck up.
So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
It's like a whole new theory too. Like a whole new
So
theory.
John's laying there to his left and his right, and I approached John from the left. That's where the street is. And he had a piece of glass, like perched on his nose, like just wedged like a splinter would be. And I just pulled it, and as soon as I pulled it, it just gushed blood down his face.
Thank you. 911's called by Jen McCabe. She's not hiding from anybody. She's trying to help. She's bringing attention to the situation. And when 911 comes, we have first responders. These people are heroes. Some of them, you've heard from some of them, they were born to help people. That's what their life is about. The detail on all their mechanics, getting to work 2 hours early in the middle of the blizzard so that you're there on time so you can help people. These are the core of our community. Mr. Nuttall, this is what he does. He rushes to go help. He's the first person on his knees. He doesn't know this person from anybody, but to him, it's another human being. This is his passion. Katie McLaughlin, first responder. This is not just a profession, it's her life. Yes, she knows Caitlin Albert. Do you think she went there that night at a party and set up a murder and came back? And so they tell you what happens at the scene. Some things hard to remember, some things people will never forget. When you're in a traumatic incident, sometimes it's something you'll never, ever forget. And Timothy Nuttall remembers speaking to the defendant. I hit him. Remember, he's on his knees. What happened? I hit him. I hit him.
He was proved to be a liar
She's
and
now
cross.
coming to terms with the moment. Her fear is realized. She hit him. She clipped him. She didn't think he was mortally wounded. She panicked. She can't come to terms with it, so she has to bring people with her to face it. And now she's facing the reality of what she had done. And her emotion is overwhelming. I hit him. I hit him. She speaks to Miss McLaughlin. I hit him. Not did I hit him? Could I hit him? Perhaps I hit him. That was earlier. Now she's recognizing what she did. I hit him. And these people are making it up. Anybody that says anything adverse or inconsistent or inconvenient is a liar or a perjurer or in on a conspiracy.
Yeah.
Or is it that these good people who went there for a total stranger to do their duty to help
all lied?
Happen to remember that she admitted what she had done. I know that doesn't reconcile with
Reported it anyway.
the boogeyman Proctor and the
Didn't
bad
tell.
government. I know it doesn't reconcile with no DNA on this piece or that piece. I know it doesn't reconcile with everybody setting up the girl. I know that doesn't reconcile. But the reality is you have independent core people who hear her say, I hit him. I hit him. And the attempt is to betray everybody. That's a liar. But you don't have to rely just on these good
They
people.
are
You
liars.
should. You should. You don't have to, because we have a guide, and it's Karen Reed. Slide 17.
So I must have said was, did I hit him? I know I said I hit him, but did I really say this many times as law enforcement's claiming I said it?
Thank you. I know it doesn't fit the theme, the theory, the story, but she tells you herself. She endorses those good people exactly what they had heard. She tells you herself she hit him. It's undeniable, it's unmistakable, it's inconvenient. But the truth has a way of seeping up to the daylight. It can be oppressed and suppressed and pushed down and covered and twisted, but it rises. It rises. And it is not a coincidence. There's no coincidence that Mr. Nuttall and Miss McLaughlin hear exactly that. She tells you. And Jen McCabe, when she's sitting next to or standing next to Miss McLaughlin, she tells you she saw
Exactly.
or heard the same thing. Remember what happened to her on the stand when she had the audacity to say, I heard her say it? What happened to her? This woman who never even wanted to leave her home that day, pulled out into a storm to see her best friend dead. What happened when she had the audacity?
He keeps
to say
calling
that?
her his best friend, bro.
And
like-
now we know
What the fuck's he talking about?
that the defendant herself said the same thing. And the funny thing, the ironic thing is, you will see in a photo when Miss McLaughlin, firefighter, was speaking to the defendant, Miss McCabe was next to her. Miss McCabe was trying to protect her, trying to shut her up. Don't talk, you're upset, stop saying crazy things.
Dude,
The
shut
villain
up.
of the story was trying to help the defendant from incriminating herself.
Bullshit.
The irony. Can we have slide 9, please? This is the battery temperature. You're gonna have a chance to look at it. If it wasn't so tragic, it is interesting. It is interesting if you like data. The 29, 12, 13, they're leaving the waterfall, 82 degrees, 12:22. In the car, 77 degrees, 12:37. About 3.5 minutes after the defendant collides with John O'Keefe, it started to go down 72, 12:45, 66, 12:53, 61. And you see it drop and steady off at 1:36. Remember, cell phone battery under him. John O'Keefe either struggling for life or he's passed. And the body's still warm either way under him. Doesn't move again until 6:06. It drops down 7 degrees because the women are pulling on him. The cold air is hitting the battery. What happens at 6:15? You're going to see the video. You've seen it. Still photos. Kerry Roberts goes over, picks up the phone. Not only does she pick up the phone, she puts it in her pocket, and then 20 minutes later, the next meeting, the temperature rises. That's not convenient. That's not a coincidence. That's fact. That's data. And then the phone is passed, put in a warm environment, and it raises up. 6:15. How can someone conspire to pick up a phone on the side of the yard that was under Mr. O'Keefe's body at 6:15 and know the battery temperature was then going to rise? Not only did the battery temperature rise, when you look at the healthcare data, at 6:15 when she picks up the phone, you know what happens to the healthcare data, right? It starts to move. It's data. It's data. So, while they're going through this duress, the defendant asked Jen McCabe for yet another favor. Look up hypothermia. Find out how long it takes for someone to die in a cold. And there's Miss McCabe in her winter jacket, soccer mom, trying to help. She has MS. Her hands aren't working. She's trying to type in. But what's happening during that time? It's a frantic scene.
Could be more
Tells you that the defendant then wants to run back to the ambulance, so she goes with her, never finishes.
than
or
that.
completes
And
input.
what could be more?
And then she tries it again. At 6:23, at 6:24. That's what this woman did that night, that morning. Not only for her friend, for her. For her. That's what she did.
Fa-ha.
And what happens to her after?
Fa-ha.
Because the timestamp, when you open the timestamp, it's at the time it's open, and she's in bed at 2:27 looking up Hockomock Sports because she is so interested in the kids' sports, and that timestamp stays open. And she goes to that tab the next morning
So
when she
interested
puts in
sports.
how long to die in cold.
Playing defense.
And that is being portrayed that she's in a conspiracy.
It's because she
gets
Googled how long to die in
vilified.
cold at 2:27 a.m.,
It's a
dickhead.
murderer, a soccer mom, who came to help. It took Ian Whiffen 5 minutes to show you a live demonstration on how simple that works. That she's not deleting anything. Jessica Hyde told you it's automatic deletions over time. You usually can't delete that information. That's not a click and swipe like the good Dr. Wolf from Arca knows how to do. This can't be erased. But they still hold on to this. As they argue to you and all the injustices that have been done, they tell you, they want you to believe, or take a flyer on the fact that she looked up how long to die in the cold at 2:27. It is an absolute contrary to the science. There's no basis to support it, but they stand here in front of you. Why? Because every time they say something like that, you look the other way. Don't look at her. Look the other way. 2:27, look the other way. Don't look at what she did. Former Trooper Proctor, look the other way. Don't look at her. Every time they make this out, oh, she got the glass from inside the outlet. Maybe in the basement. Look the other way. Don't look the other way. Look at the facts. look at the data, and it all leads to one person. There's no grand conspiracy. It leads to one person, the defendant. And it's not just the data and facts. It's her herself. Let's talk about Mr. Proctor. You were invoked with this emotion early in the opening that this is a cancer. That's a tough word.
Oh my
Try to
God,
evoke
dude.
that primal reaction, disgust. I'm not saying you shouldn't be disgusted by the text messages. You should. You should. They're not defensible. I don't stand here and defend impropriety. I don't. But that doesn't change the physical evidence.
Full of
the
shit.
scientific evidence. and
Your whole
the
case
data.
is
He's
impropriety.
terminated. He paid a penalty. He was held responsible for what he did. He should have been. He should have been. But that doesn't get a free pass. That doesn't change the facts. It doesn't change the physical evidence. It doesn't change the science. It's unfortunate.
Fucking
It's
collect and
distasteful.
document the physical
It's
evidence
dishonorable.
properly.
Remember, Trooper McKennick was asked, was the investigation with honor and integrity? And he said it was. Was Trooper Proctor's effort honor and integrity? And he said it was integrity. But he never said honor. That's a man of honor. Military service, dedicated to his country, highest level of clearances to the President of the United States, now a state trooper. He would not say that Trooper Proctor was honorable. Because he wasn't. He wasn't, but that does not change, doesn't create a conspiracy, doesn't invent a dog. It doesn't make somebody in a house something they're not. It just doesn't. When you read those text messages, they're hard to look at. It's unfair. It's unfair. And if there was a penalty more than being fired, well, maybe that penalty would be deserved. But it has nothing to do with the justice in this case. It just doesn't. There's not one piece of evidence, not one, that we can look at and say, this was tampered with. This was planted. This was distorted. Remember when we introduced the taillights at the beginning? I didn't introduce three of the taillights, but then the defense did, so I put them in. Those were taillights that were only found by Trooper Proctor. I did not put that evidence in. Understanding those text messages and appreciating the disdain one might have for his comments. Not that there was any evidence of tampering, not that there was any evidence that it was not true, but I didn't put that evidence before you because we didn't need Trooper Proctor in this case. We don't need Trooper Proctor to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's why I didn't introduce that evidence to you. Now, there's been a lot of talk about planting of taillight. We know the taillight wasn't planted because Trooper McKennick and Mr. Proctor did not go down to Dighton to see Miss Reed until later in the afternoon. We know from the 507 video, we've seen that. We know the taillight was already missing when she's leaving the driveway. When the good Canton police detectives went to do a wellness check to care for those young children, and they went to the house inadvertently, they didn't even know it, the dash cam captured the back of the car. The taillight packed with snow is missing. It's already gone. It can't be planted. At this point, Trooper Proctor's still in his pajamas. He's not even on the case. He's not even on the scene. He's been near the car. And then the Dighton videos themselves, when you close it, you can take it at an angle and it moves, but if you get the right angle, you can see it's missing. It's gone. Can we have slide 18, please? .507. You can play any angle you want, but if you look at this angle, it's gone. You don't plant, it's already gone. You know where it is? 34 Fairview Road, on a debris field. January 29, 2022, 823. Look at the right-hand side. Look at the left-hand side. It's packed with snow. It's gone. It's gone. And the same thing when we do the videos, it's a different angle, a little smaller, but if you play that and watch the Lexus go up and down and slow it down, you'll see it expands. It's gone. So when you have Dighton Officer Barrows come in here and try to tell you what he saw in the salad bar, couldn't have been it. You got to ask yourself, what interest does he have coming in here in this case? A lot of attention on this case, a lot of people watching. Comes in after, of course, driving all the way out to the defense attorney's hotel to meet in a conference room so he can get a subpoena. He spends 2 hours driving up and back so that he can conveniently get a subpoena that tells him to appear, which he could have got by fax or in the mail. And so when he comes in, what he says is, that's absolutely not what I saw. Absolutely not. And then he claims at the last time he testified, he had made the same statement. I showed him his transcript. And did you see the redness creep over his face? He never said this before. In fact, he testified to the opposite. And so he sits on the stand with a new story after a meeting. We don't know why, but then I show him that bottom right photo with the snow, with it missing. And I say, is this the way it looked? It's of course before the snow melts out in the Sally Port so that you can see it unexposed. And he says, yes, he had to agree. This taillight was gone. There's no boogeyman. There's no plant. There's no Higgins at the Sally
No,
Port.
there's a bunch of
There's no one
boogeymen.
tearing out pieces. In
There is
fact,
Higgins at the Sally
remember I
Port.
played you a clip and you'll have it? Where
There's
the defendant
absolutely
says,
Higgins at the Sally Port.
I was picking out pieces. It was crashed in. The bulb was showing when I was showing Kerry and Jen when they went back to Meadows. If you don't remember, listen to that clip. You'll hear it. Unfortunately, there's no ring video when they go back to Meadows. There's a ring video when she leaves. There's no ring video when she gets back. And so now when we're trying to look the other way, we want to find a dog bite. So enter Dr. Russell. Dr. Russell, according to her, nice woman, nice doctor, very accomplished. I respect that. She's the only dog expert in the world. The thing is, we know no idea what that expertise means. She volunteers for the job. She wants to be here, her profile, but she can't explain the methodology. What are you looking for in a dog bite? She can't tell us. It starts a year ago that it's claws, it's teeth, and then it's claws, then it's teeth, then it's I don't know. And then when you look at each of the different parts of the abrasions,
No, man, this
she says,
jury already
well,
knows that
I
a
can't tell
taillight
if I
didn't
look
do
at
that
each one of
shit.
them, but
Just
all together
stop.
it's a dog bite. It's a dog attack. That is the masterful expertise that the defense
This
has
is
bragged about.
pure
bringing in. Dr. Russell
projection.
telling you, because she says this is a dog bite. She has never been in a forensic situation where she's looked at a wound and identified it as a dog
Pure
bite before. This is the
projection.
first time, the only time she's ever done it. And what she says is these are not punctures. Punctures means it goes into the skin, a wound. There's no punctures. And she's sure because she's an expert, so you should rely on her because she's
Punctures
coming
in
in
the shirt.
saying she's an expert and she's being presented. Yet, after saying there's no punctures, Dr. La Posada comes in and she sees punctures everywhere. It's an animal attack. It's a dog. Oh, is it? No method, no methodology, no history of this, no prior testimony that we know of other than arbitrarily what she says. And she says the exact opposite of Dr. Russell. Why is that? How does that happen?
What the fuck are you talking
obviously, there is no science to looking at an abrasion and saying where it came from. They give us no detail. They give us nothing that we should rely on. They contradict each other. It's just to get you to look the other way. And so we have now the issue of
I'm retarded?
the defense has said over and over again, there's no collision. There's no collision. There's no collision. And they've had a number of witnesses come in to try to say that. And they point to Dr. Scotty Bello, who works at the medical examiner's office. She tells you that she doesn't see injuries consistent with a collision. She's looking at this case for 90 days. 90 days. The evidence in this case did not stop. It continued for 2 years. She knows nothing about the data, nothing about the black box, nothing about the interviews of Miss Lee. She doesn't know about the DNA. She doesn't know about the shards in the arm or in the clothes. Strike that in the clothes. She knows nothing about that. So in 90 days, she didn't see any lower body injuries. She didn't see any lower extremity injuries, which are very common in car collisions. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen because she, in 90 days, saw a fraction of the information.
Boy,
A fraction.
cunt.
And we know now, argument back and forth for days about lower body injuries. The suggestion is a car accident can affect everybody differently depending on the angle, the scope, the speed. Some people can get plowed over by a car, have no injuries. Some people can get touched lightly and have more injuries. And there was the debate about no lower body injuries. Well, ARCA dispelled that in their dummy test that you can have a collision with no lower body injuries. They did that for us. Thank you. And so the idea that at the time in 90 days that she doesn't have enough information to say consistent with a car accident doesn't mean there's no car accident. Let me talk a little bit about ARCA. I don't want to waste too much time with them.
This guy with fucking ARCA.
What expert who's supposed to come to you, they're not the arbiter of truth. Their opinions weigh no more than yours. Your common sense has more value than an expert's opinion. Their job is to assist you, to explain what their expertise is so that it's a tool for you so that you can make a decision. That's objectivity.
That's the
You've heard
stupidest
words like
fucking thing I've
confirmation bias,
ever heard.
objectivity. Mr. Wolf got on the stand. And before we even started, you have to ask yourself, what expert
Scott Messerschmidt
has a court order for text messages?
Where do you get these fucking idiots, huh? Where do you get them?
What expert, what objective expert uses Signal, an encrypted app, to communicate about the case? Never used it before, hasn't used it since. And so when he did his tests, he used a lower weight arm. Wasn't trying to bash him, wasn't trying to insult him, tried to get him just to recognize that a 9.8 pound arm is less weight. We have happy accidents. Than John O'Keefe's metric of 11.8. That's all. And because it's a lighter arm, it takes more speed to create the same damage. I don't know science, I don't know math very well, but that's basic.
Shit.
It's basic. And
Get
he
out of town.
fought me over and over again. Did he seem objective that he was trying to help you? Because Dr. Renshaw came in the next day and said, well, you have to adjust.
I don't know
for
math.
that.
I don't know.
That's all I asked him for an hour about adjusting, just like Judd Welcher adjusted. Do you adjust it? And he tried to talk to me like I was making something up. His own colleague had to admit it.
Bro,
Now, it's funny, he admitted it before he got through his credentials. No sequestration order violations. Nobody was coaching him, but he knew enough to come in at the beginning and get right on that point. And speaking of sequestration, remember Dr. Russell on her limo ride over? If Brendan asks you a question, make sure you ask for a transcript. Impede the progress. Slow down the questioning. Interfere. Sequestration orders is so there's fundamental fairness for all witnesses, not just some. And so what happens with Dr. Renshaw, we don't know, but we do know he comes in here and he tells you that he was not getting information that was helping him the last time he testified. He insisted. I asked him 5 times, was he getting information that would help him in his testimony? Not from the defense, from his former employer. And he said, no, no, no. And at the end of the examination, he reads his transcript and it's yes, yes, yes. And he tells us that he's independent and objective. I asked him about a luncheon, not a big deal, just asking him about it. And he says, I have a sandwich and I stand in the corner until I remind him that we got video footage from a documentarian and he's in one of the scenes. And then things change. So when you talk about objectivity and who to trust, they can come in and say, Judd Welcher said this and that. It doesn't make it so. Judd Welcher, Dr. Welcher, never in any report, in any presentation, in any testimony to you, ever suggested this is how it happened. This was how his arm was. This is how his feet was. He was trying to show whether or not the orientation. Could this happen with the angle, with the height? That's all that test was. It was no more. But what they do is they reposture it, repackage it, and say it means this when it doesn't, and we're going to show you why it's not that, therefore we win. That's all that is. It's semantics. Judd Welcher, Dr. Welcher, never suggested that.
Totally, Mazza.
And his work on text stream data, unassailable. And so what we have, inevitably, is we have a timeline that never moves, data that never changes, physical evidence that can't be put in that spot without a collision. We have, inevitably, proof, without any doubt, that on January 29, 2022, Ms. Reed was with Mr. O'Keefe and she got drunk. She drank. She was 2 to 3 times over the legal limit. And they went to a party, an after party, and they were fighting. It was a relationship in decline, and he got out of the car, and he had a brief window of life left. But when he got out, and she drove away, she couldn't let it go. She got drunk, she hit him, she left him to die. It's that simple. We don't know exactly how this collision happened, but we have a good idea from the physical evidence, and we know that it happened. Can someone have a collision without lower body injuries? Can I have slide 19, please? You bet they can. We don't know if this is the body position. We don't know if this is the exact speed, but what it tells us.
We don't know exactly. Right there. That is reasonable doubt.
Look at the debris field. Look at his
Beyond
turn.
a moral
Remember his
certainty.
sneaker on that curve. They got lodged against the sneaker. Mr. O'Keefe then falls back, hits his head, counter coup, left to die.
Both the shoes are on.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no doubt what happened that night. There is no doubt who did it. You have a very difficult task ahead of you when you consider the evidence, and you consider the law. Very difficult. There are 3 charges. There is second-degree murder. Ms. Reed, when she chose to drive back at Mr. O'Keefe in that night with a 6,000-pound Lexus, in that anger, 75%, whether she meant to hit him or not, didn't mean to kill him, she hit him. Straights, it is a plain and strong likelihood of death. You would never back down your driveway if your kids were at the end of the driveway. You'd say, well, you're going to kill somebody? You would never do it because you would expect, if you drove at them at that speed, that someone would die. That's second-degree murder. OUI manslaughter, she's drunk, she was reckless. She doesn't have to know she hit him. She doesn't even have to know she hit him. But she did. She did. And she left a man who was kind and generous and thoughtful. She left him alone. She left him alone to die. Could I have slide 22, please?
Shut the fuck up. Just because you say it over and over again doesn't make it true.
John O'Keefe is not a body. John O'Keefe is not a buffalo on a prairie. John O'Keefe was a person, and he was murdered by Karen Reed.
All right, jurors. Next up is my instructions to you on the law. I'm not going to do that right now. You've been sitting for a long time. So I do have to tell you, even though you've just heard the closing argument, you cannot discuss this case even with each other. All right, so we'll send you back for lunch. It's going to be a shorter lunch. My instructions are long, and we want you to be able to get this case to start deliberations today. So I'm going to send you back maybe about a half an hour. Is that enough time for you folks?
Half an hour.
All right, so we'll give you a half an hour for lunch, and then we'll come
Half
back.
an hour.
I'll give you my instructions on the law, and then the jurors will go out to deliberate. I know there are 18 of
It's
you.
definitely going to take
We
all
seat
day.
only 12 deliberating jurors, so 6 of you are going to be alternates. I can just tell you that, you know the
No way to
odds,
make it
right?
back in time
And,
for
I
water.
can tell you it's Mr. McDermott's least favorite part of his job is smoking. So we'll do
Definitely
that
gonna
this
take all day.
afternoon. Do not discuss this case. See you in about a half hour.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Okay. Hot mic, Bev. Dude, listen, people. Unfucking real, dude. How about motherfucking Alan Action Jackson?
Counsel, can I see you just a second?
Hasselhoff an hour. Fucking masterful, dude. Alan Jackson fucking killed it. Killed it. Now listen. I know what you guys are thinking. Okay? Alan Jackson left me on that hill to die. He did. Alan Jackson left me on that hill to die. My heart is broken over it. I am crushed for reasons I can't get into just now, but I'll tell you this. I said, mark my words, that I would have satisfaction when it came to these shoe shenanigans by the end of this trial. Okay? Trial's not over yet. There's no verdict. A. B. Here's the thing. All of you guys here validating and backing me up, holding me, hoisting me as I chanted about this shoe, as I screamed out from not a mountaintop, but stronger than a mountaintop, your shoulders. And I screamed about this shoe, and you guys held me up. That's all the satisfaction that I'll ever need. You understand? It is all the satisfaction that I'll ever fucking need. Hugh Brennan tears. Did I say that out loud? I'm sorry. But seriously, you guys, you're everything. Everything. I have that satisfaction, and it is thanks to you. Oh, fuck. Oh my God.
Oh, here we go.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Dad, 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 dad. I think we got a super dad.
How dare you?
Kevin Skid Marks, thank you, buddy. This is the time where Peg, Paul, and Hank decide on jurors. That's funny. Thank you. Tracy Cooley, thank you so much. He said, "Shoe, you're golden." I mean, he did. Okay. He did make it a point to go one shoe, but that is a little weak. I wanted to see an image on that screen of the black shoe and him going, "Does that look like the same shoe to you?" That's what I was hoping for. Yeah. But it didn't happen, alas. It's okay, though. It's okay. One second, guys. Did you think that would happen? That would be so fucking funny, bro. Like out of nowhere, you just fucking hear fucking FBI, open up. You're done. You're done. I got your number. Not one emoji. Not one emoji. Okay? That's how I feel right now, man. I feel like Sean McDonough right now. Not one emoji. Not one emoji about the shoe. Not one shoe emoji. Nothing. You left me hanging in the wind. You're done. And I'll tell you what, mofo. The feds are coming. The feds are coming. You're done, son. Fucking Sean, bro. Listen, dude. I don't give a fuck. Okay? I know that's a different shoe. Now we got 30 minutes for lunch, but we don't have enough time to go over. If it's only 30 minutes, we don't have enough time. I mean, do we want to? I mean, is it going to matter to you guys if we're late with the fucking Bev reading the jury instructions? Remember last time that shit took forever. You thought fucking Brendan's fucking closing took forever, dude. That shit was just like, oh my God. But Microdot's has a new video, and I kind of want to watch it because I haven't seen it yet. And he goes over basically the best fucking, or like the worst cross ever, the best fucking cross witness. And I'm pretty sure it was about, Rentschler. One second, folks. May have a solution to our little problem. Working on it. All right. Sorry, man. Listen, I'm moving things around. Okay. I'm a hustler. All right. I'm always moving. I'm making moves. Okay. Now, we're just going to have to see. You guys are going to have to give me just 1 second here. Friends, people, I give you the mighty Mark Betterow. What's up, my man?
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Very surprised.
Oh, yeah? By what exactly?
By Brennan.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, did you think that was a good closing argument?
No. I mean, I don't think they're going to win anyway, no matter what he did, but I expected more. He had a script and he stuck with it. You know, he does good at moving away from the podium. And I think he's really good at using the courtroom, if you will, by moving here, moving there. But substance matters, and he gets the last word. And that's such a big advantage. And you can pivot, you can rebut what the defense says. And most experienced, seasoned prosecutors, and he's been doing this a long time, and he's people don't like to hear this, but he's good at this. He is. But he just had a script and he was sticking to it no matter what. And it was as if his summation and Alan's summation could have been submitted simultaneously, as if he never had the opportunity that he did, which was to work off of the defense summation and try to pick it apart. And the problem he has is that Alan's summation was, I mean, just a home run on reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
He did it exactly the way, you know, that all of us have talked about, that you wanted to see it, which is just constantly remind them reasonable doubt, primary focus on science, weave in some of the corruption and other facts. But at the end of the day, science and reasonable doubt, which is what he did. And Brennan just,
I mean, he pointed to the fence like Babe Ruth with that one. From the beginning of that closing argument, he drove the reasonable doubt subject home. He not only did he do that, but he explained to the jury in no better way that I could imagine what reasonable doubt means and how important it is and what their duty as a jury is. It was amazing.
Right. And all the lawyers who do this for a living were watching with pride, because that's exactly how you do it. That's definitely what you want to hear. And it was, again, mostly tethered to the science, and he used the science to connect the dots or Legos and stack them with some of the other facts. And it was really masterful. It was powerful. It was emotional. Clearly believes what he's saying, but
yeah.
So, and using that chart was great. Adding, that's literally piling the Legos. I mean, he's using sticky notes, apparently. Same idea though. And you only need one of these, but I'm giving you what looked like 30 of these. And Brennan did not address any of it. Not really. I mean, he only, you know, in an hour and a half, he probably spent 5 minutes total talking about the real science. I mean, you can talk about the data all you want, but none of that proves a car accident. And when it comes to the real experts, the medical doctors, the ARCA witnesses, and Welcher, I suppose, it felt like he spent about 5 minutes total at the very end, after he had been meandering, you know, in very monotone, mostly boring tone. And of that 5 minutes, most of it seemed to be related to ham sandwiches, deleting text messages, using Signal, taking limo rides, and things like that. He just, I mean, it was kind of shocking. You know, I mean, the one thing he did do, at least, again, I think he waited too long, was address Proctor and why, in his mind, it didn't matter. I mean, I give him credit, I guess, for acknowledging that Proctor was an embarrassment and all of that. But that seems to me something you come out in the beginning. And again, you respond to defense and you say they want to turn this into, you know, a litmus test on Michael Proctor, and he doesn't matter. And you should have just done that in the first 5 minutes and just put that out of sight, out of mind, and deal with it, and then deal with the science. I mean, you have to pivot. You have to go off what the defense is saying, no matter how much you want to be tethered to that script. When the defense is making so many significant and powerful points, you can't just go into your monologue about, you know, Jennifer McCabe responding to the scene and this and that and stuff about nothing, which is mostly what it felt like. And if you said to me, what is the most compelling point he made in an hour and a half, I would say it was his primacy and recency. His main argument in support of conviction is that you should have great sympathy for John O'Keefe, which is true, but that he was a great guy. That's almost certainly true, but that really has nothing to do with the case.
Right.
And
No one's disputing that. And it comes off like all you got is to try to garner sympathy from the jury.
yeah,
And the jury's not stupid. Like you have to assume that they can sense these things. And one thing that I've consistently seen with Hank Brennan is he seems to always patronize the jury and treat them like they're stupid. And I feel like that has been really damaging to him throughout this entire trial.
I think so. But again, I mean, how do you get, how do you unsaddle yourself from what you're saddled with, the burden of proof and proof beyond a reasonable doubt? And there's all these major points being made by the defense. I mean, really, really powerful points supporting reasonable doubt. And you say, how do you get through it? And his attitude beyond the sympathy argument, I mean, that's not really an argument. That's just an appeal to sympathy. It's once again, these clips, which are wonderful. They were stupid. She shouldn't have done it. That's all wonderful. It's not great, but that's not working against the science. That's not proof of anything other than why are you talking? It's not going to establish the elements of the crime. And when you're getting pounded with all these points of reasonable doubt and you're arguing that this case is analogous to some teenage punk throwing a rock over a bridge, trying to argue about theories of murder, dude, abort, move, pivot. You've got to stay on how do you establish a pedestrian SUV crash? How do you do that when every medical doctor is telling you no? Things like that. And, you do almost get the opinion that he's influenced on some level by the Twitter law school, because his big finish on the science, again, which he only gave 5 minutes to, was to play the video and show the taillight was capable of cracking, which nobody disputed. I mean, that's an obvious fact. But there's so many other layers to what the ARCA guy said about the hoodie, the holes. I mean, we could go on and on, the physics, the science, and just saying, but see the taillight cracks. I mean, that really feels like you're talking to the Twitter crowd.
Yeah.
The jury heard the evidence.
And not to be confused with the Glare Institute of Law and stuff. Very different. The prestigious Glare Institute of Law and stuff is not within that category. I just want to make that clear.
The Glare Institute of Technology and Law, though, you didn't get your shoe comment. I felt kind of bad. I know you wanted the shoe.
Look, I mean, and I know you can sympathize with me because they didn't call Proctor to the stand, even though I know you felt wholeheartedly that they should. I know you get where I'm coming from, because the shoe is clearly as important as the lead investigator being called to the stand. Because this is, I mean, no other lawyer would probably agree with this, but the founder of the Glare Institute of Law and stuff says so. It is. Now, I am disappointed about the shoe. I am. But I know I said I would die on that hill. I'm on that hill. I'm dying on it. And I'm dying on it with my McLeans here in the chat, because they've backed me up on it this whole time. And I said that I would have satisfaction, and they have provided me with such satisfaction. So I'm content.
Can you imagine? I mean, there's so many things that are wrong with this case, obviously. And it got to the point where, in a summation, that the prosecutor was confronted with a situation where he had to look at the jury with a straight face in a case involving Michael Proctor, in a case involving Buchanan, in a case involving Kelly Dever, just, in a case where all these, the Canton police they just didn't do a good job. All of that. Okay, that he looked at the jury with a straight face and said, the only honorable police officer who testified in this case, Barrows, in essence, lied. And if he thinks that's going to land with the jury, and suggesting that he turned all red and this and that that was somehow a powerful moment.
Oh,
that to me was just such a dud.
Right, because there's no way that moment was any more powerful than that guy sitting on that stand and going, that's not how that taillight looked when I came to that. That is not how that taillight looked.
He put it in a situation with the burden of proof, again, where not that Barros was a good cop, he was mistaken, it's unfortunate, but you really, no, he's not credible because he's not truthful, because he ran to the hotel to pick up a subpoena. The ARCA people are lying because they're biased, and he ate a ham sandwich. The other one used Signal. I mean, this is a guy with the burden of proof, and he's spending the majority of his time talking about dismantling the defense case by accusing these good witnesses of just basically being liars, or in the case of La Posada and Russell, not making sense. This is a guy who knows he's losing, okay? Because those arguments are just embarrassing. You need to say why they're wrong. You need not just all this nothing. His summation was mostly an hour and a half of nothing. There's really nothing memorable from it other than, you should feel sympathy, and, our theory of murder is like the kid who throws a rock off a bridge. I mean, that's kind of what I remember more than anything else, and that's not good.
No, yeah, I mean the thing is Brennan has spent way too much time, and I'm talking pre-trial, ever since he was brought onto this case, focusing way too much on the defense, focusing way too much on trying to cut the legs out from under the defense, which was very telling. It was telling to everyone who started to actually the traction that it started to pick up, and the people that started to follow it and started to get attention. Like, you saw TikTokers slowly building up and going, hey, wait a minute, what is going on here? I've never seen a prosecutor do this. So this is something that just seems, it's like Jackson was explaining, the data is the silent witness. The science is the silent witness. It cannot lie. It not only does not lie, it cannot lie. So the same thing goes for this situation here. The same thing goes for the fact that when Brennan's entire strategy is to avoid having to present evidence to prove that Karen Read struck John O'Keefe with her vehicle beyond a reasonable doubt, that should be enough to tell you. That should have been enough for Judge Beverly Cannone to not let this case go forward. But here we are.
I don't even know what to say. He almost entirely walked away from Welcher. I mean, who was supposed to be the foundation of his case. I mean, he was supposed to be.
That was the case.
You can picture the image of Atlas, holding the world on his shoulders. That was supposed to be Welcher, as supported by Burgess's data. And on top of just merging them into one person, Shannon Welcher, which, whatever, I'll give him a pass for that. He just ignored it as if he knew he couldn't do it. But by doing that, where was his ability to establish how this happened, other than saying there had to have been an accident in front of 34 Fairview because, that's where the taillight was. And because on one of these clips, she says she pulled a piece of glass out of John's face. He just ignored all of the science. And if the idea that he was trying to do was to say, look, it's not impossible that it happened in front of 34 Fairview, then I guess he might have done that. But the problem is he's the prosecutor, not the defense attorney. He has the burden of proof, and he's saddled by a serious reasonable doubt problem that he didn't even come close to overcoming. But frankly, again, I can't reiterate this enough, didn't even really try to attack dead on. And if there's any debate at this point over who the better lawyer is and who the master of the courtroom is and whatnot, it should be obvious now, because the party that doesn't even have the burden of proof made a better presentation establishing what probably happened than what probably didn't happen, without even trying to make that argument, without any need to make that argument. And I can't fathom how anybody who's watching this would say that, as Alan said very effectively, you should have questions. And if you have questions, there's reasonable doubt. And Brennan didn't answer any of these questions.
Right.
Created questions. He even said in his summation, we don't know how this happened.
Exactly.
You can't do that. You need a theory.
That's exactly what my next point was going to be. I was going to ask you, would you agree that this case was lost for Brennan when his own expert that, as you said, was carrying this whole case like Atlas carrying the earth on his shoulders, this guy sat there and said, well, we don't know when the point of impact was. We don't know where the point of impact was. We don't know. I mean, right there is your case. How can you possibly, that is the basis. That's the template for what you build your entire theory on. Your hypothesis is all built off of this. So if you don't have that, how can you possibly mathematically come up with a scientific theory that's sound as to what happened to John O'Keefe and Karen Reed's SUV being involved in that? It doesn't make sense.
There is no way. Again, the jury will do whatever the jury does, and we're all just, opining and don't know how they analyze this. All disclaimers apply with that. But
Right.
that aside, if you find the quintessential reasonable person and say, do you have any clue what happened here? The best answer you're probably going to get is, well, I mean, I don't know. She kind of went over there and they had a fight, and maybe she, was pissed off and backed into him. I don't know. But all the doctors are saying not really. So I guess if you put a gun to my head, she didn't hit him, but she might have. But I don't know. I mean, you get my point. Like, on a reasonable doubt standard, it's everywhere.
Yeah, it's literally. I've been saying this for a year and a half. I first started educating myself on Sleuthy Goosey's spreadsheet, right, with all of the documents and everything. And as I went through it, I got to a point where, and this was just before I decided to talk to Turtle Boy, I was like, you could pick something out of a hat involving this case and find reasonable doubt in it. It doesn't matter. Like, you could just blindly pick something, any detail in this case, and find reasonable doubt. Anything that is considered evidence in this case, you could poke a hole through it. And most of it is chain of custody and lack of documentation. All you got to do is just look at the statements, the dates on them,
everything. It's so funny because last night, when I was talking to some other people about the summations, they said, what are you looking most forward to seeing? And I guess the answer was kind of surprising. I said, obviously you want to see, a master trial lawyer like Alan do this, and other, accomplished real trial lawyers like to wash other real trial lawyers and, absorb and just, it's good. It's good learning exercise as well.
Yeah.
They said, I'm much more interested, believe it or not, even though it's going to be a hell of a lot more boring, but from a lawyer standpoint, I'm much more fascinated to see how the hell is Brennan going to attempt to talk his way out of this mess and even make this plausible. So that, of course, you got a home run summation by Alan. I mean, it was well done, well delivered, proper tone. He did focus on reasonable doubt, which I loved. He focused on the science, which I loved. I told people I was really hopeful that he would really come after not just the investigation, but the way they prosecuted the case with the hoodie. He did that. I thought that was beautiful. So how is Brennan going to deal with this? And so Brennan comes out and immediately starts with the sympathy. Okay, for a few minutes, I'm all right with that. And his tone I thought was actually very good. He kind of sounded more, or I should say less monotone this is about 3 or 4 minutes. And then within 5 minutes of that, it was right back to as if he's talking about inserting widgets into gadgets and boring, and he's not even going to address what Alan is saying. We're going into a canned explanation, and this went on, and I'm waiting. Is he ever going to address anything important here? And we're playing more clips, and I'm still waiting. And then he's talking about Nuttall and McLaughlin, and we're still not talking about any of the science. And now it's after an hour and 20 minutes, and he finally does. And it's just, he even says, I don't want to talk too much about this. And you know what? He didn't. You're just sending a message to the jury. I got nothing, because if you don't think it's important to talk about the science and trying to kneecap all those witnesses, how do you expect to win? Because these are incredible witnesses who are dismantling everything you tried to prove over the course of 2 months. And you don't think that's worth talking about in summation because you have to play clips of Karen talking about a water buffalo on the prairie? It's one way to do it. It's just not an effective way.
Right. And it was predictable. I would be surprised if this jury didn't predict that Brennan was going to hang on these clips like they're gospel in his summation.
You knew he was going to go heavy on clips, but I will tell you, I was stunned that he didn't do what all trial lawyers do when they have the last word, if they've been doing this a long time and they're effective. And that is use the last word to your advantage and confront head on, not what you wrote down last night for notes, but what you just heard in the courtroom 20 minutes ago. And he didn't even try. He just had his speech, and he could have given that without you having even heard what Alan said. There was no effort at all to address the points that were raised. And in doing so, it's almost like he just conceded in some way that those points were, but I'm going to talk about this.
It could be construed. Everything at the Glare Institute of Law and stuff, we teach that everything in trial, all that matters is what the jury sees, hears, and how they perceive it. That's all that matters, right? So you've got Brennan. It's interesting how you put it that way. It's almost like conceding simply because he seemed to avoid it. And when you seem to avoid it, it's almost like you're admitting guilt. It's almost like you're conceding. Right. It can absolutely be construed that way.
But that's been the whole way he's handled this case. What did he do with Proctor during the trial? He just put him away. He never, what did he do with the Alberts?
Right.
He just didn't mention them. None of this matters. And he told the jury in his opening that this was going to be about data and science. And he starts talking about data, but the data doesn't prove a car accident. And the data relies on Burgess. And he says, they can talk about maybe he made a mistake on his LinkedIn. Dude, he didn't make a mistake on his LinkedIn. He affirmatively misrepresented what he did. I would have liked to have them to say facts matter. That's what Brennan said, facts matter. And they kept moving the goalposts to change the data to fit throughout the whole investigation, whatever. It wasn't that important, but he just was relying on that. And he offered no pushback. And when he tried to say, we didn't bring Welcher in to recreate what happened, then, I thought that was handled beautifully as well, to say, They spent $400,000 of taxpayer money for this guy to dress up like John O'Keefe, arm out, pretending he was John O'Keefe and leaning into the car. And they're trying to tell you that was not designed to show you how the arm injuries got with it. Of course, that's what it was designed.
That's exactly. That is like zeroed in on what that was designed to do. It's like,
one of the other ways too, that he just didn't pivot. I thought this was handled beautifully by the defense when he was really attacking Brennan about the hoodie. and he said, watch what he says or what he doesn't say. Okay.
Right.
Hone in on that. And if he doesn't tell you anything, he's admitting he's got nothing. And you have to respond to that. You know, you have to, and he just turtled up, pardon the expression. He just left it alone, and he just ignores all the problems. And in many ways, he seemed dispirited. I mean, he didn't have the same gusto that he had in the earlier part of the trial. And as it seemed to just get worse and worse and worse, you had a summation where, you know, Alan looked emboldened, really into it, you know, just powerful in presentation, in substance, in manner, and just emboldened to like, I'm telling you what's going on. And Brennan felt that he just, I got to get through this, and I'm just going to go through my script. And look, you can't believe Dr. Wolf because he used Signal, and you can't believe Dr. Rentschler because, you know, he ate a sandwich and sat down, and you can't believe Dr. Russell because she was told what to do in a limo ride, and, you know, Barros is a liar. But other than that, this is going great.
But pay attention to the science and the data, folks. Pay attention to the science and the data. That's what he's saying on the other side of his mouth. And you're like, okay, but dude. And
yeah, I
absolutely agree that I think that this is the problem with Brennan is, and the thing about passion. When someone speaks with passion, what that does it tells the jury specifically that they believe in what they're saying, that they believe what they're saying. When Brennan lacks passion and Alan Jackson stands up there just oozing with it, I mean, just beaming with it, it's gonna tell the jury something. Maybe even if they can't even put their finger on it, but it tells the jury something. You know, and man, Brennan fell short. Brennan fell short in that department for sure.
He did, but you know what he must have realized, and why he didn't know this a year ago is beyond me, or 9 months ago, whenever he jumped into this. At the end of the day, you know, you got to go to the dance with the one you brung, right? I mean, it is what it is, and that's what I mean, I don't know why. Just because they brought in a new lawyer that wasn't Adam Lally, that everyone naturally assumes, well, that's it. I mean, the evidence is still going to be what the evidence is. Now, he tried to make it,
I've always said that,
a more streamlined case. He did try, you know, look, he did do the tech stream stuff. You know, in many ways, at least philosophically, he tried a better case than Lally, but his summation was about nothing. Really?
Mark, let's just call this what it is. I mean, the fact is as you said, because I've been saying the same thing for a year. I've been saying the same thing since Brennan was brought on. You know, they bring on Brennan. Turns out he's Whitey Bulger's attorney. I'm like, okay, this stinks already. You know, if it quacks like a duck, it walks like a duck, it's a duck, right? So I'm like,
I think you butchered that, but that's okay. I know what you mean.
yeah, I did. But
walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck. It's a duck.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm looking at this and I'm thinking like, okay, the evidence is the same. I've been saying the same thing that you just said. Yeah. The evidence hasn't changed. As a matter of fact, more exculpatory evidence has come out since the first trial. So if anything, Brennan has less of a case. So Brennan is clearly just a hired goon that is hired by Michael Morrissey to serve the purpose to do what he did, which was try to confuse the jury, to try to play defense against the defense. That's why he hired a defense attorney to prosecute this case. At least that's my theory. So, I mean, but I feel like the way this played out corroborates that. Definitely. I mean, he had no case this entire time. He tried to play defense against the 2:27 a.m. search. He focused on trying to discredit all of the witnesses. He tried to get them removed or tried to exclude them first, did everything he could to try to exclude them. And then, I mean, and he did everything. He got you excluded. And then he gets to the point where he has his expert on the stand who falls short. His number one big expert falls short, very short. The other guy is lied about his, I mean, you call it misrepresentation. At the Glare Institute of Law and stuff, we call it a fucking lie. He lied about
Let me be very, go ahead. Lied about what?
He lied about his education. I mean, he straight up lied about it.
Okay. Let me know. You meant, because let me be very clear. Brennan absolutely lied about me. I'm here. That was no question.
Yeah, totally.
I call that what it was when he said that I had passed information. I don't even remember which direction he was alleging, from Aiden to Karen or back and forth. That was an absolute lie. So, I don't obviously trust anything he says. If he's willing to say that to further a cause or just needle and make a point in court, and you get a lot of protection when you say those things in court, but he got caught with the x-rays. He got caught with the hoodie, and they couldn't call him out about the x-rays because he chickened out of the rebuttal case, in my view, because he was afraid of what Welcher was going to say, that I didn't get the x-rays. And that comes back to you. And that's why he didn't want Hartnett. That's my belief. But I was very happy to see right in front of his face, right to the jury, that they called him out. And in case he was watching, the Glare Institute or elsewhere, it was important to note, it wasn't just Brennan. It was Lally and McLaughlin too. All of them sat there allowing that hoodie fiasco to go on. And to call that out in front of the jury is really important, because you're attacking the integrity and credibility of the prosecutor, who in theory at the same time is telling you that you should trust me, what I'm telling you about other witnesses such as Barros, and listening to you lecture us that guy who was about as earnest as he could have been was lying when you tried this stunt with the hoodie. Are you kidding me right now? I mean, seriously, you're telling us that Dr. Wolf is somehow sketchy because he was using Signal. And he was hired by another agency that had nothing to do with
deleted text messages. I mean,
about travel, by the way, about travel, which is what he said. There's no proof to the contrary. And you look at this, and I mean, look, you don't know what the jury's going to say or how they're going to analyze it, but it's not, unreasonable to think that some of these jurors are going to say, I don't believe a word of what that guy says unless there's absolute proof. But I'm not going to draw any inference based on logic and common sense for what he perceives is a credibility gap or something. This guy tried to fool us.
Right. And it was crazy, because I remember David Yannetti being so confident after that Sally Port. I was lucky enough to get a direct, a reaction from him as soon as court let up. Me and Brian LTL were in the courtroom, and Yannetti comes up to us just because we happened to be in his path, because he was so excited, and he was like, this is great. Now the jury knows that it's the prosecution trying to deceive them and not us. Right.
Yeah.
But it's still, according to Ronnie, Bowtie Ronnie, that was dismissed as a distractor. Right. So it fell short in the first trial. It turned out that it fell short. But in this trial, I feel like Alan Jackson and Bob Alessi specifically, mostly, did an excellent job of showing the jury early on that the prosecution was trying to deceive them and not them. That why are we the ones trying to get to the truth, and why are they trying to block it at every turn?
There are so many red flags as to why you shouldn't be sitting where you are today, even having this discussion. The first one would have been in January of 2022, when you have a medical examiner who says, I don't know if this is a homicide. You're never going to see a murder case, any kind of homicide case, ever again in a courtroom for however many years you do this or watch trials, where they don't even get a determination on a manner of death and say, whatever, we'll just wing it. We're good. and then all these other factors. You're never going to see a case where in a murder case that's not classified, even a homicide, and your theory is a car accident, that the same medical examiner is going to say, I don't see a goddamn thing that would even remotely indicate it was a pedestrian SUV strike. I see nothing. And they say, okay. And then the defense gets two other pathologists who say the same thing and do that and say, I don't see anything consistent with this, but I do see things that are consistent with what the defense is saying. And they shrug their shoulders and say, we're good. Then you see, an engineering firm hired by, a third party who's, as the jury doesn't know, is investigating the investigators, as it turns out.
Right.
And they get, very solid engineering, common sense based opinions, and they still go forward. They know about Michael Proctor. They still go forward. Okay. They know about Barrows. They still go forward. They know about Loughran, the plow driver, who didn't see anything, and they still go forward. They just they're like zombies. They just keep coming and coming.
Right.
It doesn't matter how much you put them down and say, stay down, enough, you're done. They just keep coming. And instead you end up here with this fiasco where it's destined only to end, one way, 3 years later, millions of dollars of taxpayer money wasted later, mental torture that's probably been put on the O'Keefe family, who is never going to know what happened and has been almost certainly misled about what happened. All kinds of emotional torture to Karen personally, her family, financially, the damage that has been done to the public's perception and confidence in the criminal justice system in that particular county. There is so much damage that was done here because at the end of the day, Morrissey said, get her, really. And I'll spare any cost. I'll spare anything. Just do it. And they had a state police accident reconstruction guy who was terrible, but as it turns out, may very well have been better than the $400,000 guy that they called in. May very well have been. Who lies on his resume. I mean, this is such a joke and such a bad demonstration of how a prosecutor's office is supposed to work.
I agree. I mean, but what about Judge Beverly Cannoni on top of this? Why is she facilitating it so much? I've noticed, and I was actually texting with somebody recently and having this discussion. It was a late night text conversation. And we were trying to figure out, obviously we don't have any proof. We don't have any data, but an observation we both made was that and I talked about this the other day, there's a certain chi driving everything here. Like everybody who's trying to prosecute Karen Read, everyone who seems to have an interest in Karen Read being prosecuted. There's a certain chi behind it, right? There's a certain life force. Okay. And it seems like that life force is not something to gain, but something to lose. It has that vibe. It has that feeling. Everyone seems to be so desperate to move this case forward with no evidence, no case, but so hell-bent on it. And it seems like they're grasping onto something that they're afraid of losing. And I mean, there's a desperation, as Mike Radatz is saying. There's a desperation to it that, far be it from me to sit here and start making up theories and shit. I'm saying, though, first guess is not the answer to 99 out of 100 questions is money, right? So it makes me wonder if there's like a cookie jar situation but why is Karen Read's prosecution so important to people so powerful? Well, that is the big question, in my opinion.
The problem they have is that the obvious standard answer that you would expect a prosecutor to make, and that you might actually believe in 95% of the time, is that, we have very credible, powerful evidence to believe that a very serious crime has occurred and that, a man was either murdered or killed in some form of criminal activity. And the community expects us to prosecute that? And the answer is yes, we do. Okay, the problem with this case is
I'm glad that you mentioned that, because the problem is that the public and the public interest leans towards Karen's support.
well, that's the standard answer that in most cases works. Then the problem here is when you peel the onion back, layer by layer and see what's going on, you see, those initial Proctor messages, you see the investigative missteps. This feels dirty, gross, corrupt, whatever you want to call it. And, if the cops are doing that, the next line of defense, the firewall and the corruption is supposed to be the district attorney, right? And instead they seem complicit, right? I mean, they ignore all of these things, which
they seem to be the engine.
Well, that's
just complicit.
What I mean is they see what's going on, and rather than say we should really look into some of these things, they appear to either condone it, endorse it, complicit in it, which by definition it has you potentially joining the corruption. And then as the case goes on, they see all these red flags and they just keep going again, like zombies. And so that's scandalous in and of itself. But the other part of the scandal is, one of the things a prosecutor is supposed to do is, for whatever county they are, you're the chief law enforcement officer. I mean, in English, keep us safe. Okay. Whatever that means, like go get the bad guys, but do it right. It's a taxpayer organization. Obviously it's government. They have limited resources. Part of the role of the elected official is to navigate carefully and functionally and properly how to allocate those resources on the whole to protect a county of 1 million people or whatever and keep it safe. And this guy has dumped what percentage of whatever taxpayer resources into this at the expense of what? There's only so many dollars to go around, and all they do is hire special prosecutors like no one else. You've never seen
right
like a cottage industry for private lawyers in Norfolk. If you can get a crazy gig, and then you start buying these experts that you shouldn't have to buy. And I go back to this
for insane amounts of money.
Insane.
Like, come on. $400,000, Mark Betterow, $400,000 fucking dollars doesn't sound like like the purchase of expert opinions and expert testing. It sounds like when you compare it to ARCA and what they charged, it sounds like you're paying for them to be dishonest on the stand and risk their reputation. That's what that price sounds like.
Really, 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 if it ends up in an acquittal, because if it were to end up in a conviction, which I don't think is even remotely possible at this point, barring, an asteroid hitting the earth and the whole equilibrium being screwed up. Somebody ask Michael Morrissey, when there's no gag order to hide behind anymore, right? That's been their kind of force field, their deflector shield. There's a gag order. We can't talk. Once the jury's done, the gag order is going to be lifted. Okay. Somebody ask, if this is an acquittal, why, if there's no conflict of interest, and there isn't, because you have two of the same prosecutors from the first trial sitting there during this trial, so your office is not conflicted, why did you hire a private lawyer up to $1 million or more, whatever it is, hire all these private experts? You couldn't get anybody better. This is the value. I'm a taxpayer. This is the value you got. Finger painting and false resumes and screwing up bits and bytes, all of that, and saying this is the best you could do because you had to outsource all this. The question is, if you have no conflict, why? Why couldn't anyone in your office do this? And there's only two reasons that could even possibly be. A, because nobody would, or B, you don't think there's anyone competent. And in either case, you're probably unfit to be DA at this point, given the wasted resources, the terrible judgment you've exhibited, the possible corruption you've exhibited, which a large segment of the population believes. It's just ridiculous.
It is. It is. And as an attorney, please explain to me, a possible ethical reason in this case that you've observed or that you can theorize why Judge Beverly Cannoni would cheat Karen Read of the right to the jury knowing that the FBI was involved in this case and conducted their own independent investigation under the behest of the United States Attorney's Office under Josh Levy? How? Give me one thing that
I can't. And the easy way out in answering that question is it was a tough question before the trial started. Okay. I said that before the last trial and even before this one. It's not so open and shut. I'm talking before the trial starts to say we can't allow the FBI. The easy answer before we go back to the harder part of the question is during the trial, the door was opened. I mean, it was blown off the hinges. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's not so much the FBI, it's the Justice Department. It should have come out that the U.S. Department of Justice, the U.S. Attorney's Office, not so much the FBI per se,
right,
but the federal government, whatever word you're going to use, is the
DOJ
one that
would definitely hit harder. Yeah.
FBI was mentioned by name throughout the trial. You know, Brennan tried to imply that, you know, their employer was leaking them information, and, you know, the FBI was their client, by the way. I mean, he just was dishonest about that.
Right. Now, these jury instructions take forever.
This is the worst part of the trial.
It's the worst part. Like,
lawyers.
we can keep talking unless you think this is really important to sit here and listen to.
I mean, look, if you want to listen to the jury instructions for 45 minutes, that's fine. I'm definitely not doing that. But
I'd rather not.
Yeah, well, already they're taking a break.
Right.
Especially for the lawyers. I mean, this is the worst part of the trial. You know, they, you know, at least one of them just gave an incredible summation. You know, you have this ultimate high, and now you're in the nerves tension, you know, where there's nothing you can do. It's literally out of your hands at this point. And it's just nerve wracking for the next, you know, whether it's now, what time is it? It's 1:30.
Yeah.
She still hasn't given them the instructions. That's going to take probably an hour. Realistically, they're not going to
get a verdict today.
They're probably not even going to start deliberating till at the earliest around 3:00, give or take, as we charge the Apple Watch. But I would think the likelihood of a verdict today, given they're staying till 5 or 5:30, is pretty low. If it comes in quick, I would say that would almost certainly have to be a defense verdict if they come real fast. There's no way that they're going to convict her in an hour of discussion based on what you've seen presented in this case and what's left in their minds from those two summations, which could not have been. I mean, it's almost like those two summations weren't even talking about the same case, which is
right.
I don't mean to repeat myself. I just can't believe that the guy with the last word, as experienced as he is, didn't directly try to undercut what the first lawyer said. You just that's insane to me.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely hope that this is going to be a quick verdict. But the thing is I want to remind everybody who feels like, oh man, it should happen today. I'm not so quick to think that. See, I'm predicting, as far as the quickest possible verdict, Monday afternoon. And that's the quickest possible. Even still, I feel better knowing that the jury is going over all of the evidence. You know, I like to know that they're thoroughly reviewing everything and taking their time.
If you accept the fact, I mean, look, I think it's an acquittal case, obviously, but if you accept the fact that the jury is going to be honest to the analysis, to both sides, which is what they're supposed to do. I mean, you know, they're not supposed to be in the tank for anyone. There are certain facts that I would think that they would flesh out to make sure before they give an acquittal and be satisfied that, notwithstanding that type of evidence, that we're satisfied that there's reasonable doubt. I mean, for example, you know, I do think they have to flesh out the taillight being broken. It was broken. I mean,
Right.
the allegation obviously is that occurred at John O'Keefe's house. But I think if they're being honest to the evidence, even if they're leaning acquittal, they're going to say, are we sure about that? Like, there's no dispute that it was broken. And, that guy Welcher said it couldn't have been broken at Meadows. Now that's kind of a gift to the defense that was Welcher, because he's pretty much at this point not very important. And I'm stunned. Another thing, I'm just stunned that Brennan didn't really go deep on was, if it ain't broke at Fairview, where? And it couldn't have been Meadows. And that might have been worth, honest to God, 20 minutes of his summation if you're trying to actually convince these people that that's a troubling fact. Because, what he also could have said, he lost an opportunity here, okay? The ARCA people did experiments, like real ones, about the taillight. They never were asked at the trial about whether they had any opinion or did anything to offer any input on could it have cracked at Meadows. How does Brennan not point that out? How do you not say, if these guys are the taillight experts? Now, again, they weren't charged with that task, but you point that out. You say Welcher says this. It's a low impact collision. The problem they have, and why reasonable doubt is still going to last, is that it is Welcher. It is the right taillight of Karen's car that hits John O'Keefe's car. That's indisputable. There was contact because the tire moved, right? That. And you have Barros. And I think that's going to get you over what happened at One Meadows. But I think that was a stronger point that they could have argued. He didn't, not effectively. But I think that may be one of the things that at least the jury says, we need to sort that out. We need to sort out whether could the taillight have been planted. But when you have the ARCA witnesses, you have Barros, you have the science witnesses, what Proctor is. I think that's pretty impressive. One of the other things I can't believe Brennan didn't mention in his summation is the CERT team. Now, I don't think that helps him so much, but if your theory is the taillight wasn't planted, how do you not say the guy who found the evidence, this guy O'Hara, or not found it, but supervised it? There's no evidence who did find it, which is part of the problem. But how do you not say they found that in the snow? How did that get planted? Now there is a way for that to have been planted. There absolutely was, but that it is a narrow timeline.
But if you're trying to misdirect, fucking misdirect, man. You know what I mean?
Talking about Signal, Uber rides, ham sandwiches, and stuff like that. All right. I mean, I think Alan hit a home run, absolute A+. And I think Brennan was like, a C-. And the reality is, if they had any chance of getting a conviction, it was Brennan who needed to do the summation of his life and, really systemically knock down all, peel off those notes, literally. Those sticky notes that they were putting up, he needed to literally focus on all of them and peel them off metaphorically one by one. And he didn't address any of them. Not really.
No. Like, I mean, it's the thing about this is one of the most infuriating things about this entire case is that Hank Brennan lived up to exactly what I expected him to live up to. You know what I mean? Like, this is what we called this, because we were like, it's like the point you made earlier. There is no case. He has no evidence.
No, there's no evidence. I will be honest. I mean, I didn't expect him. Well, let's back up. Okay. My assumption about him, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but this is my assumption.
Okay.
Is that, most of his defense practice involves dealing with cross-examining police officers, FBI agents, cooperating witnesses, dirtbags, criminals, people who are drug addicts, just scumbags.
Yeah, trying to get a deal. Yeah.
Whatever. generally, street crime, whether it's organized crime, whatever, just that kind of thing. And, so he's used to cross-examining that, and almost certainly used to using that tone that he uses. And when you're cross-examining a dirtbag who's lying, you can do that. It works. But
don't do it to a credible witness that everyone has already liked. They've already decided they like them.
I'll go one step even before that, even though I agree with your bottom line point. Don't do that when you're a prosecutor cross-examining credentialed experts.
Right.
Like, what are you doing, man? Are you seriously suggesting that these people are lying, tinfoil hat wearing experts? I mean, are you really suggesting that Dr. Russell is such a crazy cat lady sitting in California with nothing to do that she reads a Boston Globe article and just thrusts herself into this for attention? Does she look like the kind of person who wants attention?
Her resume sure as hell doesn't show that. We're talking about somebody who can't sit still. Somebody who spent the last, 50 years just educating herself? I'm gonna become an expert in this. Oh shit! If I'm gonna become an expert in this, I guess I'm gonna have to become an expert in that first.
If you're asking a jury to basically walk with me to the finish line, trust me, I'm gonna show you how we get from A to B, and I'm gonna make sense. It really, really, really helps if the jury likes you just as a person and believes that you're credible, you're earnest, you're honest. And I think the problem that Brennan has first and foremost is that the jury, or certain segments of the jury, they don't like you. They don't think you're credible. They probably don't think you're honest. And that's a hell of a task for you to be that person with them thinking that about you, to say, come with me over here. Here's how it's going to go down. When the reality is there's very little credible evidence to support anything he's saying. And if you're trying to connect those dots, you need a powerful personality that is likable, trustable, and they just believe. And you look at these two lawyers today, and forget the substance. Who's the more powerful advocate? Who's the one who looks like they actually believe what they're saying? Who's the one who looks like they're invested in this? Who's the one who's making the salient points and explaining to you why this matters?
And this jury, they're lay people, no matter how intelligent they are, they're still lay people. They are a jury of Karen Read's peers. So therefore, these are the things that you have to count on them to notice. Again, who's passionate, who's not. These are the things they pick up on. You're counting on their instincts as parents. You're counting on their instincts as customer service representatives even. You're counting on all of these things when you're trying to make the jury realize what you're trying to make them realize. And when you are minimizing their intelligence by using really cheap misdirection tricks, like really just basic just sleight of hand bullshit that you can, dude, it's in your other hand, stop it. That's what he's been doing with this jury, and it was really reckless throughout the whole trial. And maybe I'm giving the jury too much credit, but I'm in the habit of, because they would be a jury of my peers if I was in Karen Read's position, I have to assume that they're as smart as I am, and I'm looking at that and going, dude, how are they falling for this?
There is no way, in my view, again, the jury decides whatever they decide, that when Brennan says, look, I agree with you that Proctor is kind of gross and inappropriate, but I don't need to call him, and here's why I didn't do it, because he adds nothing. I got to tell you something. If you don't think, in light of what the defense was arguing about Proctor, and again, Alan did a masterful job of weaving in the science to the Proctor problem and tying it all together. And you get to like the glass on the bumper is a perfect example. Okay. Wouldn't you know it? It doesn't come from the drinking glass, and it just trust Proctor's word that it becomes from the glass he finds 2 weeks later, and it goes on the bumper. And Alan says, when Brennan gets up there and tries to tell you they found fragments in the hoodie, he didn't do it. He stayed away from the hoodie. Did you notice Brennan I mean, honestly, if you look at the Twitter law school graduates, the one fact that they cling to more than any other are the fragments in the hoodie. And he really didn't touch that unless I was so zoned out because it was boring at times. I don't think
I'm gonna level with you, Mark. There was a point where I was just throwing in fart.
I did, but my
I zoned out totally.
If the fragments are the big deal, okay, and you know that there's other sketchy stuff going on with the stuff on the taillight, all this other stuff, and you don't have the balls to call Proctor and ask him point blank, did you put that on the bumper? No. Did you, the whole thing about Proctor stuffing the evidence in his pocket for like 2 months or putting it in the back seat of his car, whatever he did, and Alan did a masterful job saying how Hartnett came to the precinct and still didn't get that evidence for a couple of months. And, when he tries to tell you about shards and hoodies, like pay attention, and he never mentions it. I mean, he was just so weak in his argument.
Yeah, and flaccid too, just he didn't seem confident at all.
No. And there's no reason to.
I was actually, I got to admit, I was actually more impressed with Lally in this trial than I was with Brennan. Maybe because I didn't see as much of Lally, but he seemed to be asking more effective questions. Like he was the one who who was it that he direct questioned? It wasn't, was it Dr. Wolf? Because it was one of the days when I was in the courtroom. And I was just like, okay, Lally's got some teeth. Okay. I didn't see that.
My recollection is Lally did what I would call a credible cross of Arca on not seeing other evidence. I don't know that it was anything I'd call compelling, but for what he had to do, it appeared to be credible. You know what I mean? Like whatever. Brennan's cross of Arca was not credible. Okay. He was too, again, just dug into their bias, their this. And I can't believe he dedicated valuable time and summation to talk about Signal and Uber rides, but not, the science. It's just mind-boggling to me. Did Lally do a better job? If Karen gets acquitted, I'm not going to sit there and say, well, Lally by definition did a better job because he at least hung the jury. And I mean, that is embarrassing, by the way, for Brennan, if that were to happen. But, in all fairness, if you saw Lally's opening statement in the first case, holy crap, was that bad? I mean, it was literally a mundane.
That's what I'm saying.
Witness will say this. And then like 37 witnesses later, I'm done.
I'm not saying that Lally should have handled this trial. All I'm saying is I made the unexpected observation that I was more impressed with Lally in this trial than I was with him in the last trial. And a lot of that most likely has to do with it was very limited to what I had to endure from Lally. So I all I'm saying is I was like, oh, okay. When he took his time to shine, he did the best he could with it. And it was more impressive than anything I saw in the first trial is all I'm saying.
The only thing I can give, and look, I think Lally, let me be very clear, engaged in my opinion, a lot of misconduct throughout the 3 years. And
if you're prosecuting this case, you're engaging in misconduct.
I think there is substantial evidence from before the first trial, during the first trial, after the first trial, and during the second trial. But putting that aside, I will give him credit.
The texting with Proctor. I mean,
right. But the thing about Lally, I'm saying is I'll give him credit for this. If this is credit or is this criticism, I don't know. But when he cross-examined witnesses, including experts, he didn't come off like an asshole. He might have come off frumpy, schlubby, again, we used to joke about time to make the donuts or a little disheveled.
But
you know
wasn't
what?
unnecessarily aggressive
Right.
like Brendan was.
He knew that as a prosecutor, I have to at least be credible in the sense that I'm not going to accuse these ARCA guys of literally tanking an opinion that they created before they ever heard of Karen Read 2 months before, because, they got a couple of rides, a ham sandwich, and $20,000 after the first trial and deleted some messages that somehow made them not credible. Lally isn't going to, Lally obviously thought Barros was a credible witness. He called him in the first case. That would have been a hell of a thing for Alan to have said in the summation if he had a rebuttal, but he doesn't. See, that's the advantage Brendan has. If you had a chance to rebut Brennan, you could say this guy was so not credible that the evidence came out that they called him as a witness to give the same description of the taillight the first time. The only thing he didn't do was ask him the next critical question, which was, does it look like this, the way Proctor claimed it looked?
Jesus, man.
Yeah, no, it's a disaster. It's just a disaster everywhere.
Yeah. I just, the thing is the only thing that makes me nervous is two things. One, and it's both kind of the same thing. One is last trial, we were all so confident. Last trial, when it went into deliberations, we were like, oh, this is a lock. David Yanetti's closing was brilliant. It was a lock. Alan made the closing and David Yannetti did the opening, right? Yeah, I apologize.
The closing, David did the open.
Right. But it was, we were all super confident, mostly because we all understand and knew back then that Karen was innocent. So we were like super confident. The jury knows what we know. Great. And then they took forever deliberating. They kept coming back with these, stalemates. And then we find out before this trial that Fanning had his paws in the jury to some degree. We don't know to what, but if his name's attached to the jury, that's inappropriate. Period. I don't care what you say.
If there's any relationship there, that should not happen. I agree.
And it's enough. And the reason why it's inappropriate is because it's enough to give someone like me doubt in that jury in any way, shape, or form. I don't give credit to that jury at all now. So that's what makes me nervous about this trial. If that was allowed to happen then, and the way that Bev was so defensive about it when Alan Jackson brought it up, when he argued this in a motion to dismiss, no less, she was defensive about it. She wouldn't even let him finish. She kept cutting him off, going, Detective Fanning he was nowhere near that jury. He was nowhere near that jury. She started breathing real hard. She was huffing and puffing. And it was bizarre. I'd never seen that before. So this, I feel, is good enough reason to be nervous going into jury deliberations this time.
You should be. I mean, look, it's a jury. You're not in the room. You don't know what they're talking about. You don't know what their biases are. You don't know what their background experience is.
Right.
Would I be confident to imagine that you're never going to get 12 out of 12? Yeah, I would be supremely confident of that. But like you said, could one sneak through? What happens? You get a hung jury. But also, if there were a hung jury here, the dynamic will have changed dramatically. There will be so much public pressure demanding that this be put out to pasture without a third trial. The political pressure, the public pressure, the waste of taxpayer money. You've tried it with the state police. You've tried it with ringer prosecutors. You've tried it with hired experts. You've gotten nowhere. When is enough enough? And, obviously there's people challenging Morrissey to run for DA. And if he says, I'm going to try this case a third time, I mean, that's like political suicide at this point. And the reality also is, if there is a hung jury, it would probably be very different than the first hung jury. It would probably be skewed towards an acquittal. And most sane prosecutors, if case gets tried twice, gets hung twice, suppose hypothetically it hangs 10-2, 11-1 to acquit, there isn't a sane prosecutor who says, well, the hell with that, tee it up, let's go again. I mean, that's just, again, it's not an effective use of resources. It's not an effective function for the DA's office, for the community. The reality is most people think or a lot of people think that DA's office has ethical problems, competence problems. They don't believe in the confidence of the court system down there. At some point, this needs to end. It's not good. And they're never going to get justice for John O'Keefe. It's not going to happen. That's just the reality.
Man, I wish you didn't feel that way.
It's not right. It's a shame, but it's not going to happen because if Karen did it, she's not going to get convicted. And if Karen's acquitted, which at some point almost certainly is going to happen, you're just never going to find out what happened. How are you ever going to find that out?
I mean, if the feds were to step in, but I mean, the chances of that.
Who's talking? Right. For what?
Right. I mean, it certainly seems like it's just a situation that is made up of, as long as everybody keeps their mouth shut, everybody's fine. Where's the physical evidence? You're right about that. There is no physical evidence. It was all gotten rid of. It's been too long.
But all of the players, if you will, have disappeared. I mean, they weren't even a part of this trial. Right. I mean, nobody with the last name Albert testified in the whole trial.
Right.
All right. Nobody other than Jen McCabe and one other girl who was in the house testified. Brian Higgins is a forgotten entity. Michael Proctor is disgraced, and he got, he certainly got dragged in Allen's summation like no one ever wants to be dragged. But even he's just a forgotten footnote in history. He's just a corrupt cop who, tried to frame Karen Read. That's how a lot of people are going to remember him. That's just what he is at this point. But do you still feel as strongly as you did before that they should have called Proctor to the stand? Yeah. I don't think it's going to matter, but yeah, no, I think. No, we're just talking here. None of this matters. We're just talking here. I mean, look, I think on top of everything else that we talked about, it would have been valuable for the jury to hear Michael Proctor explain that why, the clothes that they claim had glass shards somehow didn't make their way to the criminal list for 2 or 3 months, whatever it was, when other evidence did, and why the glass on the bumper came from you that you found here. I mean, yeah, I think that's house money, right? There's no way he can hurt you, but I fully understand their strategy. And again, at the time we even said this, right? We can say, I don't understand why they're not doing this, but you're not privy to what they know. And at the time we talked about that, they knew Barros was coming in. They knew, what they were going to do with La Posada and the ARCA guys and Lawfren and that. And so they made a totally reasonable and calculated strategic decision that we have more than enough. So why bother risking it? So what did they do with the text messages? They used them in the summation to say, this guy's a disgrace. Okay. It's not the same as having him read it. I feel like there was more to it than that. Just that, though, just that strategy, which was, a question, which is the way you're explaining it is a simple matter of, we have this much and that's enough. I feel like that's true, but I also feel like it also creates an image that of Higgins, and it creates an image of Proctor that the defense can control to the jury, right? So instead of giving them the opportunity to sit up there and give them the chance to explain themselves or try to gain sympathy with the jury or what have you, whatever Brennan and that person strategy, whatever they would come up with,
it seems like they cheated them out of that opportunity by creating their own image to the jury, basically like a boogeyman type of character for the jury, that they can control that image to the jury. Does that make sense?
It does.
So,
it does. And he was a boogeyman, and he is the missing link of this. And, you know, the jury speculates it's not going to help the prosecution about, you know, the ghost of Michael Proctor. But, you know, for me, what the decision they made was this. Well, let me back up. So I'm sure I talked about this with you, because I'm sure I talked about this with 100 people over the course of the last year. A very common question by a lot of people was, you know, generally speaking, what do you think about a retrial? Who does that favor? And 99% of lawyers, talking heads, people were like, prosecution, just because. And I said, not in this case. Normally that might be the case, but if you're giving, you know, guys like Alan and David a mulligan, a chance to regroup, regather, do it over again, thank you. They're going to totally just recalibrate, refocus, and do it differently. And the one thing that it was obvious that they were going to do different, and they did, was give it a much stronger, reasonable doubt focus than, you know, what I call like play a game of Clue and say Colonel Mustard in the study with the candlestick, which they kind of did in the first one. And it's obvious to me now, strategically, once they made the decision to not calling these people, how they handled it, and they did it masterfully, and you saw it today. So you take Higgins, you're not going to argue that he's a third-party culprit. You're not going to accuse him of in the basement and all that. Forget all that. But you're going to take all the sketch conduct that he did.
Basement, garage, who knows?
Right. But you're going to say, like, Higgins, you know, Higgins should have been a suspect based on a number of things. And then you end up turning it into Proctor didn't want to know. And you're damaging Higgins. You're suggesting that he may very well be involved, but you're attaching it
no accusation,
failure to investigate and reasonable doubt. And that's how you do it. And I think this time, even without calling Proctor and Higgins, certainly in the summation, that was a beautiful way to do it, rather than so aggressive about what happened and how it went down. The answer is nobody knows how it went down.
Exactly, because nobody does know how it went down. None of us do. So agreed. It was absolutely brilliant in that sense from Alan Jackson to basically present the probable cause to investigate Higgins, he did a beautiful job of showing clear probable cause to investigate Higgins. Why didn't Proctor investigate? Why didn't Proctor use this to investigate Higgins? That's the big question. And he killed two birds with one stone right there. Discredited Higgins, discredited Proctor.
And by showing it in the summation, you know, the waterfall video, which clearly shows Higgins jawing at John O'Keefe and constantly pointing outside, you know, and Brendan addresses the waterfall video, not that part. And then he basically says, and this is 5 minutes, or not 5 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour after the jury saw all that Higgins video. And he says, there's nothing to see there. No one's getting angry at anyone. And the jury has to be sitting there saying, dude, my guy, we just saw this like less than an hour ago, okay? And you're telling us there's nothing on this video. It clearly shows Chris Albert holding him back. It clearly shows all of these things in the context of the text messages, in the context of, you know, John O'Keefe allegedly being dead 30 minutes later. And Brennan just tells him something that's not true. And they see it, and it's on a video.
Yeah. I mean, it's video evidence. And I'm glad I got you here, Mark, because I actually, long before the gag order, there was a dinner. The first time I met Alan, it was a dinner. And I had to ask him. This is before the second trial was even in pre-trial. And I had to ask Alan, I said, hey, there's footage of Brian Higgins with Brian Albert. Chris Albert's holding him back. He's clearly being aggressive towards John O'Keefe, the whole shebang, right? And I'm like, how come you didn't show that in the first trial? And Alan Jackson said to me, something that I can't say until after the trial. I already told that I can't. So I just like to fuck with my audience. So yeah, I can't say until after the trial.
Well, don't say what you're not supposed to say. But I don't know what the answer is. What you're going to say. But I can tell you this: trials move really fast. Things happen. There's so much evidence. There are times where you just miss stuff, or you look at the wrong part, and I wish I had done this instead of that. And the lawyers who are willing to adjust and refocus and do it differently and take suggestion or whatever are the best ones, because they're the most confident ones, and they're not afraid of getting that input from people, and they do it. And he did do it a little differently this time, and it was masterful.
Oh, I'm by no means suggesting that he got the idea from me or the suggestion for me to do it. No, by no means.
Of course.
No, I'm not. I'm not being serious. I'm not being sarcastic. I know it's hard to tell, but
no, whatever it is. But look, it's also, the world is different for trial lawyers than it was even 10 years ago. I mean, there's, especially in a case like this, there are millions of like online sleuths. Okay. At all levels
that have helped solve crimes.
I can tell you emphatically, there are certain people who we won't name right now. At some point in private, we'll give them the ego trip. They know who they are, who are just incredible at analyzing stuff just from watching online and looking at stuff.
Yeah.
And there is no way that they have not made suggestions or gotten suggestions delivered that almost certainly would be implemented, because that's just how it is now. You have
because the defense team is great, but they can only, there's so much in this case that they can only catch so much. They're bound to miss something. So yeah, it's pretty amazing. And I could see that. And this is the best community I've ever been a part of, because every single person that I've developed some sort of association with it, at the very least on a professional level, if not become friends with, has contributed something incredibly positive to this without any real ego checking into the whole thing. Everybody is hell-bent on proving that Karen Read is innocent. They're proving that they're hell-bent on getting Karen Read justice, doing the best they can to even if it's a pipe dream, to get John O'Keefe justice. It's wild to be part of something like this. I want to read real quick before I forget. Somebody suggested that I read Larry Foreman's tweet, something that happened in court just now. The defense just got to change. The defense just got to change to their just instructions. They're going to get multiple indictments, and they can fill them out as they go along, as they're unanimous with respect to one of the charges, but not the others. Jury is going to be able to make a partial. I'm glad you're here, because I don't understand that. Larry Foreman, I don't know if you know him. He's the DUI guy. He's also an attorney. I'm going to read that again. Hopefully I can understand it better. The defense just got to change to their just instructions. They're going to get multiple indictments as they can fill them out as they go along, if they are unanimous with respect to one of the charges, but not the others. Jury is going to be able to make a partial verdict now, and he ended that with a question mark.
I think, first of all, I don't think he means just instructions. I think he means jury instructions. But
jury, okay.
I can decipher what he's saying. I think he's just saying that they're trying to streamline this to make it clear that you can have a verdict on one and avoid the all or nothing mistrial, like the issue you saw at the first trial, where the jury says, in essence, we did have a partial verdict. We were only hung on one count, but they didn't publish it because they were confused. It sounds like what he's saying is the jury's going to be told you can have a partial verdict if it comes to that we'll take a verdict on one, and if you can't reach on the others, we'll do it that way. Now, you never really want to tell the jury.
So basically a remedy for whatever happened last time.
Yeah. I wouldn't read into it too much. But the only interesting thing is, I mean, you never even want to suggest to the jury what a hung jury is or not reaching. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't want to put it in their mind. an option.
You don't want to give them the out because they're tired and they don't want to be there.
And this is, look, frankly, this actually favors the defense more than the prosecution. The fact that she's going to give them the case, right now it's what? I'll check the grade. All right, so it's 2:11, and they're not going to get the case till 3:00 or whatever. And they're going to have a couple. They never listen during the jury charge. This is the most boring. Before they started, I said this, right? This is bar none the worst hour of a trial every time. But if they get the case at 3:30, 3:00, they're only going to deliberate 2 hours. But you know what? The risk is I don't want to come back. It's Friday. It's summer. It's out here anyway.
I don't want to spend my weekend thinking about Monday.
So if you're rushing them, most times you would say, if you're the defense, I don't like that. Can we please come back Monday and start fresh? Like, I'm worried. In this case, I would be more concerned from the prosecution that you're running the risk of them saying, let's get the hell out of here. Because there's just no way that they're rushing to convict her and say, let's get on the bus and, hit the beach for tomorrow morning. I don't see that. So if I'm the prosecution, I would be a little more queasy, certainly, than the defense, that they're going to start and have an hour and a half max, 2 hours looking at this today. Having said that, if there were a verdict today of acquittal, I'm not saying there will be. I mean, this is all like not science, by the way. This is all like lawyer bullshit, predicting, making shit up. I don't know if there's going to be a verdict. But what I would say is that if there were an acquittal today, within a couple of hours, that is the biggest repudiation. Are you fucking kidding me? To the Norfolk DA and the state police and this bag of shit case that you could ever have, because that would be just the ultimate repudiation. I don't think that will happen, but
all right. Well, so Larry goes on to explain. He says, this is a good thing. We could have the jury acquit her on charges 1 and 3, for example, and they're hung on 2. Then if there's a third retrial, she can be retried on the count that they were hung on. Sorry, I thought this was clear, but I guess it's not as clear. Okay.
Yeah, no,
that makes perfect sense. Yeah. And now I understand. Okay, that's great. That's great.
I mean, let me just put this in English. She's going to take a partial verdict if it comes to that. Right. That's all that means.
Okay, awesome.
Which is fine, and that's what they should have done the first time. And
exactly,
we'd be having a 1-count trial. Whatever. But look, at the end of the day, again, as Alan said probably 17 times, in so many words, if there's no car accident, there's no crime. That's what you're saying when you say there's no collision, there's no collision, there's no collision. That means that's 3 counts, 3 not guilties because there's no collision.
Agreed. And I think Bob would agree with you too.
What could be more egregious? What could be more misleading than that? And what could be more important?
I love Bob so much.
I have to say, like, seeing him stand there, like, in all of his like beautiful nerdiness with the gloves,
with the black dragon gloves, dude.
Yeah.
Like, I love the black. Those come from my tattoo shop days because I used to wear those, because you could only get them through a distributor back then when I was body piercing, right? But I would wear them for practical reasons because when you're piercing somebody, you might have a little trouble putting jewelry through. It happens rarely. There's blood. And then you got your fingers in that person's face. You know what I mean? They see blood all over your fingers. They're going to freak out. So black makes the blood invisible. So you're able to do your job. They don't panic. And then they get the hell out of your fucking studio.
We've gone from analyzing summations to body piercing, blood, and hands and face. That's awesome. I mean, I don't know how,
but it was just so cool. For some reason, those gloves just added to that, like
it was funny. It was, but he's also playing with evidence, and you're supposed to do that. But that was a funny clip that you just played. But yeah, no, he's huge addition for them. By the way, the second time around, very important addition.
Man, that moment, dude, where he had Burgess on the stand, and Alan Jackson leans over. Like, I was sitting right there. It was the coolest thing to get to see right up close. Alan Jackson's like, hey, and does like this with a yellow piece of paper, and Alessi's like, okay, thank you. And then he gets up there, and then I'm just like, what is that? You know, and then sure enough, because I was like, please let this be juicy, you know, and then sure enough, he's like, are you aware, sir, that no such degree even exists at the University of whatever the fuck he said?
Whatever, Alabama, whatever.
Yeah,
Alabama,
no, it's beautiful.
You know, basic due diligence would have revealed that before they hired him. I mean, that's a disqualifier. You're not hiring an expert if you know that. They clearly didn't know. Not when they hired him.
Right. They didn't do their due diligence. Or Spanky. I mean, I don't know, man. Spanky, he's got a way about him where he seems to just take risks and hope for the best. He does.
Oh, he knew before he testified because he didn't ask.
Wild hair. Yeah, he does some wild Hail Marys, man. Like, you're just like, dude, what are you doing? That thing with the sweater was a total Hail Mary. You know what I mean? Like,
hey, listen, I honestly believe that he just gave up on his rebuttal case, at least in part, to save his own rear end rather than even worry about how damaged Welcher was. Because, you know, he kept telling us this guy's going to blow up ARCA and he has to be allowed to do it in rebuttal and show why their testing is flawed. And, you know, that X-ray spectacle on the heels of the hoodie thing. Just
all this time we didn't know that there was X-rays. Now we know there was X-rays, and not one, because that's been the trolls. That's been their swan song, man. That's what they've been hanging on to, talking about. There was no X-rays taken, so we don't know that John O'Keefe didn't have any broken bones. Well, now we have X-rays, and now we know that.
No, that's an interesting point, because that is what they were saying. But the problem with their understanding of how this works, and this is what used to always trigger these types of people, is it's obvious that there ought to be bruising and broken bones from that kind of impact. I don't think you need a medical expert to tell you that.
You don't.
But so their position is, well, there were no X-rays, so we don't know. In other words, we're going to speculate as the prosecutor with the burden of proof, as opposed to looking at it like that was their obligation to do that. If we don't know if there are broken bones, that's not a good excuse. Okay, that helps the defense. There's no proof of broken bones.
Right.
Saying as the prosecutor, like, we don't know if there are broken bones, is really saying from the defense side, there's no evidence. And if there's no evidence, you can't convict beyond a reasonable doubt. They have always had, you know, at the Twitter Law School, not the Glare Institute, of course, at the Twitter Law School, they don't understand burdens of proof, and they would flip everything on just, you know, she's guilty, but what about these things? Well, it doesn't matter because, you know, the taillight exploded in that experiment.
That is the one factor that always seems to escape all of them, including certain people who are actually supposedly lawyers. And how do you not understand the burden of proof? Like, it's scary that you practice law. It's scary.
I saw a video from a lawyer after last week, after Dr. Wolf testified. It doesn't matter who. I'm not trying.
Yeah, I would have brought up the name if I.
The point is just this is not so much an attempt to burn as to just say how shocking this is.
Right. That's the point.
And the lawyer was doing a video on one of these services, you know, these 2-minute long, you know, live stream or TikTok, whatever the hell it is.
Right.
Basically saying, how could they do this? Like, they just helped prove the prosecution case. And the part of the analysis that I found so shocking was the analysis of the lawyer was, how could all these lawyers on this team sit around and think that this was a good idea? And nobody said, we can't be doing this. All we're doing is showing that the taillight can explode. And I'm thinking, did you watch the video and all the testimony, or did you just watch the video and not understand the context and importance of at what speed and what angle it would hit, the impact, the lack of damage on the hoodie and this and that, the lack of injuries and but all they wanted to do was focus on that. I saw another article by some of the lawyer online last night, and it was like really aggressive, criticizing the defense lawyers for all kinds of things. And even it was adopting some of that almost like Baghdad Bob type of analysis, where they were saying, I've heard from a source or whatever that none of the lawyers wanted to play the ARCA video, but the client demanded it. And all I'm thinking is like, that's not how it works. Okay.
Right.
That's not how it works. The client can demand to testify. They can demand to have a jury trial. They can demand to plead guilty or not, but they don't literally order lawyers, particularly lawyers like this, to do anything. And that the odds of that
and it defeats the entire purpose of hiring them. This is what you hire them for, is to make those kind of decisions and to make those kind of judgments with evidence. Like, what?
I mean, it was, and these are lawyers, these are, to some extent credentialed lawyers, and I don't know what kind of experience they have or don't have. It doesn't really matter, but it's just, there's so much noise online about what's happening, and they just don't appreciate this is an open and shut reasonable doubt case. Even if you think she did it, there are so many holes and problems here.
It seems like a deliberate narrative control, but extremely disorganized. Like, it seems like there was an attempt to organize this narrative control, because I can't think of any other reason why everybody would be on the same page. And it's always the same group of people. So it seems like there's this pathetic attempt at a narrative control. It's just extremely disorganized, and it's made up of a bunch of misfits, because only misfits would actually buy into this narrative.
Well, a lot of them disappear when this is over. I mean, especially if it's an acquittal.
Sure.
Some of them are still gonna, obviously be obsessed with Turtle Boy stuff and never go away, and transfer their belief that Karen Reed causes cancer and global warming and blame someone else for that. But eventually they'll move on and find something else to complain about online, and it's who knows. But a lot of them, I think, will just disappear when this is over, one way or the other.
I mean, I agree with that. I feel like that's the most predictable outcome in theory, but at the same time, look at how brazen they are. I feel like there's a good handful of them that will just double down, and then start shouting their own conspiracy theories, and then just be like, wait, what?
I mean, look, if she gets acquitted, and
which is fun. Don't get me wrong. I have no problem with that. Like, knock yourself out. That's fun.
They can scream and yell all they want if she gets acquitted. Right. If she gets acquitted, it's over. I mean, whether you, again, think she's responsible or not, or whatever conspiracy theories you put forth, it's over. She's not in any, I mean, I guess they can take solace in the fact that she'll have no Fifth Amendment privilege to, and will have to testify in that civil lawsuit. But, on the other hand, if you see, what the so-called strongest evidence of the prosecution case is, it's not like she's bashful in speaking. So on some level, I'm sure she would welcome the opportunity to testify post-acquittal.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is, to me, I mean, it's open and shut. It's the easiest thing in the world is if you simply understand the concept of reasonable doubt and how important it is in our justice system. I mean, to me, that's always been the no-brainer. Every time, I mean, as I stated earlier, I when I was first looking at all the documents, I'm like, well, that's reasonable doubt right there. And then I'm looking at something else and I go, well, that's reasonable doubt right there. And I'm just like, how is this even, this makes no sense.
No, it's crazy.
Mind blowing. absolutely mind blowing. And Bev is still going.
Yeah, no, these things are awful. This is all, the worst part you'll ever see. And I mean, usually this can take up to an hour, depending on, you know, how sophisticated or not the charge is. So I don't remember how long it took last time, but
now if you can't answer this, obviously don't. But
that's a loaded question.
You're representing Turtle Boy in his big case, and do you feel that Karen Reed's acquittal, if it were to happen, do you feel that Karen Reed's acquittal is going to help your case or to help Turtle Boy's case?
How could it not? I mean, just in general. I mean, obviously, you know, he's covering a case, has a very strong opinion about it. Whether law enforcement or others think that it crosses over from permissible opinion to crime is a conversation for another day. But I mean, I can't see any set of circumstances where Karen Reed getting acquitted wouldn't help. I mean, obviously if they,
you know, wouldn't hurt, obviously, but you know, are there certain, you know, certain specific ways that you think that it would be helpful to his case?
I mean, look,
talk about that.
If Karen Reed was acquitted and they somehow developed evidence against other people or terrible things came out about other people, which I'm not saying is the case, then that would help more. But, you know, just standing alone, I think when somebody is getting tried for allegedly intimidating witnesses for expressing an opinion that a criminal defendant is getting framed by corrupt people with, again, in their opinion, by being assisted allegedly by other people who may be a part of that, and that criminal defendant was spectacularly acquitted in a high profile case. I mean, in some ways, it's at least validating for, well, he's on the right side of that. You know, that's obviously you're investigating something and your opinion is validated in the extent, you know, the jury agreed that she didn't commit a crime or wasn't guilty. So that can only help generally.
Agreed. Can you, since it was a separate case that you were not on, can you talk about that in any capacity? The one that he was just, just found not guilty of?
Yeah. I mean, look, the reality is that was a misdemeanor. It was a 2-day bench trial in a different courtroom, and it just wasn't necessary or resources to have 2 lawyers literally dealing with that.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's just that's just a team decision of time, effort, resource allocation, and there are other ways, and even my own schedule. I mean, there comes a point where, you know, it's not necessary for that. You know, obviously the other cases is a different story. The one that you saw that ended yesterday is one of those things where, you know, just because you can prosecute doesn't mean you should. I mean, and if you want to take out a tape measure and measure 100 yards and argue that somebody is within that and therefore is guilty based upon the circumstances.
That was his whole argument. That was his whole thing.
But you have to also use context and discretion. The facts are clear in the following, okay? You had a guy who just got out of jail, right? Who basically said, I'm going to go to court. Now, you know that there are certain individuals who we need not name right now who are obsessed with watching everything he says and does. Right. And then, you know, you find out that, you know, a certain individual then decides for the first time, I have a restraining order, I'm going to go to court. Okay. And somehow ends up with, you know, the O'Keefe family and some of the other people who wanted to go and claims I was invited. And, you know, okay. And then he gets kicked out and is told by the cops, go stand over there. In other words, complied with what the police said.
Yeah.
That's That's the end of this. There's no
right. It's
No.
not a two-lawyer job,
No.
as you said. It is
No.
definitely not a two-lawyer job. And
No.
it just, and as Aiden usually does, he brings receipts, and it was just a question of having the at least this is the way that I observed it. It was just a question of having the opportunity to allow the judge to see the evidence and
Now-
go, he had no intention. If there's a restraining order against him because he's a danger to her, but he clearly posed no danger on top of the fact that she sought him out, then we have an issue that is a dead issue.
You could go on and on. One of the interesting things, you saw last night or yesterday was Paul O'Keefe as a witness who he tried to quash the subpoena. That's fine. He used his legal rights and whatever. That was denied. So he had to show up. Turns out he didn't miss any of his brother's trial, which, that's fine. Nobody wants to interrupt that.
Right. Sure.
And he clearly can't stand Aiden, as he said. He clearly didn't want to be there. But you know what he did?
Told the truth.
He was credible beyond belief.
Right.
It is what it is. And he didn't invite her. I mean, it just happened the way it happened. And, in any event, that case is one that absolutely should never have been brought. That was just a horrible use of resources, a colossal waste of time, more waste of taxpayer money, waste of court time. I mean, that stuff adds up over that. And, it's 1 of 4. So there's 3 more to go.
Right. Jesus, man. It's wild. Like, yeah, I definitely, regardless of what everyone feels about Paul O'Keefe, including myself, I mean,
he was incredible yesterday.
I thought agreed. I have no criticism of Paul O'Keefe as far as what took place yesterday whatsoever. I thought he did what he could to get out of it, which is a lot of people might do that, and
that was a legitimate legal argument, but whatever. His lawyer wanted to keep him from testifying. I respect that. Whatever.
Same here.
No problem.
And it was denied, and then he faced the music. He sat up there and met his responsibilities, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Now, people are saying that juror 5 was selected as the foreman, an African-American male.
Okay.
Yep. So that's all I know. Aiden is saying he's the only one that wasn't taking notes the entire trial. So,
I mean, I don't know what that means or doesn't mean.
I agree. I feel like the implication is just simply, the one guy who wasn't taking notes the entire trial, and that's it. And so, take that for what you will, but it might not mean anything. Maybe the guy's got a vault in his brain, in his head. You know what I mean?
Most trials do not involve note taking. Now, obviously, most trials are not 2 months. I get it.
Right.
But I'm not drawing any conclusions because the guy took notes or didn't take notes.
Agreed. I am right there with you.
That means nothing. Literally nothing.
It means jack shit to me as well. Yeah. Okay. Now someone is saying Aiden said it was juror number 1. Okay. So not juror number 5, juror number 1. Okay. Got it. Yes. And I have that person pictured in my mind now. I mean, juror number 1 is easy.
I don't have any image of it.
Yeah. And honestly, as somebody who's seen this jury twice, 2 days in a row, I can tell you, I feel nothing with that information. There's no, well, yeah, I don't even see how it would affect after the fact, unless, something came out. Oh my God, the foreman was caught doing this or that, which is,
well, the most disturbing. I mean, I don't put much stock in what everybody calls, the interview of juror Ronnie. Not that he said what he said. I believe him. I don't think he's making it up. But when I say I don't put any stock in it, the only thing that was really troubling about what he was saying was the capitulation that he suggested the rest of the, or at least some of the jurors had to the foreperson. That's not the role of the foreman, to be gatekeeper of thou shall not pass and let the judge know what you want to know. The role of the foreperson is simply to be the vessel of communication between the jury and the judge. You know, you write the note, and maybe when you go deliberate, you say, all right, who wants to, you just start the discussion. You're not supposed to have extra power.
Yeah, in the movies, they kind of make it out that way, though. You know what I mean? In the movies, it's like everybody is trying to decide who the right person to be foreman is because they're in a leadership position. So how much leadership does the foreman really have over the jury?
They're not supposed to have any real power over the jury.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, that's just movie bullshit then.
Yeah.
Speaking of movies, just to take a quick hard left turn off of the subject matter.
Okay.
I started a new I launched a new Patreon campaign that I'm doing.
Okay.
So what I'm doing every Saturday night, following Turtle Boy Saturday night streams, well, not necessarily following, it starts at midnight no matter what. So, but if you're done and you're a Patreon member watching Turtle Boy, you come over to my stream. And what I'm going to be doing every Saturday night, late at night at midnight, technically Sunday morning, is I will be I have launched this thing called He Fucking Ruined It. And I'm going to, since Kick doesn't have the Kick is a platform much like YouTube, but it doesn't have the restrictions. You can get away with a lot more. So I can, without getting copyright sniped and getting my stream cut off, I can watch movies. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to watch movies. Since my friends growing up, I've had this reputation of being overly critical of movies where, you're sitting around with your friends. I'm the guy where everybody's going, man, that movie was awesome. It was so good. And talking about it, I'm going, yeah, it was good, but I kind of wish this would have happened, blah, blah, blah. That annoying prick. I'm that guy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make, I'm just going to capitalize on that. And I'm going to take your favorite movies that you love so much, and I'm going to find everything wrong with them, and I'm going to rip them apart.
They're wheeling out jurors right now, by the way.
Oh, I love it.
They're not showing the things, but it feels.
Juror 2, could you step down and take your place? And juror 8, could you step down?
So they just pulled out the 6 people who sat through 2 months, probably for nothing.
All right. Yes, please do.
Could I have the court officers raise your right hands?
Wait, what just happened?
They just what lawyers call like wheeling out, the box with the pulled out the cards or the chips of the 6 jurors who are going to be alternates.
All right, so members of the jury, I need not remind you that you have.
So they have their jury finally, the 12 remaining in the box.
All the wisdom and the judgment.
Okay.
And conscience.
So off they go. They're going to go to start deliberating, it looks like.
All that we can expect from you is that you decide.
I need to go get a sandwich. That's what I need.
So there's a few hours. Yeah, I got some Crystal Burger left over from last night I want to go grab.
Without sympathy, prompted by any
Yeah, Microdots isn't buying into any of this shit. He's like, I wouldn't expect that lottery box.
Well, you couldn't see it on TV. I mean, I don't know. Again, I'm not saying he did anything sketchy, but you couldn't see it. And I have no idea whether the 6 that got picked off are considered good or bad or anything. I have no idea. I know nothing.
I was there for a day of jury jury selection, and I didn't see anything. Like you didn't hear any. I don't know who was selected, who was. I mean, at the end of the day, after seeing the jury finally, but I didn't remember anybody specifically. Everything was done on sidebar, and frankly, it was the most boring process of any trial that you could ever think of.
Yep.
And most of the time, I just hung out outside of the courtroom and chit-chatted with people.
Yeah. Yep. Well, that's it. The jury has the case, basically. So there you go. 240. Yeah, I would be shocked with the verdict today. Shocked.
Right. So we got 3 hours? If they're going till 5:30, just short of 3 hours for jury deliberation today.
If that's what they did. Yeah.
And I would be surprised if it, because again, I would feel better. I mean, I'll take it if they come back in 3 hours and go, yeah, not guilty. I'll take it, but I would feel a lot more comfortable if they took the afternoon to at least this afternoon to review evidence, you know.
Well, off they go, and it's a hell of a task, but
it is.
All right. I need to get some lunch. I gotta.
Yes, sir.
I'm a hungry
Mark,
guy. Yeah.
man, I really appreciate you joining. I had a great time as always.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for the invite.
Absolutely. And I don't know. I'm sure there's going to be a celebration or something once this acquittal happens. If it does, I'll drag my gimpy ass up there somewhere, and I hope to see you there.
Well, if there's good news, I don't want to, never think like that. But,
Right.
I'm sure we'll be seeing each other soon.
Most definitely, one way or the other. I mean, I'm still full throttle in support of Aiden and seeing this through as far as Aiden's case goes.
Yeah. We got months and months and months then, because that's going to go on for a long time.
Right. So I'm locked into that. So I'm sure I will be making my way back up to Boston, and we will be doing our usual Woodford sessions together again. I am
See you
looking
soon.
forward to that.
Okay.
Absolutely. Mark, thank you, bud.
Bye.
All right. Bye. The mighty Mark Betterow, everyone. Thank you, guys. I think I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up. I don't see any reason to sit here and wait during jury deliberations. As Mark said, I completely agree with him. I don't see a world where a responsible jury would take any less than the rest of this afternoon to review 2 months of a trial's worth of evidence. Exculpatory or otherwise. So, yeah, people, I had a great time. And I hope everybody has an amazing weekend. I may go live again tomorrow night. Well, I'm definitely going live tomorrow night. But I may do a live tomorrow, maybe in the afternoon. But I'm definitely doing the Patreon thing. So this is what you got to do. I dropped the link earlier. I'm going to go ahead and drop it again here. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to pledge whatever amount, even the minimum, it doesn't matter. It'll get you access. So you're going to pledge to Patreon. If you are pledged to Microdot's Patreon, then you already know how it works. But the way that you view my content is going to be a little bit different because you can't necessarily live stream on Patreon. I think you can just upload videos. And even if you can, I'm sure there's a lot of copyright restrictions. So what's going to happen is you're going to sign up to Patreon, and then come Saturday night during Turtle Boy Aiden Carney's stream, during Turtle Boy's stream, I will post the link for Patreon members only. It will be posted in Patreon. And you guys, all you have to do, click on that, and it'll take you right over to the stream that will start at midnight. And I will be reviewing the classic Top Gun, and I'm going to wreck it. So, people, I had an excellent time. Alan Jackson's closing arguments were, as I stated on Twitter, nothing short of masterful, incredibly inspiring, beautifully done. Nobody who was whining about not driving Reasonable Doubt home enough. Heard a lot of criticism from a lot of people on Twitter about that over the last year and a half. I think Alan Jackson did a masterful job with this closing. And I think that Brennan failed, just came short. And it's always nice when a brother in the law, a colleague, such as the mighty Mark Betterow, agrees with me. But all kidding aside, it was always great to have Mark Betterow up here and talk with him. I need to bring him up more often, man, and hang out with him because I just love our conversations. And I love having you guys in the chat and hanging out with us too. Guys, I am going to go ahead and wrap this up. Please make sure to hit the like if you haven't already. Please make sure to subscribe if you're not subscribed already. And if you are subscribed, hit the notification bell. And again, don't forget to touch me on the like button. I like it. Makes me feel good. Guys, I love you very much. Thank you for all of the support too. You guys have been incredibly generous today. It means the world to me. Let me go over a couple of super chats because I couldn't go over them. I know Mark is he feels a certain way about the super chats, and I'm still kind of shaky on what to do and what not to do as far as that goes. So I felt it more appropriate to not address the super chats while he was up. But one was from Bino. Thank you so much. We are not on a jury. I'm a warrior. Good point. I see that. Kel B, thank you so much. Kel B became a YouTube member. Thank you for becoming a YouTube member. And plot twist pending. Thank you so much. Juror 5 selected as 4-person. I believe is an African American male. Turned out to be Juror 1. So thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate it. Guys, I absolutely adore you guys. I love you very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Psych. Okay, we need to see what's going on here first.
A clean,
Then I'll go.
Computer laptop. Thanks. With a clean laptop. Defense counsel had a chance to, or at least defense had a chance to look at it, and I think it's fine. But
All right, so we'll send that in with the exhibits. I need to go edit my charge to fix all the typos.
and then the final thing is I provided counsel with the exhibit list that we had, and it was satisfactory for both sides.
Great.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
All right, so that's the end of that. Who cares? All right, motherfuckers. I love you. We'll see you next time. Peace.